So, hello everyone. Thank you so much for coming out to the last day of our International Women's Day Caribbean Tech Summit. We are so happy to have you here with us on our Mental Health and Resilience Day. I'm pretty excited. Everyone who knows me knows that I am a huge mental health, suicide prevention, gender-based violence advocate. A little bit new to the gender-based violence advocacy, but mental health is definitely something that is one of my flags, especially after going through some pretty traumatic experiences, both from childhood into adulthood, which I think everyone can relate to. The number one thing that I think I walked away from all of this advocacy with is an understanding of trauma and the importance of resilience. So today, we are so happy to welcome to the stage Shah Hurley. Shah Hurley is a Googler and certified well-being energy leadership coach. By day, Shah leads executive briefings at Google Cloud Space and partners with the cloud sales leadership teams to deliver workshops and retreats to help Googlers achieve well-being and highest potential. How exciting! By weekend and night, Shah guides and coaches heart-centered visionaries in corporate and small businesses to achieve clarity, inner strengths, well-being as a certified coach, yoga teacher, and mentor. So we are so excited to talk to you today, Shah. Hello.
Hi everyone, Maria. So nice to see you.
So nice to see you. And as I mentioned to our audience, we were going to be talking about resilience today. Resilience is such an I would say, under-addressed concept in our Caribbean tech space. And we
Mhm.
know that at Google, you guys have quite a lot of resilience initiatives for your staff and also for your communities. So, would you like to go straight into your workshop or maybe tell us a little bit more about what it is you do? What you do sounds amazing. I feel like we all need a Shah in our lives, like who's like focusing on that aspect of healing for our teams. So it's a very exciting thing, I think, what you do. Could you tell
Yeah,
us?
well, thank you for that. It's so funny you meant you so we got a new member on our team. So I just recently led a well-being workshop for our team, our global team. And then after the workshop, the team member came to me and she's holding my hand. She's like, Shaw, I wish every team has someone like you. And just exasperated.
Exactly. Yeah, no, because you really do. We had a progress roundtable, which I'm hoping you might be able to be free for later today. If you can't, it's okay. But it's having someone with your expertise that is actually doing this work
Uh-huh.
on a corporate level, on an actual workplace level, is not common for us here in the Caribbean space. So one of the things that we mentioned on the roundtable where we had the ITB and other policymakers, influencers, was we need to sometimes include mental health and resilience training and leadership on every level of what we are trying to execute on a social change level, because social impact can't happen if we don't heal some of the historical traumas that we've had here in the Caribbean, But also in the world, there's quite a lot of violence. There's quite a lot of, things that are impacting people every day. We now have the pandemic, which is a whole entire different level of what we have to face every day. So really looking forward to your workshop, and hopefully talk to you later as well after this workshop.
Yes, we can definitely chat more. This is definitely a topic that I hold to my heart space. I went through
Yeah.
a lot, like you talking about trauma, childhood. I'm
Yes.
so glad you're mentioning the word because in a lot of communities, people are so afraid of even mentioning that word.
Yeah.
Even in the psychology friends that I have, they said, early days, people don't even talk about trauma because there's no method in place to heal trauma. So people would rather
Yes.
not to touch it because when you touch it, you reveal the wound, the hurtful
Hmm.
events in, and that's actually more hurtful. So I'm so glad you're mentioning about that because now in the modern psychology world, I'm not a psychologist myself, but definitely I went through the whole process of like, discovery, what's actually causing how I'm, showing up today and then how to heal some of the
Yes.
stuff. Happy to share more about what I'm going to talk about today, which is positive intelligence, mental fitness. Um, Before that, I would love to share a little bit about my story.
Oh, yes, please. We would love that. Yes.
So, just like a lot of people on the call, I am a woman in tech. I'm trying to, try my best to thrive in the fast-pacing, high-achieving, ambiguous tech world. I think tech world is so unique. We're trying to be innovative, right? We try different things, and then of course, it was a word full of male. I remember when I was joining Google 6 years ago, I got hired. I was one of the two women on the team, along with 11 male. And the immediate comment I got a lot from a lot of friends are like, Sha, are you a diversity hire? Because a lot of them wanted to join Google and they didn't. I went
Wow.
through 5, 6 different interviews. I got hired, and that was a comment I got. It was really hurtful. And then the first year I had at Google, I remember how fragile I was. Every single comments I got from my one-on-one with my manager, if I try so hard to get really nice, where excess expectation review, performance review, I didn't get it. I would just like bury myself in very negative emotions for days and weeks sometimes. Um, I didn't understand why that was happening to me, but then everyone around me were like, "Shah, you need to be resilient," and that was really hurtful. I needed someone who is more like a cheerleader in my life, right? I don't need someone to tell me to be resilient. Um, so I went through a lot of like negative emotions and all that stuff, and then remember 3 years ago, and I was trying so hard because in my mind, I told myself I was not good enough. People are saying that I was a diversity hire, so I was trying harder. I was putting double the effort in there than a lot of other people. So I burned out. I burned out 4 or 5 times. And even though I got the promotion, I got multi six figure, salary and all the stocks and all the bonus, all that stuff, I thought that would make me feel a little bit more confident, a little bit happier. It didn't. I was so burned out. I was depressed. I was had to take all those meds, antidepressants, and all the stuff for me to get out of bed. So that was my story, and then I had so much side effect to those antidepressants and then those meds, and I decided not to take them anymore. So that's where I started to kind of like think, hey, what is really going on? And then I remember the day my husband and I were just walking our dog by the water. We're just talking, I'm like, hey, what is I was just trying to understand purpose of life. That's apparently what keeps everyone going. So I was asking my husband, like, what's your purpose of life? And my husband is an engineer. He works at Uber engineering team. And so he was like, my purpose is to build an app that billion people are going to be using it. And I laughed. I'm like, oh, you got hired. But in my mind, I was looking for something deeper. What's your purpose of life? I think that's what keep people be resilient. So we start to talk about the topic of resilience. And then my husband introduced me this concept of anti-fragile. So I'm not sure if you heard about anti-fragile, but that's what I'm going to actually be focusing on for today instead of resilience. But we're going to talk about both.
That sounds very exciting. Thank you so much, for sharing that story with us, and being vulnerable in this space. That's what it's all about. So, looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Maria. Can you see my slides? Let's see. Hopefully you can see my slides. I guess yes. Okay, cool. So Maria did a introduction. I'm grateful for that. And here I wanted to share my mission. So because all that I went through, and you can check out more of my childhood story. I moved to the States when I was 17 by myself and all that stuff. I didn't want to spend the whole time talking about myself because it's all about you. But that leads to my mission and vision today. So I am here to partner with, visionaries in tech to achieve self-discovery, healing, and mastery. So everyone can be their best self in professional and personal life. And then also because you're able to be your best self, so you can get to follow the calling that you're called to make in this lifetime. And Maria mentioned my full-time job, and then also I'm a coach, yoga teacher, meditation teacher, and all my credentials are down there. As you can see, I'm a typical hyperachiever, and now I'm trying to tone down a little bit, trying to enjoy life a little bit more. I'm so glad to be this community and share what had worked for me, and hopefully that will be inspiration for you, and you can try whatever you are, feel curious to try it out in the next few days and weeks. So I talked about fragile when I was, first joining Google, even when I first moved to the States when I was 16. I remember just crying sometimes, just walking on the street thinking, oh my God, no one is there for me. My parents are all the way in China. And then my English was sort of, I don't want to say it's broken, but it was definitely, there's accent. I still have accent, but that's fine. I was so fragile. I was not confident, was not going out to make friends. Definitely, I was not showing my own strength to the world. In retrospect, I was not seeing my power. And resilience was this next stage I started to step into. So if you see this picture here, resilience, right? When stress come in, you bounce it back. And it's very, very much like I was a warrior energy. That's how I was for years in Google. And it's tough because when we are in that state, we're just so tough. Stress come, tough and languages, everything that's come, you bounce it back. You have to collect a lot of energy inside of you. And so it takes a lot of energy, and long enough, you might burn you out. And that also might shift your personality. I remember there's time, my personality makes me feel like, oh my God, who am I? I don't even remember who am I. I was acting like a man, like one of my male colleagues. I was so tough, so assertive. I was totally forgot about the feminine side of me, which could be really helpful in, a lot of leadership positions. Be compassionate. I was not compassionate at all. That was a signal for me to really pause and think, hey, I can't be in this state anymore. Yes, I was protecting myself. I was trying to achieve more, but then there must be a state that I can be myself and then also achieve whatever that matters to me. And that's where I was introduced to this anti-fragile state. If you look at this picture, it's sort of like water. There's a saying in ancient Chinese word, and be like a water and you flow. And I didn't understand that when I was a child. My parents told me that. But now in today's world, I'm like, what does it mean to be like water? So that's an anti-fragile state. The stress, the tough moments, whatever people say, comments comes from the outside world, we embrace them. And it makes us stronger. So we don't intentionally bounce those stuff out of our body, out of our system. Rather, we leverage that events as an opportunity to get stronger. And that's how we thrive without being like someone else, without losing ourselves. So that's an interesting kind of like, visualization I want to share with you to get us started. So resilience, Maria asked me to talk about the definition of resilience. I believe we all have different definition. if you would love to type in the chat, feel free to type your definition of resilience. But this is kind of like, very standard definition of resilience: an ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. And of course, everyone has their own definition of what changes and misfortunes mean. And anti-fragile. Anti-fragility is a property of system in which they increase in capacity to thrive as a result of stressor, shocks, fatalities, noise, mistakes, faults, attacks, or failures. So there's also a book called Anti-Fragile. Highly recommend if you want to know more about the term anti-fragile. So today we're going to talk about more about mental fitness, what that means in the world of changes, misfortune, how we can strengthen ourselves and to be more anti-fragile and more resilient in this world. And second, we're going to talk about the lies about your saboteurs to help you build resilience. The saboteurs is a term in mental fitness. Sometimes we do sabotage ourselves without even knowing it. Sometimes we know about it, we just don't do anything about it. So I'm going to go through those saboteurs. If you think about, I don't know if you watch Star Wars yourself. If you do, amazing. If not, highly recommend. So this whole mental fitness concept, it's sort of like Jedi training for the mind. And we're going to talk more about that. And the third one, yes. So ability to bounce back quickly. Yes. And, I think the key word is bounce back quickly. How quick do you want it to bounce back, right? I used to take weeks, sometimes months for me to bounce back from a tough events. Now it's sometimes 5 minutes or 1 minute, depending on that events and my state in that moment. So the last one is practical ways to strengthen your mental fitness and resilience. This whole coaching training is originally designed for 4 to 6 weeks. So definitely we don't have time to go through the whole thing, but we're going to see how much time we have, and I'm going to introduce the concept for today. But if you're interested in learning more about that, reach out to Maria and we can talk about how we can team up and then just get the concept in for the community. So before we start it's a juicy contents, I would love to invite everyone to take 3 minutes breathing. Hopefully you're already breathing. If you're not breathing, this is a good time to remind you breathing is important. Just to invite you to fully arrive to the space. Whenever you're ready, so just setting a comfortable spot and feet on the ground, spine straight, relaxed, and close your eyes if you're comfortable. If you're not, eyes gaze towards the ground. I'm going to close my eyes just to demonstrate. So whenever you close your eyes, feel the sensations on your body. Take a big breath in, tense all your muscles in face, arms, shoulders, and make a fist if you need to, and tense all your muscles in your body. And let it out through your mouth. Relax. Another one just like that. Inhale, tense all your muscles, your scalp, facial, feet, scalp, legs, feet. All the way, take another in breath and let it out. Last one just like that, yourself on your own turn. Inhale. Keep your eyes closed or gaze towards the ground. Feel your feet on the ground, toes on the ground, hands in your laps. Relax your foot, relax your calf muscle. Relax your hand. Relax your belly, your chest, shoulder. You can roll your shoulder up and back a couple times. Relax your cheeks, your forehead. Imagine just a cold breeze sweeping by your forehead. Eyelids relaxing. With your eyes closed or gaze towards the ground, place your left hand on your belly, right hand on your chest, your heart center. So we're gonna take a breath exercise of 4-4-7. So on your inhale, count of 4, hold your breath for 4, and exhale on the count of 7. I'm gonna guide you through that. So whenever you're ready, inhale 4 through your nose, 3, 2, 1. Hold, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold, 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Another couple round on your own. Inhale on the count of 4. Hold on the count of 4. Exhale on the count of 6, 7. As you inhale, your breath goes all the way to your belly, so your lower hand should feel the belly pumped up. And exhale, belly will be going. Hands your lap. Finish your last round. With your eyes closed and think, what's your intention you wanted to set for the next 50, 40-ish minutes together? Could be present, be totally present. Could be totally open-minded. Or it could be compassion towards yourself. Whatever that comes to your mind, just allow that to be your intention for the next 45 minutes together. Now wiggle your feet, feel your toes on the ground. Touch your thumb and your finger together. Feel the texture of your skin, temperature of the skin. In a faster or slower speed, just feel that. Now pay attention to the noise going on in your room, outside of the room. Could be cars running, people talking, birds singing. Just listening to those sounds. And I'm gonna count you out. On the count of 5, you're gonna feel peaceful, energized, and relaxed. 5, 4, 3, 2. Start to bring in more sensation back to your body. And take a big inhale. And 1, slowly open your eyes and pick one spot to look at. It could be your plants in the room, or outside, anything. It could be your phone. If you don't have a spot, feel free to pick a spot on my face. Look at that spot you choose with such intensity. Look at the color, the texture. Try to find spot something that you normally wouldn't notice on that spot. Okay, so welcome back. We did a breathing exercise and I strategically blended it in 10 seconds of PQ reps, which I'm going to introduce more about what PQ reps is. That's part of the strategy on a high level. That's a part of strategy we use to strengthen our mental muscles. So how does that feel to you? We don't really allow ourselves to pose, right, in this high achieving, fast-pacing tech world. Sometimes just go, 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 and do. A lot of things going on. This is an important time for us to just pause and feel how does that feel, make us feel. So the whole mental fitness, what is that? Shah keeps talking about mental fitness, positive intelligence. If someone asks you about the definition, what is that? So essentially, mental fitness is your capacity to respond to life's challenges with positive rather than negative mindset. And that's the ability we can definitely strengthen as we go on and on in life. And you might ask why it's important. The whole mental fitness, the concept, was started in the Silicon Valley from a professor in the Stanford University. So we did a research. The research was basically also did among the tech companies. Team performs 31% better, and sales people sell 37% more. You might say that I'm not a salesperson. I mean, I personally think we're all salesperson. Even if you're like engineer, you might sell your ideas, your talents to get better projects sometimes. And people live 10 years more. Yeah, if you like insist I'm not a salesperson, and you probably wanted to live 10 years more, or want to be 3 times more creative and happier. So that's the impact of strengthening our mental fitness and increase our positive intelligence. And the research, if you're really thinking about what's going on with the research, where is the data coming from? So this research comes from hundreds of CEOs and their executive team, mostly are the tech companies, Stanford universities, world-class athletes, participants from 50 different kind of countries. So, and if you wanted to learn more about the concepts, there's also a book called Positive Intelligence. Highly recommend that book. And the whole positive intelligence foundation is built on, positive psychology and neuroscience. And I'm not going to go through all this because that's not the intention of the workshop today. But if you do feel curious about what's going on in this foundation of the research, I would recommend you to get the book, or reach out to me afterwards, so we can talk more about the foundation of the concept. So essentially, and this is the juicy part, I really love to talk about the juicy part of this workshop, is there are 100 billion neurons in our brain. So every single brain is sort of like this ship, like kind of like a fork, right? Whenever an event goes under, kind of enter our brain cell, and goes under 2 different kind of path. And one is on this path, and then another one on this path. Without training our mind, it goes down the path that's so familiar to us. That's when earlier Maria was talking about childhood trauma, whatever trauma we're facing. So when this path, one path of the neuron is activated, that becomes our default way of processing information. So if we don't actively train our mind, we process information the way how we were back then. So we're not really strengthening our mind, which is needed for us to face different challenges in the future. So in saboteurs lives on left side part of the brain, and then limbic system. And the sage power lives on the other side and part of our middle prefrontal cortex. So there are really 10 saboteurs in total. There are only 5 sage powers in total. We're going to talk more about the saboteurs because there are more of it. And let's see how much time we have left. We can touch on the sage power, but I'm assuming probably we don't have enough time to touch every single sage power. That's part of my training and coaching that I do. So the 10 saboteurs, they motivate you through negative emotions. Could be fear, stress, anger, guilt, shame. And the sage power on the other side they motivate us through creativity, positive emotions, which is very interesting. I came from, a culture where people think that I needed to be scared for me to take action, and that somehow kind of, embedded in how I show up in my own marriage, right? Like I would say things like to a lot of people, it might sound like a manipulation. If you don't do this, then this happens. Yeah, sometimes this gets things done. If you're parents, and if you're parents here, you might motivate your child in a way like, hey, if you don't do this, this is the consequences. That's when we're really activating the other person's saboteurs. And what happens to when we're, activating our saboteurs or someone else's saboteurs is that you only generate success, but not happiness. That's where you see a lot of billionaire out there. Remember, this was done initially for the whole research was done initially for the CEOs, a lot of like VP level engineers, for engineers in the tech world. A lot of them are so successful, billionaire, but they're not happy at all. And that's where we found when we activate our sage power, which lives on the right side of the brain, and then it generates the highest happiness and sustained success and happiness. So this is a whole reason why we're doing this. There's also this is what I got very triggered and intrigued and interested in the beginning was the research team had a group of people to do brain MRI scan prior to the whole training. And then after 4 to 6 weeks of the training, they had the same group of people to do the brain MRI scan again. Then they found that the gray area of where the sage power resides on the right side of the brain increase. And the way how they show up, the energy they bring into every single conversation, that was totally different comparing to before to the training. And I am almost like a testimonial to this whole training myself. I went through this myself, so I want to share this with you. So the saboteur is essentially says, this is bad. Everything is bad. Those people we're dealing with, they're bad. The situation is bad. And I'm bad. Like, who am I? What am I doing this here? I judge myself. A lot of us judge ourselves a lot. And Sage is saying, this is a gift. Look at the situation. This is a gift for us. And a lot of people ask, which perspective is true? Is it a gift or is it bad? So the answer from this positive intelligence concept is whichever you believe, that becomes true. So we do have a choice in this, in every single situation in our life. And then I want to share, sometimes, the situation might be too tough for us to see the gift in the moment. I didn't share in the beginning, and when I was 7 years old, my parents divorced. So I stayed in boarding school ever since. And that's how I become so independent. I stayed in boarding school while my parents were figuring out their marriage situation. My mom was a CFO in a tech company, and she was very stressed out, apparently, for her job. And so I was basically on myself the whole time, and then come to the States when I was 17, 16. And if someone came to me and say, hey, Sha, look, you got a gift. And I would say, screw you. Excuse my language. I needed a parents who could be there and love me. I didn't really see that as a gift. But now, in retrospect, that was a gift. I wouldn't want my life in any other way. That's how I become so independent and anti-fragile in some way. So I want to share this story with you because oftentimes when the situation are so tough, so difficult, we might not see the gift right away. Like the 7-year-old version of myself, but allow yourself to process whatever emotions you need to and revisit this situation 30 days from now on, but allow yourself to be open to see the opportunity there. Constantly ask yourself, what gift am I getting from this specific situation? At least the first step is really be open to it, right? And then realize, and also if you are not ready to see the gift, don't be hard on yourself. Know that you need more time to process and see the gift, and that's totally okay. So let's dive deeper into the mental health saboteurs. And we're going to dive into two other concepts. Like I said, we're going to spend more time on the saboteurs today. And I'm going to go over the self-command concept, which we actually did a little bit as we're doing this breathing exercise, and the sage power, the end. So the first saboteur is the judge. It's universal. We all have this judge, we judge ourselves. I don't know if you ever had this opportunity, to do take on more, like in Google, we have this concept of manager needs to give us opportunity for we call this stretching opportunity, something that's takes more skill sets for us to complete the task. So we all have the opportunities to grow, but in that environment, it's very hard. We needed to grow our skill sets to complete the task. So oftentimes when we take on the opportunities, we might feel like we're not good enough to take on that. So I don't know if this is surprising for you all. It was surprising for me at the first when I learned that there's actually a group at Google. We come together, talk about imposter syndrome. And surprisingly, there are 160,000 employees at Google. And I know in that group, at least there are 10,000 people in that group who constantly feel imposter syndrome and all that stuff going on. I'm like, wow, look at all those amazing people got hired at Google. And yet everyone still feel we're not good enough, right? So we judge ourselves often. That's the first judge. And we judge the people around us. If you work with other people on the team, if that person works certain different ways than we want the persons to do, we might judge that person for not being competent enough, how this project is not going good enough. And we judge the situation. I work on the Google Cloud team. So we went through, I don't even remember how many reorgs, leadership change and all that stuff. If I put myself to judge that big situation, and now we have pandemic, we're going back to office. Full transparency, I went to the office yesterday and got an email and saying that the building I went to had people who tested COVID positive. And I'm like, I actually had a low fever yesterday. So that was a time it's like, there's a lot of going on as we're kind of facing the world. And in China, in Shanghai, I don't know if you guys read about the news. People are locked down again. They're not going back to the world. And people are dying because they're starving. There's so much going on. And how can we see the gift in those situations? It's hard sometimes. So we judge different kind of situations. That's our first saboteurs. So the judges naturally bring in negative emotions for us, right? And the question is, are negative emotions good for you? So take a moment to think. Are good negative emotions good for you? Same question, I guess a different question, similar context. Is pain good for you? Negative emotions cause a lot of pain in us, mentally and physically. I know this is not my hand. My hand is still good. So negative emotions is only helpful for 1 second as alert signal. You don't want to burn your hand on the stove. Same as you don't want to burn your mental health as you go through those difficult situations. Staying in negative emotion hurts your ability to see clearly and respond with empathy, curiosity, creativity, or laser-focused action. So negative emotions, in another word, that's our saboteurs. So I'm going to go through the rest of those saboteurs. There are 9 of them. There's also assessment that you can take. It's a free assessment. You can just go to the website and go through the assessment. Take what are your top saboteurs for more self-awareness. Don't do that now because I want you to be present here. I'll send the link, or you can feel free to Google Positive Intelligence Saboteur Assessments. There are actually 2 assessments. One is a saboteur that tells you what your top saboteurs are, which are your natural tendencies to sabotage yourself. And that might very likely started as you're a child, and you somehow unconsciously carry that with you as you grow up. And the reason why we allow those saboteurs to sabotage ourselves is because we have such a strong faith in them. We believe that if we do this, if we follow those saboteurs' guidance, we're going to have the success that we're looking for. And there are lies behind that, which is where I'm going to go through a little bit more. And then there's another assessment. It's called a PQ. So just like, emotional intelligence or other intelligence assessment, this is a positive intelligence assessment that you can go through. And I believe the breaking point is 65. So anywhere above 65, that means you're a generally very positive person, and you have the capacity, mental muscles to deal with changes and difficult situations in life. Doesn't mean that you're perfect. You can always improve. And if anything that's below 65, that means you do have a room for improvements, which is a great news. I remember first time when I took it, my score was like 35 or 36. I'm like, I don't believe this. I'm going to take this again. And then second time I was 32. I was not surprised. And that time I was just so depressed, anxious. I think that was the first year. First year when COVID happened. I was very anxious and depressed at that time. A lot of people on my team got laid off. So I went through this and I took it again. Now I think my new score is 92. And I definitely see the word from a different lenses currently. To me, that was a gift. If I didn't really know that my positive intelligence score was so low, I wouldn't see that the opportunity for me to work on. So I would encourage you to not judge yourself as I kind of go through those saboteurs. So let me pull my notes out for this one. So the first one is controller. Controller is very, very interesting. Let me get this one. Controller is, in another word, it's those people who say either my way or highway. And controller is basically also saying, things have to be this way, my way, otherwise life is not going to be pleasant. The next one is hyperachiever. Let me go down to 1 second. Trying to pull out my notes. So next one is hyperachiever. I definitely have hyperachiever in me. And it's funny, I did this workshop with Googlers multiple times, and different teams have different things. Many teams have this overlapping saboteurs as top saboteurs as hyperachiever. Hyperachiever, it's basically saying, for me to be happy and successful, I have to constantly achieve. And hyperachiever is saying, you can achieve more because of me. And the next one is restless. Restless is saying that everything I do needs to have a purpose. That was me. I had a restless in me. Everything I do, I need to have a purpose. My philosophy to life back then was to live without regret. And then I jump into different kind of things and I get myself burned out. And next one is stickler. So let me click. Stickler is, in another word, perfectionist. So stickler is saying, I can bring in more peace and joy to your life by making perfect quality and order. And pleaser, some of you might have pleaser in your life, or you might have pleaser in your own saboteur profile. Pleaser is saying, I can help you have a better relationship, have people trust you and like you more. Hypervigilant is saying, in order for you to protect, you have to be anxious all the time. That's a tough one to deal with. A lot of people on our engineering team, product team, we just recently had this well-being workshop with our product team. They had hypervigilant as number one saboteur on the team because they are responsible for a lot of product launch. Things go wrong, they're responsible for that. But that is a saboteur we can actually work on. The next one is avoider. If you have avoider in your life, this might be familiar to you. Avoider are the ones who cover their eyes, and avoider saying, I'm going to make life more pleasant, positive, and joyful. And then just cover your eyes, your ears, and everything, pretending nothing is happening. And victim is saying, I'm here to soothe yourself and help get attention, connection, and love from people. And victim is interesting because as I know more about this concept, I see victim showing up in myself a lot and people around me. My mother, for example, conversation, my Sunday call with my mother was like being there, holding space for her. And I also noticed there's a lot of victim showing up in her, right? That's when you go to a happy hour and you see someone just complaining the whole time about, oh my God, why did I get this? This is so much for me, poor me. That's a victim. And hyper rational is saying, I can help you make better decisions because the best decisions are made through processing information through mind, which is very interesting. My husband has this one in his profile. It's tough because it's hard to really connect with people who have hyper rational showing up. So take a moment right now to think how strong each saboteur is affecting you currently at work and in personal life. Yeah, and sometimes it's really easy to spot saboteurs in other people around you. But for now, let's forget about people around you, right? I know I probably, this is on me. I started to kind of talk to my husband, my mother, but let's try to let's go inside ourselves. What are the saboteurs that might show up in ourselves? And it's very interesting because I thought I had hyperachiever as my number one saboteurs. After I took the assessment, that was not my number one saboteur. My number one was actually restlessness. It all makes sense. Why I got burned out, why I had so much achievements going on and I was so unhappy. So I would encourage you and invite you to kind of think about what your saboteurs, top saboteurs are, and then go through the assessments and compare. And that would sometimes give you a little bit more information about yourself that's needed for you to be more resilient or anti-fragile. Okay, so like I said, all those 9. Okay, so this is a profile before I go to the lies about those. This is a profile that you will get from the assessments, like the results. James is the VP of engineering from one of the tech companies that we work with. Everyone has those saboteurs. And you might say, I have all of them. Yeah, we all have all of them. But the key is to focus on what is your main key saboteurs. What is the number one? And second one that's dominating your thought process, how you make decisions and how you show up. And that's your secret for you to work on. That's something that you do work on. Once you work on them, and you're gonna be more resilient and happier in life. Okay, let's see if I go over. So I mentioned about every single of those saboteurs have lies. The reason why we believe in them is because we just hold them as almost like a Bible. Like, oh my God, I need to achieve so much for me to be happy. And that's, in my culture, I don't know if it's same for you all, but in China, it's all about the status, right? If you're good enough, you have good score back in school, you become doctor, lawyer, I don't know. Nowadays, it's engineers. And you make more money, and then you achieve more, and you buy big house and cars, and you'll be happy ever after. Life doesn't work out that way, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble going on in the world. So hyperachiever is saying that you can achieve more because of me. I'm using this as an example. Every single one of them has lies behind it. Once we debug the lies about it, and then we pull ourselves to center, to the true essence of ourselves. So forgot to mention the whole concept of positive intelligence is saying that none of us is broken. None of us was, had, needed to heal, whatever. And then we're all good. The whole purpose of this positive intelligence is to bring us home, back to this 5-year-old version of ourselves. That's the essence of ourselves. So that's the whole purpose of the training. And debugging the lie about those saboteurs help you to go back home and show up as the most powerful version of yourself. So the hyperachiever, sorry, I'm going everywhere now, but hyperachiever, the lie, the truth is the achievements is the condition for them to have self-love and self-acceptance. So their identity is tied to their achievements. When detours or bleaches happen, which will always happen, they freak out and they make people around them freak out. And then they set up their life in a way that their identity is constantly being challenged. So the hyperachiever get to actually achieve less, not more. They won't get much loyalty and inspiration from people because they're always trying to achieve. And happiness and peace are just fleeting. People who have a hyperachiever as a dominate saboteurs are good at covering up that insecurity and self-promoting because they always want to be efficient and effective and keep people at safe distance. So we're kind of having this real talk right now, right? Like there's always lies about that. Once we realize, oh, wow, that's actually something that's stopping me from being the, happy and successful version of myself. And then you slowly let it go. And I'm going to pick a few of them to talk about their lies because just for the time's sake. But if you want to chat more about this, feel free to reach out. Let's see. I'm going to guess. Let's go with pleaser. So pleaser is the ones and saying, I can help you have a better relationship, have people trust you and like you more. The truth is that by constantly saying pleasant stuff to people, people don't trust you fully. They don't know where they stand with you because they know that you can't just always have pleasant things to say. Also, pleasers always give. They never really share their needs. So at some point, resentment might appear because pleasers will exhaust and say, why am I always giving? I've never received. But in reality, they never really share their needs to anyone to begin with. I see a lot of pleasers. I was a pleaser myself. Years ago, every time when I went back to China, my suitcase was filled with gifts to everyone. And now, and sometimes I was complaining about how my families were not there for me. So I'm going to stop sharing about the lies about each saboteurs. It can be really dark. But it's so needed. Sometimes we need to see the truth, right? Lifting the carpet and see the dirt underneath for us to clean up the house. I'm using it as an analogy. And once you take the assessments, you're going to see more of the details, the characteristics, the thoughts and everything, so you can get to know more about yourself. Self-command. So the second one is self-command. So what it takes is basically 10-second PQ reps. What is the PQ reps? It's essentially sort of like when you go to the gym, right? You work out your muscles, like your weights. If I ask you to lift 200-pound weights today, if you're not a weightlifter yourself, you might say, "Hey, how am I able to do that?" Right? So you have to go to the gym every day to practice, and maybe 10 pounds to start with, and then eventually you're gonna get to lift heavier weights. So similar to stress, similar to a lot of difficult situation, as we take on more responsibilities within our organization, as we progress in life, you get married, you have kids, you have more responsibilities. Life can get tough. We can't just, through all those stress on ourselves and expecting us to be 100% resilient or anti-fragile all the time in the first time. So the reason why we need to do this whole mental fitness exercise is that we are preparing ourselves for more responsibilities, for more stress. And stress is not going to go away by itself, especially when you do more, you achieve more. And a lot of us are called to make more impact in this world. So for us to do that, there are going to be stress, right? So the 10 seconds PQ reps, we already did that earlier in the breathing exercise. Essentially, this is the one signature one. Basically, touch your thumb and your finger for 10 seconds, as slow, as fast as you want. You can follow me if you want, but feel the edge and feel the texture of your skin, feel the temperature. This is a moment whenever you feel you are in your Saptor state and you just stop. Stop right away and start to do 10 PQ reps. The Saptor state can be big, could be like you feel so much anger, you feel so sad, whatever that's going on, the negative emotions. It could be small, just very subtle energies that you're feeling that's shifting. Start to do 10 seconds of this. And it takes nothing. You don't have to go to a meditation room or go for a long walk, 10 seconds. And ask yourself, how is my Saptor sabotaging myself now? What is the gift here? Or you don't have to ask yourself. Sometimes I go out, I would pick a spot to look at. That's a visual, right? For 10 seconds. Or when I wash the dishes, I feel the water, the temperature, the speed of the water, and for 10 seconds. So different ways to do it. I would invite you to brainstorm with yourself or with the people around you. What are the ways that you can actually do your mental 10-second PQ reps? It's very simple again. So this is a whole process. It's an operating system. Isn't it pretty cool? Like we were born years ago. No one told us what is operating system that we have. Now you get to create your own operating system. So whenever you feel negative emotions, just stop. That's when you're in your Saptor mode. If you keep going in that mode, it's gonna trigger other Saptor mode. So that's when you feel like you see one thing, you're judging one thing that's not going well. All of a sudden, nothing is going well in your life. So the whole first step is to stop and do PQ reps to quiet your Saptors, activate your sage power. And then assume the sage perspective that every problem can be converted into a gift and opportunity. So generate the gift by using the sage power like empathy, curiosity, creativity, and calm, clear-headed action. We don't have time. I'm looking at my clock. We don't have time to go through the sage power, which are 5. We have 5 sage powers we can use. They're in my toolbox. Yeah, I can basically pick and choose which one that I could use in every single situation. But at least you got a good starting point, right? Understand your Saptors and do the 10-second PQ reps when you're in your Saptor mode. So last one is sage. Sage essentially lives in the part of brain that's associated with positive emotions, peace, calm, clear-headed focus, creativity, and big picture. And the whole goal is for us to thrive, for us to be ourselves, authentic, but also achieve success. The kind of success that matters to us is to operate from the sage perspective. So remember, sage perspective is saying that every single outcome or circumstances can be turned into a gift and opportunity. And the key word here is every. Right? You don't get to pick and choose the ones that I want to see gift, and that's the ones that I see sage power. It's every single one. You might want to even, if you journal, write in your journal, what are the situations you are currently facing that's caused you negative emotions? Write them down. And maybe on the next column, and just write down what is a gift and opportunity you're seeing, or you are willing to turn them into gift and opportunities. If you're not ready for that, that's okay. Revisit them after 30 days or so. Set a timer in your calendar, right? Revisit those tasks after 30 days or even 2 months, whatever that's comfortable for you. So the question is it really possible to just shift from Saptor to sage response, even in very, very tough challenges? The answer is yes, but the speed and depth of the shift depends on the mental muscle strength. I've done this whole PQ reps and the whole thing for 2 years now. Like I said, I started when the COVID all started. It took weeks, days sometimes for me to bounce back in those tough situations. And my husband can testify, he lives with me in the same house, and then I can get really emotional, and I can get a lot of things going on. I was not resilient at that time, but now it takes sometimes 5-10 minutes for me to bounce back. I'm a happier person, and my team always say this, I don't know what you do. Like, you seem always being very calm, collect, and know how to, like our team sometimes negotiate huge projects with other teams, and I'm always the go-to person to represent our team. But when I told everyone, I was the person who just get angry all the time, get triggered all the time. I was the person who sent out angry emails to teammates. None of them believed me. So I would highly recommend you to start to strengthen your mental muscles today, because it does take time. What I'm talking about today, it's insights, right? All the information that you need to know, that only contributes to 20% to the success. It does take 80% of the mental muscle to be where you want it to be. So don't think that you attended it today and then, be here for the whole an hour and you would be so much more resilient. I think you will, but it takes more than that. There's 80% mental muscles that you need to put work in there. So I would encourage you to start to do that more often. And thank you. And then we're out of time. I know we don't have time to go over the sage powers. That's actually my favorite part. But if you're interested in learning more about that, feel free to reach out to Maria. And I do have my Thrive Essential packages. Essentially, it's a framework that you can use in different situations for you to bounce back. I do have a discount code 50% off. So you can go to my website and then apply the discount code Thrive 2022. It's a special discount for you all. And if you're interested in learning more about one-on-one coaching with me, it's on my website and you can apply a call. And then if you have a team that wanted to do a team workshop, feel free to reach out. We can definitely set up a team workshop for your team. So that'll be all. Thank you all. Mary, I'll hand it over to you to summarize everything. Well, hopefully that was helpful and then something that you're expecting.
Yeah, it was really great. I was mentioning inside of the chat, if you wanted to go into the stage powers really briefly, you could, because we actually have about 20 minutes before our next speaker. But I do think some of what you introduced there, for some of us, is the first time we've ever, I myself, as a mental health advocate, I am familiar with anti-fragility, especially within like sustainable development. It's a very recent concept, and I do think it's very exciting that it made its way into this presentation. So thank you so much for that. But with regard to the saboteur and the sage power, I think that was an entirely new breakdown of influences and sources of, those not just spiritual, but those ever present forces that are sort of moving things around. And I do think that it was very informative. So if you have some time to go into the sage powers, I know I'm interested to hear more about it, and I will definitely be reaching out to you to see if you would be willing to continue this intervention, not just formally and corporately, but our community can really benefit from this learning. In particular, one of the comments that came up, I wanted to show you, was from my co-organizer, our lead organizer with Google Developer Groups, Nicholas Mendez, that traditional Caribbean parenting can be big on that saboteur energy. Like, it's here in the Caribbean, we have some of our childhood traumas, getting back into that. It's so, when you were talking about the saboteurs, we were all just like, that's my mom, or like, that's my dad, or like, for me, you were literally pulling out the leaders and the people who were responsible for you.
Yes.
we're really driven by these energies,
Right.
controlling energies, almost kind of, critical energies that definitely didn't. I mean, I love the example that you made, that you pulled out about someone asking if you were a diversity hire. It's almost
Mhm.
like, it pulls the foundation underneath, and you're supposed to just move forward from that, but it's not so easy to do.
Yeah.
So we would love to hear more about the sage powers. We love that you went into the saboteur power so much with us, because as I mentioned earlier, it's really relevant here in our Caribbean culture,
Mhm.
and and all of it is relevant. So if you wouldn't mind, that's okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, let me think. Like, so how much time we have right now?
We have 25 minutes.
25. Yeah. So there are 5 different stage powers. Like I said, it's designed for 4 to 6 weeks of
Right.
training and coaching. So I'm trying to think what we can actually put in there for 20 minutes for it to be impactful. I definitely don't want it to rush. But before that, I wanted to kind of share my comments, right? Like, I I really appreciate how you are kind of sharing, be open to, hey, I'm detecting this specific software that's showing up in my parents, my sister, my brother, and whoever that's around me. Also, remember when we do that, we are activating our judge. That's number one software that we all have, right? When we judge people, that creates um, negative emotions.
Yeah.
So, for example, my situation with my parents, right? Like I judged them all the time, hey, you didn't get your shit together, excuse my language. Like, she has situation with my dad, right? Like, that's why I'm in this pretty fucked up situation. Sorry for my language again. That's, I get really straightforward sometimes. So I pull myself in that situation for decades, like I was miserable as a kid. I don't have a childhood picture of myself to show you, but if you look at my childhood picture, I was this child just, I don't know, deep, sad eyes. But
Oh,
I,
yeah.
I had those saboteurs developed as I was a child. And so that, remember I was talking about the neurons, right? Like the fork. I automatically go to the judge. That was so comfortable. That was my default. So in workspace, I unconsciously bring in that way of thinking, and that put me in a very miserable spot, right? When people are judging me and saying, hey, Shar, are you a diversity hire? And I start to judge, hey, maybe you are just wanted to join Google, you didn't get hired, and now you're da 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 da. That doesn't really help me to do my best. That doesn't help me to connect with a colleague. So it was a moment when I realized, wow, I judge so much about the people around me. I judge myself. The oftentimes after we judge other people, and then we start to judge ourselves. I'm like, how come I cannot be this nice, loving person? Why do I have to judge that person? Because essentially, the essence of ourselves is love. We all have love in ourselves, but we don't get to reach that state because sometimes we're just wounded we feel like we're wounded inside, right? Like you're saying about the trauma we're going through. But it's really the moment when we realize we have the power to pull ourselves to center and to bringing ourselves back home. Like I often tell my clients, I'm not the one who to bring in your home. I'm not here to help you. I'm here to just teach you and guide you through the process. You have a whole power to get yourself back home. And that's powerful. I see this kind of enlightenment, empowerment in a lot of people. So I would love, I don't know what, I'm not from your region, but I'm assuming there are a lot of going on. As one person lift herself or himself up, that could be inspiration for the people around them. So I'm so glad you have the community because that's so essential. That's a foundation we all need.
Most definitely. I do think that so we have a few comments from the audience. From Dr. Mario Barrow, we have becoming a sage also seems to have a lot to do with having a grateful mindset. What would you? Yeah, do you agree with that?
Grateful, yeah. So remember the sage brand, the power that stays on the right side of the brand, right? If you think about right brand, I don't know if you guys heard about someone saying, "Oh, I'm left branded person," or "I'm right brand
Well,
person."
we have a lot of artists here today, so definitely.
Oh, right. So I personally don't like to generalize and saying, I'm a left brand or I'm right brand. We all function from both brand, but because of the childhood, whatever we went through, we somehow trained our mind to be or we kind of dominate different side of the brand from time to time. So when you talk about empathy, grateful and all that stuff, that stay on the stage power. So that's true. You're definitely on spot for that. It's true. Like we bring in more of like the sage part of the brand to every single situation, and we see the world from different lens. Um, so that's yeah. So that's why you see a lot of little tips and from here, advices from here and there, and saying, yeah, be grateful and write down the things you're grateful for 10. I even have this, like, I don't know if you heard about this 5 minutes journal next to me.
Oh, please tell us more about it. What's the 5 minutes
I
journal?
love this so much. This is on the positive intelligence, but you every day it has a quote on top, but every day in the morning you get to write, I'm grateful for three things that you're grateful for, and then three things that would make today great. And daily affirmation, I am. This is powerful because sometimes people say, oh my God, I'm just mean, I'm just angry, I'm just da da da. I am is a very powerful words, and everything we say about ourselves has energy to it.
Yes,
So
100.
when we say I'm mean, I'm not smart enough, I'm just stupid, I don't deserve this job, that has energy to it. So the affirmation that I am, that bringing power back to you. So those are the three things you say you can do in the morning. I'm grateful for three things, right? Write down what would make today great. Three things. Daily affirmation. I am. Blah 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 blah. And at night, then you write down three amazing things that happened today. Three things. It can be small and big. And then how could I have made today even better? Just one thing. And I've been doing this for years now. You don't have to get a journal. I think it just maybe start to write down. Um, that become my ritual. Like first thing in the morning, I write down those three things in the morning. And before I go to sleep, I run out. And then now I start to do this with my husband. We would share our notes for each other. That connects us.
That's amazing. That's actually a really great suggestion for a couple activity because then you sort of grow in gratitude together. Yeah,
Yes.
that's amazing. So we also had a comment from Candice Raffet who said, yes, gratitude helps to dissipate anger, so it would help with the victim. I actually had some recent experiences where I was like, I feel like I have a lot of victim mentality in my life, not necessarily on my end, but others on their end. And I do feel like sometimes when you encounter it, you you feel like, okay, this is going to be a horrible disaster of a relationship because everything that happens to you, you think is happening to you and only you. And
Yeah.
no, and that becomes problematic because people put so much blame. There's so much blame, and you haven't even started the conversation. Like you turn around and the blame is like slapping you in the face, and you're like, okay. So how would you advise some of us? I mean, and you introduce us to so many of these things, but I think it's actually a really great opportunity for us to ask you things about how to deal with some of these saboteurs as they are,
Mhm.
as they appear in other people. So how would we deal with the victim as well as how do we deal, because even though others may have those really strong saboteurs, they're not bad people, right?
Mhm.
So is there something that we can do or something that we can say that can potentially help improve that situation? Like I used to have a situation with one of my siblings where we used to trigger each other all the time when we
Yeah.
talk. So like she would be talking and I'd be like, oh God. And then I would start talking and she would just be irritated by what she thought was my know it allness. She was
Mhm.
like you think you know everything. I was like, no, I don't. And
Yeah.
then I would think that she's always trying to control everything. And those two things were always present,
Yeah.
right? So one of the things that I learned how to do was I stopped saying you. I actually read a few books on it because
Mhm.
because it was that bad. We were living together and we were fighting every day. And something I actually started to do with her was that and not just her, but other people in my life, that I started to notice maybe something about my dialogue or my communication might be violent. So let's start looking at what's violence in my communication. So I actually stopped saying you when I was bringing things up. I'd be like, maybe some people. I would never say you. I would say some people or a person might, or somebody. I never used the word you, and it really de-escalated the way that we spoke to each other a lot. So, if you have any advice, in particular, the victim and the controller, because I think those might be two of the dominant ones that we encounter all the
Mm,
time.
interesting. Yeah, controller is it's so interesting because if you think about controller, right, they're the ones who actually they feel like my mom has controller in her, right? Like you're talking about your sister and everyone. It's so easy to detect what are the saboteurs showing up in other people. The same time that, like I said, like you use a word, you trigger each other. But I like to use we activate each other's saboteurs. And so for me, control is really illusion. There's nothing that's within our control, right? Like, would you know COVID is going to be gone tomorrow? No, nothing is going to within our control. So the whole illusion, I would say, like if things, I can have something in control, that's we need to let go of that thoughts. But for other people who have control in themselves, right? It's if you really trace it back to when it was um, started, then you would want to be curious of how did this started in a way, what is controlling, like why do you want it to have this in the way how you want it? Like part of it is your communication, but part of it is bringing curiosity to that situation to understand more. Why is this important to you? So that's when we're shifting from judge, because often as you're just talking about, oh my god, this person's controller is showing up, this person's victim showing up, we're judging that person is showing up in a different way, right? So we're shifting as we're bringing curiosity to that situation. We're shifting from being activating our saboteur side of the brain, which is judgments, to right like the sage power, which is curiosity. Hey, what is going on? Like pure curiosity, you're not judging. And that when you because you do the only thing I would say you have control is yourself. Like you do get to bring yourself to the sage side of the power. Like I said, anything saboteurs and sage are both contingent. If you bringing a lot of saboteur power to the conversation, you for sure it's gonna activate another person's saboteur. If you bring in sage power to the conversation, that's gonna activate the other person's sage power. On a higher level, you're bringing curiosity, you're bringing love and everything to the conversation. That person is going to slowly dissolve. You're actually doing something to, you're helping that person, you're helping yourself, helping the relationship. It's going to be hard when you are so activated, we're in the moment of judge. So that's when you start to do the PQ reps, right? The 10-second PQ reps, bringing you back to the other side of the brain. Hey, I'm judging now. Well, as I'm talking about this person's saboteur, what saboteurs of mine is showing up? How would the conversation be different if I'm able to let go of my top saboteurs in the conversation right now? So that's something I would want to share. And then again, this is theory, and then you probably needed to try it out and see what works for you, right?
Yeah, I actually think that the pure curiosity sage power is definitely effective, especially if you are like really new. And I'm only speaking just from I've had to figure out a lot of dialogue or communication solutions for myself, because
Mm-hmm.
there's so much trauma in communication in my family.
Mm-hmm.
Like how we communicate with each other isn't healthy. It's
Yeah.
not it's not empowering, it's not safe. So there's like a lack of trust sometimes
Mm-hmm.
within everyone. And
Yeah.
then there's one or two people who I think in the family that everybody trusts, and that's just because they had such a strong ethic about how they communicate. And you know that if they're saying something to you, yeah, that's it. like it's a very direct, you can trust what they say. But the majority, I think, even though other people perceive us as earnest, committed, loving, we're very externally um supportive to our communities. Within the family, we're kind of like not sure, or we don't trust each other. So I've had to grow up with that. And of course, I myself had my own toxic communication that I had to overcome.
Mm.
So like I had to understand, what is it about, what are the beliefs, so what are the ideologies or even experiences that are making me say these things,
Mhm.
and sometimes, that same thing with psychology, they tell us you're eventually going to turn into your parents, right? So like sometimes you catch yourself saying something, like I would be babysitting my nieces or nephews, and I would say something and it would come out, and I was like, oh no. Like I
Yeah.
I just became my mother, or I was talking to my partner today, because we were going through sort of like a problem that we need to resolve with the house, and we have a new dog that is growing huge. It was supposed to be like a small dog that we thought would be like a cute little puppy, but no, now it's like a giant dog, and we have to solve that problem. And I said something. I don't even remember what it was, but I remember when I said it, I was like, "Oh God, I've turned into my mother." Like I can't. And I do think sometimes when we have situations where we associate negative things or negative emotions with specific people, even though my mom was she was an angelic person. She wasn't perfect, and I do think sometimes Asian families, so like my mother is second generation Chinese,
Mhm.
first generation Chinese Trinidadian. So I'm very familiar with Chinese guilt, Asian guilt, and
Mhm.
she managed us with guilt. Like
Wow.
so we were effectively managed through guilt, but she was also extremely nurturing, giving, facilitating mother. But I do think that when it came to us doing things that didn't please her,
Mhm.
there was a lot of trauma with that. And then you have an another abusive parent. She was an abusive. My father was abusive. Where you feel like if you're not perfect, then you don't deserve love, right?
Mhm.
And all of those things feed into how I treated other people,
Mm.
how I treated my business relationships. My expectations of others were really high. So, like,
Mhm.
if they didn't meet those expectations, I would think they didn't love me, or like
Mhm.
they didn't trust me, or, and you just kind of get all. And then, of course, my response to that was to avoid those situations. So, the moment that I thought something was going to happen that I didn't want, I would just leave the room. I'd be like,
Yeah.
I'm going to leave because I'm not going to like this mess. And I think the best thing, you can ask any one of my close friends or family, I am a runner. Like, I will run,
Yeah.
I will pick up everything and be like, okay, see ya. Like, I'll be back.
Right.
So there's a lot of lessons to learn, I think, about in those situations, instead of getting lost in what is happening in your head, that we can ask a question instead, like, okay, instead of trying to think, okay, what should I do, how do I please this person? I'm a pleaser as well, by the way. um,
Uh-huh.
how do I please this person to make this go away? And you were very right, something else you said earlier, that people who please others all of the time, people sometimes don't trust us because they're like, what, where are you really at? Like, you're always giving me
Mhm.
things, you're always being nice to me. And then people are just like, and it always caught me off guard because I would be like, I do all of these things, why would
Yeah.
you not trust me, right?
Right.
And I'm actually going through that with a friend right now, and I sent her a message and I was like, I don't I'm not enjoying what's happening between us, but I do feel like it's important for me to let you know that I think that you should have experiences that are great, right?
Mhm.
Because what was happening between us wasn't great, right? It was like, it felt tense, it felt unhealthy. and I'm a cancer patient. So
Mm.
for me, toxic relationships, even if it's with people that I love and who I know love me, I think that it's okay to distance yourself from them until they work themselves out a little bit. So, I really wanted to give her the freedom to walk away from the situation, not from me, but from the situation, with some resolution. And yeah, that didn't work out the way I thought it would, but it never. But I do think that that I am learning that asking questions. So like I asked her, it's like, is this what you want? You know,
Mhm.
like, is am I missing something? Do you need to share anything with me that I can help you better with? You know what I mean? And I do think that that curiosity can be a less violent way of dealing with those personalities that we mentioned earlier, those saboteurs that we mentioned earlier. And
Yeah.
I'm going to use this opportunity to bring onto screen our next speaker, who is Alyssa Rostan. Alyssa is, oh, Alyssa is doing something with breath work right now. I'm not sure if she realizes she's on screen. Alyssa, do you know you're on screen? Yeah, you're muted. Oh, she is muted. Okay, I'll bring her back. Um, but yeah, Alyssa's also doing something called She has a company called Radical Breathing,
Mm.
and I thought it was great that she was right after you, for us,
Okay.
it's for us to kind of connect that work that you're going to do with the
Yeah.
work that she's gonna go into right now. So, Sha, it was amazing having you. Just gonna put it back up on screen one more time. For those of you who would like to learn more about the work that Sha is doing, you can visit www.shahhurley.com. We're gonna paste some of Sha's links into the chat, so that you can follow up with some of her suggestions, but also her services and what she does. Her training is amazing. If it's like, if we were introduced to any small bits of it today, we're very excited to continue with this intervention for our Caribbean community, and hopefully we'll see you later at 4:50. You think you'll be able to make it?
I'll try. I actually have a COVID test because I was in the office. Someone got COVID positive. Being asked to do a COVID test. So I'll see if I can come back for
Okay.
that. I would love to. This is
Okay.
such a good community. Well, it's my honor to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank
Very
you.
nice meeting everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Shah. And I I do think that it has been a really great experience, being introduced to what kind of work she does for Google, and I love the fact that she was so open with us, letting us know why certain methodologies were being put in place and what the hopeful outcomes of those things were. So one more time, we're gonna add Alyssa to the stream. Hi, Alyssa.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Awesome, that's beautiful.
Oh, I was so happy with the content in Shah's workshop. I had no idea what it was going to be, the content of it, but her getting into saboteurs and stage influences, and of course the breath work that we did at the beginning of the workshop, I think was a perfect precursor to what you are
It
going to be
was
talking about today. Isn't that amazing how the
I
universe
couldn't I
works out?
couldn't have asked for a better lead in, the
No.
breath work and the notion of anti-fragility. I think
Yeah,
that's really important for us to really move past. I mean, yes, resilience, but also big yes, anti-fragility. So I was really thrilled to take in that presentation. It's really wonderful. I'm glad to be here today.
yeah, we're glad to have you. So, with no further ado, we're going to let me give a small introduction to what you're going to be talking about today. So, Alyssa Rostan is the pulmoner in chief of Radical Breathing, and today her workshop, or talk slash workshop, is called Breath Inspiration for Progress, which I love because as a cancer patient, I've learned that breathing is one of our natural ways to heal ourselves. So, looking forward very much to this talk, Alyssa.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to acknowledge first, I feel a little bit nervous about manipulating the screens and that kind of thing. And as a techie person, even acknowledging that activation is a bit of a new space for me. What we'll do today is be present with whatever's here. And yeah, that is a big part of moving forward. First, we are present to what is, we allow what is, and then we can move. Maria, just check me and tell me how long I actually have to present. That is eluding me at the moment. Okay, so let's see. Radical breathing and inspiration for progress. I was really, really glad to see this forum, and to be here today as part of Caribbean Women in Tech is very, very important for me. A long time ago, back before many things we take for granted, I was a process operator. Um, if memory serves, it's still illegal for women to work the overnight shift. But back before Y2K, when I walked off my first night shift, I was the first female process operator in the ammonia industry. And I realized over time that I'm interested in complex processes. I'm also interested in things that can't be taught. Um, Recursivity is interesting to me. I'll go through the aims today. We look a little bit about the fundamentals of breathing. We're going to learn a little bit about the respiratory system. We're going to talk about the F response. We hear a lot about fight or flight. We don't talk so much about freeze, flop, fawn, which are other mechanisms that the body intelligence uses to keep us safe. And then with that basic understanding, and we have artists, we have technicians, programmers, people across a wide range of pursuits, interests, aptitude. From a basis of basic understanding, we look at how breathing can supercharge your life and leadership. And the aim is to breathe into balance, power, joy, and flow. Yeah, I call myself an antidote. The people I want to be most impressed by me are my nieces and nephews. I'm a daughter, a friend, pulmonary, because I'm interested in breathing. I am a storyteller, and if I could get my slides to stop jumping and do what I like, yeah. I'm a woman of color from the Caribbean, in the Caribbean. I am a joyful collaborator and an enthusiastic conspirator. Enthusiasm is important for conspiracy, I think. So right now, I want to ask, how are you? And I would like you to take a moment to ask yourself that question. Charlotte, that's in a beautiful exercise. But really take a moment and feel yourself in your seat. Feel yourself supported where you are. just ask the question, how are you? And see if you get an answer. A lot of us spend a lot of time in our heads. Our heads are part of our body. We might have heard about multiple intelligences, but there is a sensing, and there are messages that the body communicates to us. The thing is that the brain and the mind is very, very good at telling stories. One of the things I do is research into speech and gesture. And the thing about the brain is that it gives us narrative. But just for a few seconds, simply sit and allow the question to be there. How are you? Sometimes you're surprised at the answer that you get and where the answers come from. Our lives are bracketed between breaths. We move into air from a water-filled environment. And in the instant of meeting the air, we gasp because we have never been cold before. If you've ever gotten into a cold shower, that gasp is a gasp that is similar to the initial inhale. It's a shock to the system. It is a wonderful thing that we do not have to remember to breathe. I mean, we take about 17,000 inhales and exhales. And if you're like me and can't find your keys unless you put them in a very specific place, not having to remember to breathe is a gift. And the first breath is one thing, and the other bracket is the last breath that we take, and we come into the world in our body and we leave on an exhale, and the body remains after the breath leaves. Breathing is absolutely central. You're never going to go to the doctor and he says, what I really want you to do is breathe less. It's not going to happen. And that for me is one of the things that I find has most facility. We have immediate access to the breath. It's something that we must do. And it's something that impacts each of the 37 trillion cells in our bodies from moment to moment. So my question is, why not? Why not leverage the breath? Audre Lorde. Caring for myself is not self-indulgence. It is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. Let's look at some definitions. The Cambridge English Dictionary says that breathing is the act or process of taking air into your lungs and releasing it. And Merriam-Webster says that breathing is having or showing life, to inhale and exhale air. Because I am a nerd who loves words, if you look at the etymology, when you talk about breathing, you are literally, another word for inhale and exhale is inspiration and expiration. Expiration, when we think about it, has to do with dying, letting go, leaving off. And inspiration is that thing that sometimes we find ourselves chasing. But each inhaled breath, by definition, is inspiration. So from the Latin inspirare, to blow into, to breathe upon, to fill with grace. And if you go a little further back, it's 13th century Old French from it's inspirer. Forgive my pronunciation. And radical. People says, everything is radical and I'm tired of the idea of radical. I really want us to make a little space and look at this definition of radical. So originating in the root or ground. Angela Davis says radical simply means grasping things at the root. And it's wonderful. Even the lungs themselves have roots. They're roots of the lungs. Let us look now at the lungs. Now, I am looking at this slide now, and it seems to me as if there might be some jewelry in this picture. I'll leave you to take a look at that. But that's a chest X-ray. And I'll give you another question. Do you generally breathe through your nose or your mouth? There are no wrong answers. But when people think or talk about breathing, the place that you're breathing into, the lungs, is a pretty big space, generally. And we'll look at this a little bit more further down. Your lungs go from about your shoulder, the top here, just in that sink of your collarbone is where the lungs start. And they're about as long in the back as almost to your elbow. So in the front, they'll be in about a line with your bicep, the end of your bicep, and then the back, they're down to your elbow. It's a large space. I've given definitions and talked a lot and confessed to being a nerd, which I guess is okay in this space. Yawning. I really would like it if you would take a moment and yawn. Really, I mean, I'm the only one on camera. I'm just going to give you a little space to yawn. And as you do that, I mean, like really yawn. Try yawning until your eyes water. And why? Why is this weird little brown person in a head wrap telling me to yawn? You go into a meeting and everybody, I mean, yawning in a board meeting would be like, people would clutch pearls if they were wearing them. What actually are you doing when you yawn? Yawning is a great way to release quite a lot of tension and really enliven the body. If you are feeling really, you're going into a meeting and you're just not feeling it, it's 2 PM and you're feeling that slump, maybe go into a place where you're not going to be judged for it and yawn. It will bring you quite a bit of energy and it will bring you into the present moment. Also, a lot of us carry tension in the jaw, and when you yawn, these big the masseter muscles at the jaw really get a workout. And generally the recommendation is to breathe. Well, we get to that, but yeah, maybe not in people's faces, but yeah, yawn. Of course, please don't go into your next board meeting and blame me for yawning. Just credit me mentally. But if it's don't blame Alyssa for yawning in the people's meetings. So I asked if you breathe through your mouth or your nose, and about the figures vary, but maybe 30 to 50% of adults breathe through their mouths while awake. And we talk about breathing through your mouth while asleep a little later. But one of the things that happens when you breathe through your nose is that nitric oxide is released. And that release of nitric oxide allows 18% more oxygen to be absorbed, reaching brain and muscles. And your mouth has quite a lot to do. Your nose is there with um, different structures in it to slow the air down, to filter the air, to warm it. So, one thing that can make a huge difference in many, many parts of your life is simply breathing through your nose. For some people who snore, or if you find that you are sleeping the recommended number of hours per night and you're not waking up rested, breathing through your nose while asleep can make a profound difference in the quality of your sleep. Now, I'm going to give you a suggestion that works really, really well. This is for you. I am not advocating that you try this on your partner. And so let me frame it in that way. Again, gently, easily. If you want to train yourself to breathe through your nose while you're asleep, you can tape your mouth shut. Now, this is not the kind of taping like you go to a Victorian era Caribbean hospital and they wrap you like a mummy. You get a piece, I don't have any right next to me. But there, if you go to the pharmacy and you ask them for micropore tape, MICROPORE, it's translucent tape. It looks almost like Scotch tape, but it has a lot of little holes, hence micropore. And you just put a strip across the Cupid's bow. Speaking of Cupid's bow, there is a Jewish legend that says that after the Creator breathed the breath of life into humans, He touched us, and that Cupid's bow is the indentation of the Creator's finger on our lips. So you get this micropore tape, you tape, and what happens is you breathe through your nose. When you breathe through your nose while you're asleep, you tend to change you reduce the amount of water that you lose, because if you breathe through your mouth, you lose more water vapor. There's this odd correlation. Is a hormonal effect that when you exhale less water while you sleep, you also wake up fewer times in the night to urinate. And that might be another factor that can help improve your quality of sleep, because you simply sleep through the night because you don't need to get up to use the bathroom. For some people also, they find that there's a marked reduction in snoring because the air that is getting into their system is moister, warmer. So some people actually will find that they don't snore as much. Sleep apnea is something different, but yeah, breathing and sleep, and one absolutely cheap solution, micropore tape. Again, you apply one strip of tape to yourself. You don't introduce, the tape and wrap your partner's head and all this kind of thing. I'm not taking the blame for that. Let's take a radical breath. I have a I have a bone with many of the breath practices. They're like, take a deep inhale and put it where? As a Caribbean woman, like doing one more thing. Don't tell me to do one more thing. I would invite you to exhale. And exhale, and if you want to sigh out, release any tension or release tension as you feel it in the jaw, forehead, eyes, mouth, neck. Just allow the tension to leave by simply relaxing. And then you inhale through the nose. You exhale again through the mouth. Feel the space that you make and inhale again through the nose. And try this again a couple more times. I will have a guided practice, at least 2 guided practices based on what we talk about today that you can download and use, download as an MP3 and use. Trivia. Is there erectile tissue in the nipples? I can't see the comments, so I'll give you a few moments to think about that. And while you're pondering that, let's take a look at the lungs themselves. They take up a lot of space. I mean, our trunk is mostly lungs. And if you look at the lungs, they kind of look, now I should have given a little bit of warning about this diagram. I tried to find one that was as unvisceral and cartoony as possible. But if you take a look, you will see that the lungs go from up by your neck, and as we said, to really, you feel the bottom of your ribs. You can feel the bottom of your ribs, and if you feel your ribs going around, all that is lung. Underneath the lungs, you have this gorgeous, gorgeous muscle, the diaphragm, that is under the lungs. And the diaphragm is the major muscle of respiration. So when you inhale, the diaphragm contracts and it's dome shaped. So you inhale, the diaphragm contracts, pulls down. The internal volume increases. So you have a situation of lower pressure in your lungs and air moves in from the external environment. When you breathe out, which is a passive process, the diaphragm relaxes, the space gets smaller, the pressure gets higher, and air moves out. There are many, many complex processes, both physical, biochemical, neurological, happening in that sequence. But basically, you have the ribs inside. So the ribs will do this, and then the diaphragm is moving down. So you have this movement. So when you're talking about taking a deep breath, just allow for that expansion and allowing. Yeah. Back to my trivia question. There is actually no erectile tissue in the nipples. Absolutely no. There is erectile tissue in the nose, and that regulates the airflow. It directs it left and right nostril several times during the day, and that modifies alertness. And nipple pucker happens through the action of smooth muscle. It's a great piece of trivia. So check in with your breath here. Allow our breath in. See what it feels like to allow the breath into the back body. And as we allow the breath into the back body, I think one of the greatest love story is the heart and the lungs. The heart and the lungs sit together inside the cage of the ribs. And the right lung has 3 lobes, but the left lung has 2 because the lungs make room for the heart. And heart and lungs together are in this constant, beautiful dance that allows fundamentally our continuing to be in the bodies and our spaceships moving through the world. If I asked you if you have any experience of breath practice, you might tell me no. But many of us have experience of CPR, and we may have at least heard about the Lamaze method. Pranayama is one of the 8 limbs of yoga. When we think about yoga, we generally think about asanas, which is, the stretching and the movement, hot, or maybe even yoga nidra. But pranayama, the practice of the withholding of the breath, prana, breath, life force, yama, to hold, is one of the limbs of yoga. Breathwork is also used by elite athletes, soldiers, markspeople, free divers, opera singers, and yogis. Respiration is studied in various fields. Why? Because it works, and it works in such a profound way. And why it works. We talked about the lungs and the heart. And the lungs and the heart are the 2 organs that have pacemakers. We might have heard about the pacemaker in the heart, which is located at the heart itself. So 2 great pacemakers. We have other methods, more biochemical, of keeping time. You might have heard about circadian rhythms, ultradian rhythms. And but the heart and the lungs have to be regulated because something has to tell your heart how to beat, and something tells your lungs how to breathe. So as part of the autonomic nervous system, and the autonomic nervous system is made up of the sympathetic, parasympathetic, and enteric nervous system. Breathing is a part of that. So the autonomic nervous system is generally that part that is the involuntary part of us, the part that we don't need to think about. We go back again to those 34,000 inhales and exhales. We don't think about it. Sometimes, our question is like, am I breathing or am I being breathed? Breathing is the only autonomic system that we can consciously control. There is a bi-directional nature to this system. And that is absolutely the center of why breathing is so effective. So signals go from the breath pacemaker in the brain. And the breath pacemaker is in the part of the brain. If you were to take your index finger and feel the notch just where your head rocks, just at the back of the brain, in a pretty old part of the brain, You have the breath pacemaker. This is different from the pacemaker in the heart. The pacemaker in the heart is in the organ. The breath pacemaker controls the type, the pace, the depth of breathing, coughing, sighing, yawning. And you also have signals going from the diaphragm, the lungs, and the intercostal muscles. So the intercostal muscles are muscles in your rib, right? Costa, small muscles that allow your ribs to contract. And this function, or this property, this bidirectional property, our ability to control our breathing, is the center of the reason for the efficacy of the breathwork practice. What I invite you to try now is something called the hitch breath, or the physiological sigh. I call it the hitch breath because it helps to visualize. If you've ever seen a toddler trying to calm down or calming down after a really like a massive cry, like we're not talking like tears right now, we're talking weeping, wailing, and snot. When your body is calming down from that, that pattern, that is the physiological sigh. Your body actually does this automatically to calm down. But you can do this to calm your body down. And that short circuits the F response. So fight, flight, freeze, fawn, flop. It's the quickest, most effective way to interrupt that amygdalic response. When you take two in breaths, you hyperoxygenate the system, and a long, slow out breath, either through the nose or through the mouth, slows your heart rate down. So you are telling your system, in effect, I am breathing slowly, so I'm safe, or I am breathing slowly, you can calm down now. Leveraging the body, the physiological response to impact the state that you are in at present. And I mean, this is not hearsay. This is the hitch breath is possibly the most researched breath pattern. There are studies from Stanford going back to the 1930s, looking at how effective this is. So all of this I will, have in the practice. But just for a moment now, just try that. So you can exhale, inhale through the nose, inhale again through the nose, exhale. Inhale, inhale, exhale. When we get into an activation or an activated response, or the activation becomes bigger than we are able to deal with, either the rate of activation or the size of activation, and we are getting thrown into our autonomic nervous system and we are reacting rather than responding, there are particular ways that we breathe. So you might notice that when you are nervous, or you're scared, or you're angry, you might feel the breath tightening up, your breath becoming shorter. The shortening of breath, the tightening up, the breath coming higher up in the body and more in the front of the body starts off is a response, yes, but it also feeds back and tells the body, hey, pay attention, pay attention. And the sympathetic nervous system, when you think sim, it's not sympathy. It is not, it's sim as, think of symphony. So it is system wide. When your sympathetic nervous system is activated, your body goes, you have something happens, you orient, and your body says, are we getting ready to take action? It's almost like a conductor going, and if you can take a couple hitch breaths, it might be that the conductor says, okay, the baton goes down, and the whole orchestra of the F response isn't activated. Some of the benefits, in addition to short circuiting that F response, enhancing vagal nerve tone, improving sleep, and reducing inflammatory cytokines. Um, Cytokines are something that the body makes, and we have there are type of proteins, and we have inflammatory, anti-inflammatory. They're produced in response, in some instances, to an activation of the body. And when we say an activation of the body, we need the body to be able to respond. What we want is for the body to respond appropriately. We go back to anti-fragility. When we're able to improve our sleep, enhance our vagal nerve tone, the vagal nerve, there's been a lot of talk about that recently. It's a cranial nerve, and there are actually two branches. But if you enhance your vagal nerve tone, all kinds of things can be improved. Your vagal nerve innervates your different organs, several different organs. So you might find that your digestion is better if your vagal nerve tone is improved, because the vagal nerve innervates the intestine. The vagal nerve is implicated in your heart rate, blood pressure, sweating, even speaking, because the vagal nerve also is very, very important in our ability to swallow. As someone who has experience in speech pathology, one of the things that you look at if you have a patient who has had some kind of stroke activity is their ability to swallow, their ability to guard their airway, and that in part is the work of the vagal nerve. Yeah. More benefits of breath practice: increased CO2 tolerance, reduce snoring. We talked about heart rate variability. You might think that you want your heart to be steady, but you want your heart to be able to respond. And heart rate variability is really becoming more and more researched. And it's a very clear indicator of the health of the body, as is the presence or absence of anti-inflammatory cytokines and a reduction in inflammatory cytokines. Some of these require pretty specific blood testing. But again, I want us to be really clear. I'm not speaking about perceived effects or effects that are unresearched or unscientific. I'm talking about you have a practice that is accessible to you moment to moment, and you can see marked reductions in various things, various physiological, biochemical markers, things that will show up on blood tests. Yeah. The last one, enhanced immune response. When I talk about breath practice, people generally say, Wim Hof. Yes, Wim Hof uses a particular type of breath work that is of the lineage of tumor breathing. And what that does is induce a little bit of stress to your body. That is, in a way, training your autonomic nervous system to respond appropriately. So there was a beautiful study done at the University of Nijmegen where they injected Wim Hof with a bacteria that generally causes fever, nausea, stomach upset. And by breathing, he had almost no immune response. So something comes into your body, the immune system says, danger, danger. And that is sympathetic response. Among other things, you have cortisol, adrenaline, noradrenaline produced, but the body is protecting itself. Breath practice can train the body both to protect itself swiftly, to be more anti-fragile, and to have a wider range of tolerance for what it thinks is a response requiring all systems go. Also, Wim was able to train people to have a similar immune response in a very, very short time. It was a beautiful piece of research. This is a quote from a book that is very, very freshly published. Rest is an act of defiance, and it cannot be predicated on apology. It's the audacity to face the demands of this world and proclaim, we will not be owned. As people in a post-colonial reality, harnessing our breathing being present with ourselves is a profound act that redounds for us and for everything that we're involved in. We have so many things happening, so many things we need to take care of, so many things that seem pressing. If we are not rested, nourished, if we're not on fire for the things that we say are important to us, if we can't bring the energy through us to bear on the things that we know is our work, capital W, in the world, if we don't do it, will it get done? And not the things that we're supposed to do, the things that keep coming up as the things that we need to do. Not what anyone else says we need to do, but the things that when we sit and ask ourselves, what's my work? The quiet response that comes up. Very quickly, there are 7 kinds of rest. And many of these are about putting the body into the parasympathetic state, what we might have heard as rest and digest. And one of the fastest ways to do that is simply sit, close your eyes, and breathe. Many of the benefits, some pretty new research was published in 2021. It seems that many of the benefits of breath practice are the benefits of breathing slowly. So my invitation to you is to sit and to breathe. And for those who need figures, there's appreciable benefit from sitting and breathing slowly for 12 minutes a day. So I will leave a practice, um, and people who have been present can access the practice. In the words of that great philosopher Marilyn Monroe, what's the good of drawing in the next breath if all you do is let it out and draw in another? Well, radical breathing. My aim is to bring breath awareness and practice to 1 million Caribbeans by 2026. Join us, click the link in bio. You'll get the free audio practice track. Um, and the last thing, it is important for us to see people who look like us doing work like this. I remember when Surya Bonali did a backflip on ice in the Olympics. I remember it like it was today. And yeah, I think that breathing is a radical act that we all have access to. So, my invitation, breathe. Thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure to be with you today.
Wow, thank you so much, Alyssa. And as expected, it was extremely thorough. But as we had the opportunity to share our mutual understanding of the importance of breath work, I do think that we had some really informative bits in there. I do think the bits about the nipple was definitely, it is such a pleasure to have you today. We're looking forward to having you later on a progress roundtable discussion where we're going to apply some of these things to how can we make ourselves a more resilient tech community here in the Caribbean. So thank you, Alyssa, for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maria.
Now I'm welcoming onto our stage the amazing Kellyanne Bethel, who we actually hosted last year, and she gave such an amazing talk talking about building solutions for us here in the Caribbean. And I actually quoted her quite a few times. I don't think I ever told her. I've been meaning to catch up with her for some time to let her know how much of an impact her talk had on me. Really looking forward to her sharing today the story behind Recess. And if you didn't sign up to be a beta tester for Recess, then you definitely will have other opportunities to engage this solution. So with no further ado, welcome Kellyanne.
Hey Maria, hey everybody. Super excited and happy to share where we are at. And from last year to now, I feel like so much has changed from the way we're living.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting, and you're very right, between last year's International Women's Day and this year, quite a lot has happened in the global community. There have been quite a lot of solutions coming out of the Caribbean community, which are very exciting. And sometimes I think the pandemic kind of gave us that inward looking time as a region, thinking about how can we improve our lives, and as you said, build solutions for ourselves. So with no further ado, looking forward to the story behind Recess, or your story about Recess.
Yeah, so let me get started. So I could just share my screen here because I have a presentation, right? So I could just share from this portal. All right. So are you seeing my screen, Maria? Just making sure.
Yes, we are.
All right. Next. So today in this presentation, I'm going to just share basically what has been my journey for building Recess, and where things were when we started, because we started this company amidst the pandemic, kind of like what you were saying, Maria. We started this company in a time where mental health and well-being was something that we definitely realized that we all needed. Right. So I'm gonna just share my experience from then till now. And also I'm gonna give a little insight into what Recess is, and some of the science and psychology and some of that the work that we actually do in Recess for perspective as well. All right, so Recess right now, our main focus is that we are aiming to make positive mental health in general more inclusive, more diverse, and more global. So the entire premise, vision, mission, the commitment that we have with Recess is that we want to make positive mental health more scalable and accessible to more people, because currently it's not very accessible, right? And this here is just me. This was probably about in 2016, I think. And at this time, I remember I believe I was in a tech pitch competition. And I remember being completely stressed out and completely overwhelmed because I was so focused on building my previous startup and wanting to make it work, and not having enough funding, not having enough things in place. Also simultaneously trying to balance, I was working with my parents' company at the time, trying to balance that. And it was a time where everything seemed to be breaking down and nothing seemed to be working. And I remember feeling completely burnt out at this time. And I probably took about a month break from anything related to work after that. So there was a time of just burnout and tiredness, right? But the reality is that that problem that I experienced is not a big deal. The reality is that in general, well-being, stress, all of these things cost the global workplace a lot of money. The World Economic Forum highlighted that it's cost us about $1 trillion per year in economic loss, not in financial, not in terms of the finances used for mental health, but just in the loss of productivity from mental health and well-being. And that is a huge productivity loss. And on a personal level, as we spoke about in terms of me and my startup and even the work that I was doing, it cost companies, small businesses, about 2,500 US a month for the same thing, just on employee stress and well-being and burnout. The reality is that we are in this sort of global mental health crisis. It's a next epidemic that we don't talk about, right? 1 in 5 people have depression. I could quote statistics all day on mental health and why it's important. But I don't know if anybody here who's listening listens or watches Billions. But the reality is that businesses or small businesses, us as people who are doing things, it's like we really do need a Wendy Rhodes. And for perspective, Wendy Rhodes is a character in the show Billions, and this is like a whole Wall Street show, and they have this character, Wendy Rhodes, who is a performance coach to some of the, top executives in Wall Street. And she is a big member of staff. She's on the executive, and she plays a critical role in the building of the business and building of the staff. But the reality is that every single business, no matter the size, to be successful, for us to perform, to hit the goals that we want to achieve, we do need a focus on this. And we do need somebody like Wendy Rhodes. But the truth is, these options, when you look at it, are really inaccessible. And just like in Billions, this is an elite organization in Wall Street. It's really only accessible to an elite few people, because the reality is having these sorts of things are expensive. So for example, if we talk about therapy, performance coaching, it costs on average in the US probably between $80 to $500 a session, depending. In the Caribbean, that could run you about, like in Trinidad, that might be like, 300, 500. So really, sometimes that's not a priority. Again, in terms of these traditional options for us to focus on, it's also long-term in nature, right? There's a treatment plan, and that typically takes about 12 weeks to see any sort of results. And more than anything, what we realized in building Recess is that the traditional mental health model is very reactive. So people really only go seek help when they're in crisis, when things are after burned out, when things are already breaking down. It's not, and I think also in the Caribbean space, with this stigma about mental health, it makes it worse because really we think that mental health means, you're crazy, you need to be diagnosed, you need to, go to hospital. And we don't think about the proactive forms of mental health, which makes it worse and even more reactive. So when you look at the industry that we're in with Recess, we have on the right side of the quadrant, we have like very great options, which is performance coaching and therapy. But the reality is that those options have a high budget and time consuming, right? On the top quadrant, we have performance coaching that is focused on, the performance element. And performance element of mental health is really positive mental health. Because on the continuum around mental health, there is positive parts of our mental health that we often neglect, such as being able to just perform, to be able to go to work, to be able to function, to be able to be your best self. And then there's on the next side, the more reactive forms of mental health that is, dealing with the anxiety, dealing with, the depression. So it's along a continuum, and that is the continuum between performance coaching and therapy. And, we kind of sway along that space. But in reality, this problem is not a problem that only us at Recess is solving. Because of, this entire system that is happening around mental health, more and more people are getting into, self-help apps, mental health tech in general. And this is what you see at the lower quadrant of the curve. Like we have Calm, Headspace, those are like the meditation apps. There are chatbots that act as therapists. There are a whole bunch of self-help solutions that are trying to solve this problem around the scalability of mental health. The gap that we are solving in Recess is really about the top quadrant of that. We are focused on making something that's scalable, that anybody could afford, but also is focused on the positive part of our positive and proactive part of our mental health, which is really being able to perform, being able to, while we are going through the other stuff, be able to still show up and feel our best and perform our best. And so Recess is really focused on that. And because of that, we're focused on the well-being of us as entrepreneurs, those of us who are entrepreneurs, those of us who are high performers, who are into, doing great. And also as business owners or as managers, also our teams and our employees as well. So our aim is to make peak performance quick, easy, and affordable. So this is just a snapshot of the application, like a really short snapshot of the MVP. The first version of the application is a VR app. But basically, we are a MindTech app that gets us into flow state in just 10 minutes. So we try to make it as fast as possible to feel a release and to get into flow state. But what exactly is flow state and why are we even trying to get into flow state? I will just talk about that a little more just for some perspective. Flow state essentially is just that optimal state of consciousness where we feel our best, we perform our best. It's often described as being in the zone, like you're just in the zone, people describe it as, gamers, they may just be playing games. They're not really thinking about, they're not stressed out. They're just completely operating. And we see it in athletes as well. They just hit this stride and there's no effort and they're just within the state of flow, doing what they're doing. So our aim with the application is to get us into flow state in a way that's quick, easy, and affordable. So I'm gonna just get into some of the elements of the application in terms of flow state, just for perspective, but I'm gonna do it from my personal experience with this regulation, and that first explanation that I had about 2016 when I was completely out of it, right? And some of the elements that make like really, I'm sure a lot of people relate to this, but some of the elements that make recess one of those things that we all need. And I'm just going to break it down from my perspective. So, for example, for myself, I have ADHD, recently diagnosed, did not know, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Completely, it was always a thing. So, I have ADHD, so I have trouble. I always, from since a child, had issues with attention and focus. Needless to say, as an entrepreneur or as a leader, that created an issue, right? Like sometimes I would not be able to focus. Sometimes I would start many tasks and not finish the task properly and completely. So that was one issue, one element of my dysregulation that caused me to be sort of out of flow. The next one was anxiety. Because of a lot of these issues with ADHD, I developed like a lot of stress, like around, a lot of stress, a lot of safety issues. And so I started to feel these levels of anxiety, especially when it came to deadlines and getting things done and being nervous about, different projects that we had or that we were doing. And so I started to feel a lot of anxiety and tension around some of the work that I was doing. The next thing is, but where am I going? What is the goal here? As I said, Maria, like I worked on, my previous startup, Sked, and I was started off super passionate about it. But then somewhere along the line, it's like you lost the passion. And so you have this sort of weird space where you're kind of passionate, but you kind of lost your direction in a way. And this is like the where am I going? What is my goals here? What am I trying to achieve? What am I actually passionate about what I'm doing at this point in time? And for me, the next big thing is imposter syndrome. And imposter syndrome is an interesting thing. We spoke about imposter syndrome a lot with the community in recess. But imposter syndrome is really an issue of worth, right? Like, do you feel worthy to achieve the things that you have achieved? Do you even feel worthy of walking into particular rooms? Do you feel worthy of it? Or do you put a mask on and act in a particular way to then get to that achievement? But when you get the achievement, you sort of don't feel like you're worthy. And for me, that's something that I, have always struggled with, as a woman, as a lot of things, also doing business internationally and being from the Caribbean. There's a whole long slew of things that contributed to, my imposter syndrome. And the last thing is, and I think that a lot of, we're talking about women, and I feel like a lot of women experience this situation. A lot of women being from the Caribbean as well. And for those of us who, work internationally, we definitely is a big category and a big thing that we experience. And the last thing is this element of me not feeling as though, but this not really fun anymore. Like, this started off kind of fun and exciting, like this startup thing, but like, this not fun. Like, where is the curiosity, joy? Where's the creativity? Where's the, So all these elements were like the 5 foundations which was causing my dysregulation at time. And the reality is that we can't perform our best and feel our best if any element of this is out of sync. But for me, everything was out of sync, right? And this is really the 5 factors of flow model that we have created as a methodology that that the team and I, because it's not just me, the team and I have developed based on the flow state methodology of positive psychology, right? And we have categorized it into 5 main elements, which is presence, being completely aware, focused, have energy, feeling at peace, which is reduction in stress and anxiety, purpose, having a goal, having achievement, but also in a way that is passionate, being able to touch in our potential, feeling like we have that potential, right? And that capability. Do I feel capable of achieving? Do I feel like I can do it? Or do I not feel like that at all? And those are issues of worth, those feelings of worth and connection. And finally, play. Play is a big element, the fifth element of the five factors of flow model, where there must be some sort of simple curiosity, creativity, and joy in what we're doing for us to be able to get into that flow state. And these are the five elements at which recess foundation is. So how the recess application is built for perspective is that first, when somebody comes onto the application, there is a daily goal, your daily intentions, we call it. And you enter your daily intentions, you state, if you feel capable of achieving it, if you feel like if it's challenging for you. And basically our AI, our proprietary AI, pulls out the insights and gives you basically your daily flow score that will tell you where you are on the flow scale, if you're worried, anxious, etc. We also track your productivity every day and over time, and also automatically pulls out your level of stress, right? Depending on what you inputted. And basically we track that over time so you could see your progress in those four elements. And based on those elements, what happens is that the software automatically recommends the right session for you, right? And that the four sessions are the present session, the peace session, the purpose session, and the potential session. There's no play session, but we hope that the application has that element of joy and creativity. But the app automatically recommends these four sessions for you depending on where you are at with your insights. Right? And then you go into the VR space and you complete a 10-minute session based on the recommendation, right? And over the period, the great news is that we have launched the beta, and we've launched the beta with the actual sessions, like the step 4. And we have found like really, really, really good results so far. The data shows that we have seen 20 to 50% improvement towards flow state after just one 10-minute session, right? So the app works, we've proven the technology. So we're super excited about that. So the reality is that before recess, typically if something is going on, you feel stressed, burnt out, something is happening, you typically go to therapy, performance coaching, and some people may do other things like, let's say, meditation, yoga, for their time, but sometimes that doesn't really help in what we're talking about in performing. But as time goes by, the money stacks up and more time happens, and so that's what we do now. And that is a big barrier because not everybody has access to that. But after recess, really and truly, what we building has immediate results after 10 to 15 minutes. We focus on performance for business. We focus on productivity. We really focus on performance. And our application, it's an app, so it's affordable. It's not like, you're paying for therapy sessions every week. But I just want to get quickly into the technology behind recess, like really fast. Well, we spoke about flow state, but in flow state, what is really happening is that to get in the zone, what is happening is that we want to have you reduce cognitive control, meaning that you don't want to have to overthink about what you're doing, right? You want to have less activity in the prefrontal cortex, right? So what we're trying to do is like get you into that space where things are coming effortlessly. And to do that, we want to reduce the activity in the prefrontal cortex, you have less cognitive control. But the reality is that getting into flow state, as we said, is sort of complicated because there are these elements like, focus, goal achievement, capability, stress, all those things. And so what we did is we combined flow state methodology with bilateral stimulation, right? So what we're doing is microdosing bilateral stimulation for each one of the sessions. Sounds complicated, it really isn't. But basically, bilateral stimulation is a type of therapy that is used in that is used in a lot of different therapeutics right now. So, like for example, it's using EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization reprocessing, which is a type of trauma therapy that is used all over the world. And basically, it says that you stimulate left and right, and you go through a therapeutic like that, and it unlocks trauma and anxiety within the body, right? And what we have done, it also is, a lot of people use this even for performance coaching as well. So for example, like the team Chelsea football team, they use a lot of bilateral stimulation in their performance, in their peak performance. Top executives in optimal performance, they use a lot of bilateral stimulation already, but in a one-on-one way, right? So what bilateral stimulation does, it integrates the communication between your left and your right side of your brain, integrating the more logical parts to the creative part. So it will unlock new neural pathways and decrease some of the overactivation, overthinking that is happening. And what we did is we just microdosing that into those 10-minute sessions so that we could get into flow state. Hope that wasn't too complicated, but it's pretty. So basically the application, for each one of the sessions, you would be doing like a session with bilateral stimulation, which is you'll see a ball going left to right, and you'll follow along the instructions. And after 10 minutes, goes without saying, you feel the release within your body, right? And the use of technology is the big part here, right? Because as I said, some people already use bilateral stimulation, not really for flow states, but kind of. But what we're doing is that we're using technology to make it accessible, scalable for anyone, anywhere, right? And we use this through the smartphone, it's an app on your smartphone, but there are 3 types of sessions. There's a VR session, so you put on your VR headset and you do your 10-minute session. We're building out now an AR session because we realized that a lot of people were feeling like the VR sessions were a bit much. So we're doing an AR session where you could hold up your phone like this, and then you will see the ball, and you do it like that. And then we're also doing an audio only session, which is going to be less effective, but you could still have access to the sessions on the go if you don't really feel to do like a full session as well. So we'll have 3 options within the app. So the journey to where we are at now, it's long and complicated, kind of. But in 2020, I was continue to build, Sked, my company at my previous startup. And I realized the gap in the market. But more from that, I realized the gap in the market for myself. I realized the issue with some of the things that I mentioned before. And I wanted to do something in mental health because I do have a master's in psychology. So I have a master's in psychology. So I always had this passion for mental health, but I didn't really work in psychology. I ended up just going straight into tech entrepreneurship. But my passion, I always had a passion for psychology and mental health, right? So in 2020, I settled on this idea, saw, the gaps, and knew I wanted to do something and something that I was passionate about. And sort of, it's almost like if this journey towards recess is also recess. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, it's also why I'm building recess as well, because from my personal experience. But to build that, I knew I needed a team. So I reached out to a friend of mine, Lizanne, and I'll introduce you to the team in the next slide after. But I reached out to a friend of mine, Lizanne, who I met in Web Summit in Portugal in 2017. And we sort of remained connected and friends ever since. But she was similar to me in that she had like a background in neuroscience, but she turned to be a software engineer. And so we connected and we started to work together in 2020. And it really took about 12 months, I would say, to really, a little less than that, but it took a while for us to really settle on the approach because we knew the problem that we wanted to solve, but we wanted to figure out what was the best approach and solution. And so it took us about 12 months to do that. And then we finally settled and built the MVP, which was just the VR version of the application. And we launched that in September of 2021. And in October, we ran a 2-month beta So we proved the technology works because that was our biggest fear. Like we knew the science and research was there, but we didn't know that if we put this on our phone, if it's going to have the same effect as if you go with a therapist and do it, right? So happy to report that we proved the results and we had good testimonials and we proved the technology works and all that. So that was pretty good. And then we currently, when we got the feedback from the beta, we got a lot of feedback in terms of what works, what doesn't work. So we knew that we had to build an AR version, an audio version, because people sort of fell out with the VR stuff. So we're currently working on the first version of the application, the first full version of the application. So before we just had like the VR version and we didn't have the other steps that I described before with some of the AI to be able to recommend the right sessions and manage your 3 intentions for the day and all of that. So that would be coming in the first version and that will be released in June 2022. But between that time, we are sort of in stealth mode. We are fundraising at the moment. We are in deep development. We're finalizing some interesting partnerships that you'll hear about soon. And also we're finalizing, we going to release this next version to anybody on the wait list, but we're also finalizing some B2B pilots as well. So we want companies to, join us to be able to have the first version for their staff. And this is small team. We want to work with small teams under 50 people. So if that is you when you have a small team and you're interested in having recess for a pilot for your team, also reach out. I want to just get into, because it's not only me, it's, I do have a team with me. So I want to just highlight the team. So this is me, spoke about me a lot. So we won't go into that, but Lisanne is my co-founder and CTO. She is in Portugal, but she's really from the Netherlands. So she's a published neuroscientist. She transitioned into software engineering. The last 7 months, she's been running a software agency in Lisbon. She has a BSc in neuropsych and an MSc in cognitive neuroscience. And yeah, she's been great. And we have Matt. We have a bunch of sessions called Recess Talks where we speak about flow state. And Matt is really good at breaking down these concepts to really help us to perform better. So these sessions are really good. So Matt really helps us with education, and he also informs us about the flow state element of the application and the psychology within the application, right? So he is a psychotherapist, a speaker, 10 years in mental health space. He's a performance coach for, Fortune 500 executives. He went to Columbia, great guy, great addition to the team. And so the three of us are sort of, who are the core of the team. We do have, our developers and designers, etc., who's helping us build the product, but we're the core team. And more than that, what is super important to us that I need to highlight as well is that this year we also launched the Recess Flow Lab because it took a lot for us to be researching papers and all of that. So we launched what we call Recess Flow Lab, which is like science research team. And this department will really be focused on, researching and publishing papers on neuroscience of flow state and bilateral, and to ensure that what we're doing is making sense and we're sticking with a scientific approach. So we have 3 of these great team members here. We have Cielo Prishak. She is a therapist coach. She's an associate professor in Penn State, and she is like also a mental health educator, content creator on TikTok, like really, really good addition to the team. We have Pfizer as well. She's like a Harvard and Yale grad, 5 years experience in behavioral science research. So she is also part of the team. And then we have Irina, who is really, really helpful because her background is more in cognitive neuroscience. So she has experience with human factors engineering and clinical research. And she has 5 years experience in user efficacy research of health equipment. And she also graduated in neuroscience and behavioral biology. So the 3 of them are really working alongside us. We have them working alongside us doing the more science and academic part of it while we are building the business and the technology. I don't know. This is really just an idea of what makes Recess different. I'll just go through it really fast, but you know, there are meditation apps like Calm, Headspace, etc., and they have, quick results, cost effective, scalable because there's no coach or therapist. And then there is the next side, the other three that are, these digital mental health providers for companies, and they are effective, but they don't really focus on peak performance at all. The results are not quick. They're still traditional in their approach. And then there are corporate peak performance startups that are coming up now because the peak performance is a thing that is actually on the rise too with mental health. And like Better Up is like a really big competitor in this space. And although they focus on peak performance and they're effective, because they still have that one-on-one traditional model, although they're leveraging technology, it's not really quick, it's not cost effective, it's not scalable or anything like that. And then, of course, we have traditional EAP programs. Most companies, medium-sized companies, have a EAP, employee assistance programs for their staff. That if something is going on, you could go see an EAP, you could get your therapy for free, or at least a few sessions free, and then you pay the rest. And those are effective, but what we realize is that EAP has really, really, really low engagement rates of about 3%. And it doesn't really focus on anything, although if it is engaged, which is effective, but people are not really using it, to be honest. And although we are from the Caribbean, although I am from the Caribbean, it's interesting to note in this conversation with Caribbean women that it's pretty interesting that although like I am from the Caribbean, we do have like a global vision, and that we are all able to build from the Caribbean. I want to highlight that again and again and again and again, that although we are from the Caribbean, we could build global companies. We need to build external teams, kind of like what I did. We need to, engage ourselves in things outside of our local reality. But, from the Caribbean, we do have a vision that is global. So some expanded use cases for Recess for coaches and therapists, Recess for students. We're partnering with different startup ecosystems. We want to leverage new technology as well, and new tech communities like some NFT gamification and some metaverse stuff as well. So we want to continue building on the innovation and the technology for Recess. And a big, big, big thing for us is just being globally focused. I mean, being from the Caribbean, we realize that this problem that we are solving is specifically for territories like us at the end of the day. So we want to make sure it's not for elite, it's not for the elite in society. The elite has the access to a lot of the best therapists, the best coaches, top performance coaches, etc. So our focus with Recess is to be globally focused in emerging markets with diverse demographics. So, being multi-language, multicultural is really important to us. And before I wrap up, I would just like to say, join our waitlist to get the first version and to test it, because we're still in a testing phase. This wouldn't be, this is just a trial, so you could join our waitlist at withrecess.com. If you are a company, small business of any size, and you want to run a pilot, we're looking for pilot companies and teams because we want to assess how Recess works with a team. This will be a 2-month pilot. We will also include it in using the application. We will be having sessions with Matt as well. So it's a lot of value for companies. And if you are a company and interested, please, please, please go to withrecess.com/work and fill out the form there on the site. And yeah, I think I will open up. I don't know. I don't know if there are any questions or anything, Maria. But if anybody has any other feedback, thoughts, questions, I'm open to answering it as well.
I mean, I have so much questions myself as to how you pull this off in less than a year. Is just I mean, how long was the journey to pull the team together? So much of what we've been talking about with founders like yourself and Anya and others, was how did you identify your team? I know you gave us an excellent introduction to them, but how did you guys meet? How did you choose to trust this idea with them? Because trust is such a big thing that's holding back our development community. From my brief entry into it, I think people mistrust each other a lot. So tell us a little bit about that.
I really love that question because I feel like part of that is like a really interesting Caribbean thing, like, um, a lot of us with our ideas, we sort of start to hoard our ideas and we hoard the idea of ownership. But with recess, I actually took a completely different approach. I feel like I did that with SCED and I sort of tripped up on myself. And so my thought process with recess was completely different. It was, let me get the best people to be able to make this a thing. I'm not connected to the idea of ownership. And this, I want to get the best people on the team. So that's it, for me, like that switch in mindset. But in terms of trust, there is an element of trust. So for example, Lizanne, I was just fortunate to meet Lizanne in 2017. We were friends. She seemed cool. I mean, we aren't super close like besties, but she always had a similar vision to me. She's equally as passionate about mental health. So I identified Lizanne and I literally just went out. I had a few people that I was thinking about. I was like, I'm going to do this with Liz because she gets it and she has this background. Both of us have the balance of skill to be able to make this work. And I remember reaching out to her via WhatsApp and she's like, yeah, sure. I'm doing this and I want to work on a project that I'm passionate about. So the first thing that I would say is that we focused on passion. It was really about, finding people that are equally passionate as me for this problem. Um, Networking. But the next thing is that even though I knew Lizanne before, the situation with Matt was like completely different. Like Matt and I, when I was starting to build Recess, I started to go in all these psychology groups on Facebook, like a bunch of therapists and psychologists group. Because initially, when we started to look at Recess, we thought that the main demographic would have been entrepreneurs, right? So I asked a question in one of the groups and I asked like, hey, who has experience relating to procrastination for entrepreneurs and its relation to trauma? Because that's some of the work that I was doing and researching. And Matt literally reached out and he basically, we just spoke for like hours, like on Facebook Messenger, like talking about it. And I was telling him what I was thinking. And the conversation went so well. We ended up, meeting, we ended up connecting via Zoom and same thing. We ended up like speaking so much about it. And I told him what we were working on with Recess, with the bilateral stimulation and some of the things that we want to do. And he was stoked and really excited about the work that we were doing. And we didn't jump in immediately. So what Matt and I started to do is, because I didn't really know him at all, is that we started to work on a podcast together, which we didn't release yet, and we started over. We started to work on a podcast together called Anxious Entrepreneur Podcast. We scrapped it and now it's the Flow with Recess podcast. But we started to work weekly together, and that really helped us to see how it was like sort of this sort of test period to see how we work together and that sort of stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
just
love that. Yeah. I think the so I've asked that question a few times because I feel, as I mentioned, it's an important question for people who are building their own solutions and building their own teams to understand that there is a component to how you bring your partners together. And I think also having a shared, so you have shared activities that you're committed to, like the podcast, and then you have shared passion, right? So mutual passion, mutual intensity of that passion. Who, for example, I experienced the same thing with Mindwise Project. My co-founders and I take take our mission very seriously, which can sometimes slow everything down. Like you're then like, oh, if only we weren't so healthy focused. But I do sometimes being healthy and living your mission does slow everything down a little bit. So, but I think that's okay.
Yeah.
What advice would you have? And I know you told us a little bit about your journey, both both personally with your learning about yourself and your mental health and your positioning. Um, what are some tips that you have for founders like yourself who have ideas like this? And of course, before we leave, if you can let us know, I mean, I think you mentioned it earlier, but the beta program is still open. Can people still apply to be part of it?
Yeah, so people can apply to be part of it, but they will get access to the version in June, right?
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, it's still amazing because I know there's quite a lot of fellow founders and fellow entrepreneurs who understand 100% what you're talking about with the flow state and how evasive it can be when you need it, right? So something that actually taps into that, that also I really love your comparative table, by the way. I think that's something that we could reshare later on if you would let us,
yeah,
to let people understand that there are so many solutions out there, but you need to know what you want out of the solution. I do myself test quite a lot of mental health apps, which is why I was so excited to test Recess, but I'll tune in for the next beta round. Because it's because you're there, you have your mental health situation, and in my case I live with PTSD, so like it's you kind of look for solutions, and I found I have like my list of top apps. I have a feeling Recess is going to be up there based on your comparative table. Yeah, yes. But I definitely think that we would love to hear from you some advice on how you cope with all of the challenges, all of the unforeseen obstacles, and of course, your approach to doing this work in mental health. That would be great.
yeah. So in terms of my personal way that I cope, I think that I really build recess for me in a way. To be honest with you, Maria, like build recess for me, and I knew that I needed something like it. But outside of that, I'm not perfect, but I try to spend some time with like mindfulness for now. I try to get started my day. I try to systemize and habit form and all of that. But to be really really honest, I did build recess for myself in a way, like knowing exactly what I need, what are some of my challenges, especially with the ADHD, like some of my challenges and stuff. So like right now, I'm in this, I recently had this sort of weird, I wouldn't say depressive spot, but I was sort of like in this down period because we have these ebbs and these flows, and I was like, yo, I need recess right now. So, but I think what I would say is that it's about beginning to be aware, like it's about beginning to monitor yourself and like journal and being able to track yourself and track your progress and you know, connecting those links between, hey, I'm feeling like this. Why am I feeling like this? Is there a connection between these things? And I think like just starting with awareness is something that I would say for myself that has been helpful. Yeah. And the next question was in terms of getting into the space, was it?
Yeah, no, no, no. I think asking advice about, what was your approach to doing this work? Because I know that I have an approach. I think everyone who works in the mental health space has an approach to how they work. Like my approach is compassionate leadership, right? So like I think, and it does slow things down, but I do feel that my teams are more committed. Not that that's the goal. The goal is to be compassionate and see if there is a compassionate business model that exists. But yeah, what is your approach with this work that you're doing that connects to your intention? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, the first thing that we did is we did craft like our values, So we do have like our core values that we thought it was super important because of what you mentioned with the team. Because the team are diverse places, diverse people, completely different experiences. And so we started with this value-based approach to building recess. And how we did that is that we spent about literally like probably about 4 weeks um assessing our personal values. So how we did our so like the vision, mission, values seem like standard business stuff. But for us, we started off focusing on what is our personal visions for ourselves, what are our personal mission statements for ourselves, and then what are our own core values. And then we looked at where the connecting points were for myself, Matt, and Liz, and we use that as a framework for our values, because we recognize that in starting to do the work, that things were like culturally things were a bit all over the place. So we stopped and we did that work, and we came up with 4 value points and a clear direction of where we're going, and we sort of now use those values in terms of how we do things.
Um, I love that because we actually just did our own strategic alignment process of MindWise. And it's funny because at the beginning of advocacy work or activism work, you don't think about that. You're just kind of like, we're going to fix the
Yeah,
world, right?
exactly.
But
Yeah.
you don't think about that alignment. I do think you've just suggested something that I think we're going to do, which is what are our personal individual as directors, our individual values. That's not something that we've done. Like I can't tell you, I mean, I can tell you from working with them what they are or what I think they are, but I don't know what they would declare that to be. So that's on my to-do list for our next board meeting. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being with us today. Looking forward to seeing you back at 4:50 for our awesome progress roundtable, and really, really looking forward to those contributions. It's going to be awesome. Thanks so much, Kels.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, everyone. So we are moving into our next speaker, who is none other than Roberta Lingnois de Oliveira. She is coming to us from CINT, and her topic today is unlocking full potential using a career mind map. And I was very excited for this topic today because I am a fan of the mind map. I think mind maps are very powerful ways to explore ideas, to take notes, and all of those things. So, really looking forward to you sharing with us the lessons behind this talk. Thanks so much, Roberta.
All right. It's a pleasure to be here, Maria. Thank you so much. And happy Sunday, everyone. Good afternoon. So I will share my screen now. Just a second. Still have my notes here.
While we're doing that, how are you in Brazil today?
Oh, sunny weather. We are in
Oh,
autumn. Yes, a lovely sunny day. Spent some time with my daughter, and I was super excited for this. Can you see my screen?
yeah, we can see it 100%. It looks great.
Okay, let me just hide this for a second. I don't know why this is. Okay, now it's full screen. Right. Okay. All right. So unlocking full potential. This is still not right. Sorry. This interview. I don't know why this is. It will have to stay this way. 1 second. All right. This is it. Okay. So this is me. Roberta, Senior Manager at CINT. I'm also part of the Google Developers Group here in Brazil, in a chapter in south of Brazil called Floripa. I'm a Women Tech Makers Ambassador as well, and I'm Nina's mom. So the first question I would like to ask is, are you connected to yourself? So one of my great inspirations is John Vervaeke, He is he's a professor in University of Toronto, and he has a saga on YouTube that it's called "Awakening from the Meaning Crisis." And what we are going through right now is a response to, you know, the having mode in the being mode, right? And the answer to that is mindfulness. And I know that we just had a previous conversation about flow states. And so, in order to make that tangible, I bring a story, the folly of the musk deer. So one day, the musk deer of the mountains, he sniffed a breath of musk perfume. He leaped from jungle to jungle in its pursuit. The poor animal no longer ate, drank, or slept. He did not know where the scent of the musk came from, but he was impelled to pursue it through the ravines, forests, and hills. Finally, starving, harassed, exhausted and wondering about it at random. He slipped from the top of the rock and he felt mortally wounded. The musk deer last act before he died was to lick his breast, sorry. And the musk in his musk pouch, torn when he fell from the rock, poured out its perfume. He gasped and tried to breathe in the perfume, but it was too late. The perfume that he was looking for all along externally was, in fact, within himself. So he allowed himself to get full into thinking that the truth was outside and neglected to look within. I know that Brene Brown released late last year the Atlas of the Heart, where she shares that we are map makers and travelers, right? And so this is what we are trying to accomplish today with the creation of a career mind map. And all of that because, I truly believe in the life spiral where over the long term, we tend to spiral upward. This is from Chris Liu. And often encountering the same challenges over and over again from different vantage points, right? So ideally, we will have an increasingly wider comfort zone to cope with it. And the initial steps of this career mind map, so I'll guide you through a series of 10 proposed exercises in order to create your career mind map. And the first one is understanding your aspirations. And what I bring here is something that we call, in free translation to English, a ligram, where you have four quadrants. Things that you like and you do are your accomplishments. For instance, for me, is mentor yoga, people and yoga. Things that I do but I dislike are my obligations, and I bring here groceries and folding clothes. I totally hate it. Things that I dislike and I don't do it are like my values and pensions, things that are innegotiable for me in this respect. Diversity and micromanaging are things that I don't like and things that I don't do, right? And finally, things that I like but I don't do it are like my aspirations. And travel, I brought here like personal examples, travel and learn how to make candles. But when it comes to a your professional side, for me, it could be like a more strategic positioning or, being connected and mentored even more by senior executive women managers. So these are typically some of the aspirations and my personal aspirations. And when you make it tangible, you have the power in your hands to make good requests to the universe and to your network. Okay. We will talk a little bit about that um, in the over the next few slides. So this is the Lightroom, and if you want to print, here's for you. The next topic is interests. So when we come to work every day, we bring ourselves entirely, right? So we have our studios mode, where here I put myself as an example. Extremely focused on product management, project management, and yoga. Now, my career side is all about futurism, design, mixology, and storytelling. And when I come to work at CINT, I bring my curious side to the table too. So, what are you curious about? And possibly you will be able at some point to use your curious side on your day to day job, right? And even share that with your leadership, or maybe even, start to consider other things that you could be curious about and that you can plan for it, to go deeper into some of the things that you like, but aren't things that you would use directly on your day job. One other very important exercise are your motivations. So Management 3.0 has the moving motivators, right? And they are the foundation for your character strengths. There is a very interesting assessment that you can do online that it's called Via Character. And I truly believe that our moving motivators are the one that impact our character strengths or signature strengths. Okay, so they are 10, and the exercise is to prioritize them from the most important to the least important, right? So we have acceptance. The people around me approve what I do and who I am. Curiosity, I have plenty of things to investigate and to think about. Freedom, I am independent of others with my work and my responsibilities. My position is good and recognized by the people who work with me. That's status. Goal, my purpose in life is reflected in what I do. Honor, I feel proud that my personal values are reflected in how I work. Mastery, my work challenges my competence but is still within my abilities. Order, there are enough rules and policies for a stable environment. Power, I have duplicated the order, I do apologize. Power, it's there is enough room for me to impact what happens around me. And relatedness, I have good social contacts with the people in my work. So our intrinsic motivations are the ones that makes us every day wake up, learn something new, and have resilience, build resilience, right? They might vary pretty much depending on the goals that you're trying to achieve, the project or the company that you're currently working for, even your colleagues. So they will suffer modifications as time goes by, pretty much depending on your goals, right? So I usually suggest to do this exercise like every 4 months, 6 months, pretty much depending on how volatile your environment is. The next one is opportunities. So this is the time where you're going to assess your hard skills. So here I placed a UX UI designer hard skills just as an example, okay? And then we have the no learning, practicing and obtaining good results, addressing issues on your own, or even teaching. And then we have the UI design, research process, strategic view, metrics, communication, and tech foundation. And then you do an assessment, and considering what are your aspirations. You can prioritize from instance, okay, I have no learning associated to strategic view. What should I be doing to move that from point A, that is no learning, to point be that it's practicing and obtaining good results, right? And list all the initiatives that you have associated to it. You can also, if you are operating in a team, or even by yourself, you can build a radar, or what we call a competency wheel. Here I bring an example as a team, and we mixed and match some hard and soft topics for discussion. So we even brought fun here, partner contact. We are a consulting firm. Commitment, Scrum, refactoring, definition of done, and technical depth. And then you can ask the team to assess where they see the team in its current moment. And so the wider the bigger the radar, you are in good shape. And then you can go through the topics that have the lowest average, right? The next one is personality. So, who am I? Any place will work if you don't know where you're going, right? So, it's important to understand who are you, what are your best environment, that environment that will be able to make you deliver your best. And for that, there are tons of exercises that talk about personalities, right? We have the 16 personalities online that is based on the Myers-Briggs instrument. And that's a good icebreaker to, enter the subject, where you can understand how you energize in your mental functions and your the way that you handle your lifestyle, right? And then there's tons of others like human intelligence, So all of that to say that it's important for you to know who you are so that you can understand what is happening around you in case you're not happy with the results, and to have the power, to make good requests to your leader once something is not lining up as you expect, right? And the same thing is when we are talking about like barriers, not barriers, but embracing like conscious choices, like things that you don't do, you don't like, that are values, they are not negotiable for you. Once you externalize that in a paper, it gives you the power to make good choices for your career, right? And of course, map is not territory, but we are map makers and travelers, as Brene Brown would say. And we are in a expedition mode where we are learning and growing and enriching our career mind map as time goes by. Achievements, there is I Am Remarkable initiative with Google that, in a nutshell, it's not bragging if it's based on facts. So I highly recommend to go through the workshop. It's an amazing experience. And what it brings you is the power to, if it's something that you put a lot of effort on, a project, learning something new is yours to recognize. And when the external fails, and it will fail, you can, revisit those big accomplishments and remind you of who you are. And finally, your qualities. What are your strengths? So as I mentioned, the moving motivators are the ones that are, the foundation for your character and signature strengths. And there is a great task out there that it's called Via Character, where you can take the assessment and, principle of changes, pretty much depending on your moment right now, you will be prioritizing something and deprioritizing other things. And that's the same with the moving motivators, right? So everything changes and transforms around what we want to keep. What do you want to keep for your career? What do you want to keep for your next step? You know, and I cannot conclude this presentation without sharing the power of stories. You know, the stories that we tell ourselves in front of the mirror. Because for centuries, the stories have been used to categorize groups in shared visions and goals. Stories are what brought me here with you today to share this content and hopefully help you envision new and bold opportunities, right? A little bit about the incremental thinking. So we tend to think narratively and incrementally about the future. Don't get me wrong, the incremental thinking is what brought us to this point, right? It what ensures that we have a salary, that we have a job, that we perform activities. But when we are talking about our future, we have to envision new and bold opportunities, and that's when the exponential thinking comes to play, you know, because the world is filled with exponential opportunities. And this is why, as our ideas may be as much incredible as possible, it's critical to communicate them in an impactful way, especially when the idea seems uncertain, because we have a lot of biases, right? Fear of the unknown, bias of confirmation, A plus B will be equals C every time, you know. So this is why storytelling is a very important skill for the future that we are building. And I love this quote by Seth Godin that says that if you want to teach someone to be a great hockey player, you don't teach them the slap shot. You teach them to think they are a great hockey player because they will make the slap shot happen. The incremental mind focuses on doing something better, while the exponential focuses on doing something different. Envision the future that you want. Take this career mind map as your strong ally. Thank you for watching some of the great references that are with me on this one. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Roberta. And I didn't know you were a fellow Women Tech Makers ambassador. That's so awesome. I am so in love with the whole ambassador community. So, and I know you have a strong one in Brazil. So that's awesome. And thanks so much for being here with us. Do you have any? I mean, I know you just gave us a lot of advice, but could you tell us a little bit about what it is you do at CINT? And I know we also had another Roberta who is with us.
Yeah.
We were hoping to reschedule her talk, but we will reach back out to both of you for a follow-up podcast interview if you guys are open to that.
Oh, of course, by all means, it will
Yeah.
be a pleasure. So, CINT, we build projects. In a nutshell, that's what we do. And so we have partnering with global companies since the startups until the bigger companies. And we have right now more than 6,000 employees worldwide. And we have a very big community here in Brazil, engineers and project managers. And I'm actually the one acting as a project manager, Roberta too. And we have been partnering with a lot of great companies out there. So, and my focus is exclusively talking about me now specifically. My focus is exclusively on US based projects. Does that answer your question, Maria?
Most definitely, it does, and it sounds like a very exciting place to work. It's
Yes.
very mysterious name, so we were like not sure. It could be anything, but yeah, that's exciting work, and I know here in the Caribbean we have quite a lot of these innovative spaces now where really important work is being done. So happy to have had you here with us today, Roberta. You are awesome, and we will see each other again soon.
All right. It was a pleasure, Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to be getting ready for none other than the amazing Shan Young. I think she's running a little bit. No, it's okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thinking that it might be better for us to have our round table another time. Today, we have been encountering not just today, but over the past week. I think that there've been a lot of unexpected things that have been happening to people in my circle, people in the community, people in the world. Disruptive things that are throwing us off our center. And one of the things that I'm really hoping can happen is not just through the work that we're doing here at the summit, but the reason why I thought, and we as the partners thought that a mental health and resilience day was important was because of how many hits we have taken since the pandemic, since the last week. I do think that there's a lot of room for healing, a lot of room for introspection. It is something that I'm very, very, very proud to be working on with my partners at Mindwise Project. We are focusing on mental health solutions for the Caribbean, both storytelling solutions, tech for good solutions, interventions. Nothing on the level of what um, Kels is working on, but definitely we are looking at how can we work together to build interventions that are needed right now. So as I said, she's always on time. Hello, Sean. I was just saying, Sean is
Hi.
never late. Sean is never
Hi,
late.
hi, hi, hi.
I love when you message me to change the title of your talk, and you
Okay,
typed it into WhatsApp. I loved your title so much because it is something that we don't talk about enough.
right.
I know that there was recently a consultation that was done, not a consultation, a training, I think, that was done by Cropper Foundation for World NGO Day.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this really powerful talk by the new president of TTAP. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he gave this really amazing talk about the stress and the trauma
Yeah,
that social change makers and NGO heads and people who are in the nonprofit sector
yeah.
experience, including the competitiveness, the underutilization of
Yeah,
resources and under distribution of resources to these groups. um,
yes.
you and I have had lots of personal one-on-ones
Mm-hmm.
about reaching breaking points with the work that we do. Because sometimes you just say like, how can I continue when continuing feels like an act of self-harm, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
really excited to hear this talk. I know that you've had an incredible journey in the last year, now a published book author. I
Yeah.
think that was a tremendous. I do hope we get to hear a little bit of that too, because that's a very
Okay.
inspiring. And I can always ask you about it after your talk, but
Okay.
I think that pivot that you made was
Mm-hmm.
impressive, and it's worth sharing with us. So, with no further ado, Sean, take the stage.
Thank you very much, Maria, and awesome to be here again with everyone. Um, so, as Maria was mentioning, I wanted to really focus this talk a little bit on my journey as a social entrepreneur, and a bit about my self discovery about that as well, because it was not an immediate thing. I didn't automatically know that that's what I wanted to be. I kind of fell upon it very, I would not say randomly, because when I just started out, first of all, let me rewind a little bit. I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. So let's just start there. I never saw it. It was never a part of my journey. It was never an experience I thought I would had. I had no entrepreneurs in my family, so I had no examples. I was told, like many of us, will go to school, get good grades, get a good job, work till you retire, and then you could enjoy life. That's what I was told. When after my last job ended, and I was faced with the decision, what am I going to do next? I had a bit of a back and forth, to be honest. I kept applying for jobs, not getting them, reaching interviews, not quite there, until in my own prayer and consciousness, I heard, and then also my husband's pushing. I can't ignore him for that. Why don't you start your own thing? And I was like, nah, that's not for me. I'm not built to be an entrepreneur. That's for other people. Nope. I was very good with being in the corporate world. I got comfortable there. I knew how it worked. As I say, I painted my ladder really pretty. It was real nice because corporate world was where I intended to stay. But the universe and God had other plans. And after I gave birth to my last little boy, I decided to venture into business, knowing absolutely nothing about it. Just doing what good students do, because I'm a good student. I read, I listened, I followed people who were business coaches. I hired business coaches. And it was one of them that actually told me about social entrepreneurship, because I would tell her, I just feel so different. I feel like what I want to do is not traditional. It's not what I see my colleagues in the field doing. And then she was like, Shan, have you heard of social entrepreneurship before? And I said, no. She's like, okay. She sent me a link. She said, go read that. I read it and instantly light bulbs went off. Aha, this is me. I no longer feel alone. I feel now that I understand the nature of what I do. And that's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. So, social entrepreneurship, in a nutshell, is any business that has a social or environmental mission. Well, we are doing work for social and environmental good. Because I do not know who made up the rule that you cannot do good and make money at the same time. We need the money to be able to create the kind of impact that we want to see in the world. And that is what supports us through this. One of the things that, so I call this the joys, the pains, and the and some of the lessons that I have learned with entrepreneurship as well. So the joys is that I get to do this mission work, right? I get to do this work that I am extremely passionate about. Waste management is ultra sexy to me. So it is something that I talk about over and over and over again. I don't think I'll ever get tired of it, even though sometimes I would admit I do get tired. I remember listening to a conversation with Greta Thunberg and Trevor Noah. I'm a Trevor Noah fan, if anybody else is like me out there. And, he asked her, do you ever get tired of saying, the same things over and over again? And she's like, yeah, I do get tired. There are days that I really don't want to get up and talk. And I have those days as well, too, where I really don't want to get up and talk. But the fact that I am doing this work that is really mission driven, it gives me the ability to work in my sector as well, too. A lot of us graduate from university and never have the opportunity to work in the fields that we studied hard for. I have had the blessing and the privilege to work in this sector. I was a teacher at first, a physics teacher, and then I started my first stint at Swim Call. So I've worked for Swim Call for a number of years. I've been in the public sector for a number of years between waste and mining. Those are the two sectors. And for me, having the experiences, I mean, I don't think I'll change them for the world. having the experiences of working in the sector that I am in. And I could have, I have a master's in environmental engineering. I could have chosen any other space in the environmental sector. But having the experiences that I've had at Swim Call and working there and seeing, I not only saw the challenges, but I saw the opportunities. And what I did is that I married my love of waste and my love of teaching. So I actually refer to myself as a waste management educator. That's what I do. Like transform the way you think and act towards waste, right? So I have this awesome ability to do that. And then we've all heard the saying, be the change that you want to see in the world. And this is me being the change I want to see. I remember going conference after conference and hearing, oh, we need more public education and awareness. And there I was in the room. So who's going to do it? Because clearly none of us are doing it well and it's not working. So for me, it's recognizing that I wanted to be the change. I wanted to. And what I have been able to do is carve a path for myself, but make it clear enough so that others behind me can follow. And that was really very, very important to me, and really being the change that I want to see. And, when I talk about the pains, one of the things I'm going to talk about is how I was able to keep going even in the midst of a pandemic, because my business as well too was also affected. So those are the three main joys, I would say. And then the pains now, some of which Maria and I were just having a conversation about, was lack of recognition. So social entrepreneurship is not a recognized legal entity in Trinidad and Tobago. Social entrepreneurship is not a recognized entity, legal entity in Trinidad and Tobago. So you cannot go to the Ministry of Legal Affairs and register as a social enterprise. Problem number one, and I say, right? So we have these challenges, and I apologize, it just got really dark, and I don't know why it got so dark. So let me try and adjust. Right. So that's one of the issues. We don't have that lack of recognition. We also have, and it's highly competitive. So here I am, this social enterprise, because this is what I do. This is what I cling to. When I saw the definition, I said, yes, this is me. So now I have to compete with other social enterprises, not just locally, but in other parts of the world too. It is highly competitive. There are only so many things that we can access. And to be really, really honest, there's not a lot of attention on the Caribbean region. Just putting that out there and being real honest. There's a lot of attention on the continent of Africa. There's a lot of attention on Asia, specifically Southeast Asia, so India, Vietnam, the Philippines. There's a lot of focus on, there's even a lot of focus in the US and in the UK, but there's not a lot of focus in the Caribbean. So one of the things that I have taken on my shoulders is to try to get us Caribbean social entrepreneurs some kind of representation. I kind of insert myself into certain places, and I'm being unafraid to do so, because we need more attention. We need more money to be directed this way, because one of the challenges that we also have is a lack of financial support. And so oftentimes we have to, when we go to the banks, they have no idea what, I get the looks like, what is that? What? No understanding of what we do. So getting loans, getting insurance, that's just a whole big issue there that I don't even know how to describe. But one of the biggest things that I want to share here with you guys as well too is that there was a time for me when I valued other people's opinion of me more than my own opinion of myself. You see, because sometimes we tend to believe, or we have a tendency to put all our hopes and our dreams into the arms of other people. We give it to them because we don't believe in ourselves enough. How many of you have forgotten who you were because you were listening to what other people said about you. I put two hands up, right? I open some people putting their hands up with me because that was my experience. I forgot who I was because I was so concerned about what other people thought about me. And one of the other lessons that I've recognized, as I continue to work on my own self, is that I can be a masterpiece and a work in progress at the same time. Who said that I can't accomplish dreams and goals and still be working on me? One of the classes that I'm in, the coach just says you are always in personal development, and that is true. No matter where you are, no matter how far you've reached in your business, whether you're starting out, growing, scaling, escalating, exponentialing, right? That's my word. There's always room for personal development, right? So those were some of the pains that I have experienced in being in this space. But some of the lessons that I've learned is the importance of not being so tied down to one thing. So in the pandemic, now let me go back a little bit. 14 years ago, I wrote my first story. I was in a room in my office. I was responsible for waste education. And went to my boss. I said, listen, I've been going to all of these presentations, all of these lectures all the time. And I want to leave something behind with the little ones. I want to leave something behind with the children because I want them to be able to keep the story going after I've gone. So he's like, okay, Shan, you go. And I wrote my first story. That's actually a story and activity book in one. So excited. Took it to my boss. He's like, yes, Shan, I love the idea. Great. Let me send it up the chain. Sent it up the chain. And what I got back was, Shan, we don't have time for that. And I just felt myself shrink. How could you not understand what this is that I'm trying to do? Don't you see the benefit of it? But I promised myself that day that I will publish my own book, bigger and better than anything they would have ever seen from me. Fast forward to 2020, and here she is, Kai's Magical Adventures, Where the Garbage Goes. This is my very first children's book, all about teaching children about waste. They are powerful agents of change. And to this morning, I started off my Sunday with cleanup at Cora River. And I was so happy to see the little ones there and picking up stuff, and them they seeing how much garbage is left behind when people come and use the river for recreation. So this will be part of their story. This will be part of their lesson. This will be part of their journey. So that's one of the things is understanding, not being too tied down to what I was doing before, because I was doing a lot of teaching. And so I was teaching with the University of the West Indies. I had my own short courses, but I really recognized that I had this burning desire to release this book. And I said I would. And I did. And it continues to grow from strength to strength. So one of the other lessons that I've also learned is to be confident. I remember in the beginning, I had a meeting with this amazing person, and she said, Shan, two things about you. She said, one, you always have been ahead of the curve. So you're going to have a hard time trying to get people to keep up with you. You might have to run in reverse. That was one. And the second thing she said was, you need to be more confident in you. And I have kept that with me all of these years, as all the way back in 2016. She said that to me. And I've been steadily improving. Remember, I said I'm a masterpiece and a work in progress at the same time. So I've been steadily increasing my confidence in myself, right? Because we know, for those of us, as the character Fleeky says, confidence is everything. And it is. The second lesson that I've learned is do not be afraid to walk your own path. You have to give yourself the freedom to be. Give yourself the freedom to become. And then give yourself the freedom to be and become in your own way and in your own time. You have to Recognize that it is okay for you to carve a path where none existed for you. It is going to be hard. It is going to be challenging. People told me in the beginning that I was crazy, that what I wanted to do will never work. Shan, you've been working in the waste management sector for over 16 years and you started a business in waste management, having the experiences that you've had. But I was determined because there was something in me that said, this needs to come out. This will happen. And it was given to me by God to bring it forth. So you have to be unafraid to walk your own path. And the last lesson that I've learned, and one of the last things I want to leave you guys with as well, is be unapologetic. Establish non-negotiables. What are the things that you are going to say no to? And no is a complete sentence. I'll say it again for the people in the back. No is a complete sentence. What are your non-negotiables? I've spent a lot of time giving up things that were non-negotiable for me. Things like time with my children, time with my husband, family time with me, right? Establishing days that I want to do specific work and recognizing that I keep, going back and forth and keep giving those days away to other people. In order for you to elevate and escalate, you have to establish your non-negotiables. What are those things that you are absolute, no matter who comes to you or what comes to you, it is non-negotiable. Trust me, I'm a mommy. I am a business owner. I know it's going to be hard, but in order to save your own, this today has been all about mental health. And in order to preserve your own mental health, you need to establish non-negotiables. Because people are going to continue to take from you and take of your time. Because we've all heard the saying, you cannot pour from an empty cup. What you give to others is from your overflow, right? So all these things are lessons. I just want you all to leave with 3. I mean, I have so many lessons there, guys, but because this is a journey in progress and this is something that I will continue to learn and continue to grow from, as I go along, but establishing non-negotiables. And one more thing, because I recognize that I do it. So I'm an introvert. You can't tell now, can you? But I do like my own quiet time and my own quiet space. But one of the things that I recognized that I was doing is whenever I walked into a room, I would adjust myself to the temperature in the room. Because I felt like, oh, well, Shani, you have too much energy for people. They can't hold you, right? But I don't want you to feel like you have to, in other words, be the thermostat. Don't be the thermometer. Don't adjust your temperature because you are afraid of how others will perceive you or what they will think about you. Because remember, what they think about you is none of your business. Right? Let them think what they have to think. You carve your own path. Good? So be the thermostat. Don't be the thermometer. And we have to, really start thinking about those things that can contribute. So, right. So I'm seeing some questions here. Maria, do I answer these questions or, yes, go ahead and answer the questions. Tell me, and I will try to answer them. Yeah.
So we're waiting on 1 or 2 of our panelists to show up. So I think that's completely fine for you to answer these questions. So Nicholas
Right.
Mendez.
And I'm seeing Nicholas is asking a question. Right, Nicholas? So, and thank you so much for your question. And guys, feel free to ask me questions. I love them. Questions bring clarity. So ask away. Right. So I did register as an LLC. Yes. However, one of the things with social enterprises is that all of the profits go directly back into the business to continue the impact-driven work. So I'm not sharing it to shareholders like what a traditional LLC is. So I have adjusted the way my business operates, right? But of course, I still have to pay Caesar what Caesar is owed. So I still have to pay the taxes and levies and all that other stuff that comes with establishing of an LLC. But I won't do the shareholder stuff. Maybe, I don't know. I don't like predicting what is in the future. I have no idea. But as it is right now, Nicholas, that is what I'm doing. Good. The other thing for you too, I know some people are not as brave as me, and a lot of my colleagues have gone the non-profit route. So they're actually for-profit and not-for-profit social entrepreneurs as well, and social enterprises. So if you're brave like me, Ronnie Nicholas. If you're not, if you're not, you also have the option of registering as a non-profit, but as a non-profit, sorry, but still operating as a social enterprise. Because the thing is, you need to sustain yourself as a non-profit. You can't continue to just depend on grants and stuff like that only. You need to have some kind of business model in what you're doing to be able to sustain yourself. So that's the answer to your question, Nicholas. All right. So I'll go across on this side here. Technology. And so for me,
Oh
yeah.
no, sorry. Those questions are for the round table, but Sean,
Oh, okay.
no, but I do think, given that we might have one or two attendees running late, would you mind joining us? I know you've already been part of one round table,
Yes.
but I actually, do you have time? I know you're having long days.
I had a ex Maria. My day has been long, and I just came back in the country last night, so I'm exhausted.
That's
But
okay.
still giving you all of the energy that I have left. So,
No, it's okay. No, I
so
just thought I would throw it out there because
yeah,
you're bringing the mental health today now. So
yes,
we do have one more question before you go from Esther Calendar George,
sure,
and she says, "I'm interested in understanding the impact of waste from technology.
okay.
Example, old equipment, cell phones, etc. Is this an
Mhm.
area that you look at?"
Okay, and thank you so much, Esther, for your question. It's an excellent one. So, waste from technology is what you're referring to as e-waste or electronic waste or waste from electrical and electronic equipment. We, right, is the acronym WEEE. I just like doing that. Right, so an e-waste, because it contains hazardous components, one can no longer be accepted at any of our landfill sites in Trinidad and Tobago, and two, it should not be put out with your regular garbage. Because landfilling is the main method of disposal that we use, Swimcall has taken the decision to completely remove and will not accept any e-waste at any of the landfill sites. So this includes cell phones, laptops, desktops, TVs, anything that is powered electrically or even battery operated equipment. So what do you do then? So there are reputable e-waste recycling companies in Trinidad and Tobago. I'll give you the names of two. The first one is the one that I work with a lot, which is Piranha International Limited. You can take your items to them for free. They are based in, I think it's either Kunupi or Karipichaima. Um, it's one of the C's. I could never remember. But if you type them up on Facebook, you'll find them. Right? You can take the items to them for free, or if you wish for them to come to you to collect, there is a fee. The other one is Recyclage E-Waste Management, which is based on the Omera Industrial Estate in Arima. Same procedure applies. You can drop it off to them for free. They are also on Facebook. Or they I think they are charging a fee now, but I'm not sure, because at one point they were actually also collecting from you for free. I don't know if they've changed that since then, but those are two companies that you can look at. You can take your stuff to them. So all of us have a drawer. I was talking to a young lady at the cleanup today, and she's like, yeah, all of us have a drawer in our houses where all our old cell phones go, right? I call mine the phone cemetery. So in the phone cemetery, all of our devices that no longer work, I collect them, and then when I get the chance, I take them to one of those recyclers based on probably where I am in the country, right? So those are two names that I would have given you there, Esther. Piranha International Limited and Recyclage E-Waste Management. You could tell them Shan sent you, okay? Because my goal here is to encourage you all to really transform the way you think and act towards waste, and to use the options that you have. Do I know that you can't do everything? Yes. Do I think that more needs to be done? Yes. Do I believe that some of the players, whether it's government, private sector, manufacturers, need to do more? A big old yes. But I also like to tell you, do what you can with what you have where you have it. Don't let that be the keepback from you participating and for you taking better care of the waste that you are generating. Yeah. So if there are no other questions, and some of the things that I just wanted to mention as well too about, but I gave it in the lessons because all of those things. And Maria and I have had conversations about mental health, and she's heard me rant a little bit on those days when I didn't feel, they weren't my best days.
Yeah.
And that's good because we do need a listening ear. Not for advice. You just need somebody to sit there and listen.
Yeah,
That
definitely.
helps because for me especially, these are male dominated sectors, and
Yeah,
being a woman in this space has its own set of challenges.
most definitely.
And establishing myself as a pioneer, as I was referred to, it has been difficult, so I am really grateful, one, that I have a supportive husband, two, that I also have a supportive network around me who catch me when I fall, because
Yes,
we always
we
get check
do.
on your strong friends. I am one of those strong friends, right? So I always check on everybody, but then nobody checks on me. So for those of us who might feel like we're in that space, you just need to find one person to talk to. Just one person. Just offload it, and then just go do something fun. I love to dance. So I would just pick up myself, put the music on, and shake a little tail for a little something. I used to be a professional hip hop dancer, guys. So right.
Well, thank you so much, Sean, for all of that excellent advice, and I'm sure you know that I am one of your people. So,
Yes.
so I definitely think that we can all learn to listen better. And one of the persons who taught me how to listen better is actually joining us now. So, moving into our progress roundtable, Sean Young, as usual, amazing. Have a great evening, and see you soon.
Thank you so much, guys. Have an amazing Sunday.
Bye.
Bye.
So we're moving right into a progress roundtable. We're starting a little late. I'm actually really excited for this group. Unfortunately, Dr. Sophia Mohammed couldn't join us. I know we mentioned that earlier, as well as Dr. Shah Hurley has a setback related to a COVID-19 test that needs to happen. So progress, not perfection. We're going to move ahead with our current panelists, who are Kellyanne Bethel, who is the founder and CEO of Recess, Arnaldo James, who is the director, my co-director of Mindwise Project. Super proud to have Arnaldo here with Kellyanne, and Alyssa Rostan, who I met kind of officially for the first time yesterday. And Alyssa, I'm really excited for the discussion that's going to happen between the three of you. Just letting you guys know, it's like this is like a mental health special room right now. I
The special people in the special room.
right.
Hi, squad.
Squad goals.
So what we want to do, really quickly, is we're going to ask each of you. Now, I know each of you did, I mean, with the exception of Ronaldo, did speak today, but for the purpose of these panel discussions, which we're hoping to redistribute later, can you just briefly reintroduce what you do, what area of mental health, or what your mental health mission is with the work that you're doing, and yeah, and then we're gonna jump right into it. So we can start with Arnaldo, who hasn't spoken yet.
So, hi, I'm Arnaldo James. I am Maria's co-director at Mindwise Project. There we work to improve access to mental health resources in Trinidad and Tobago. My specific role at the moment is operations, chief operations officer. So I'm really behind the scenes, which speaks to a lot of my work, which has for the past few years been in the space of nonprofits and activism. And my role has been behind the scenes. I'm the one filing paperwork, you know, making sure the accounts are done, um, establishing connections, and Jen just stepping out of the way for community and for folks to do what they know how to do best. So that's really been my role and continues to be a Mindwise project. And yeah, I'm just really excited to be here and meet each of you. And I'm just going to openly ask a question. Do we see comments or anything directly from the audience?
Yes, you will.
Boom.
So if they do come in and they have questions, I will bring them up on screen when we have breaks in between our your responses to the questions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And just like a bit extra, my profession is in the creative industries. So I do work with many, many other people. My ethos is collaborative. It's a very much an Ubuntu practice of I am because we are. So I work in film, I work in animation, I work in graphic design and communication design, and I enjoy managing projects. I somehow I like the boring paperwork things.
Thank you so much, Analdo. Moving on to Kellyanne Bethel.
Hey everyone, I'm Kellyanne Bethel. Kells, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Recess Labs. And what we're doing is we're building a mindtech app to make positive mental health more inclusive, more diverse, and more accessible to more people, right? So our vision is really about creating something scalable that anybody could have access to. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kellyanne. Kells. Moving into Alyssa. Alyssa, let's give us a little bit of an interest of what you do and what your focus in mental health work is.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is great to be here on this panel. Um, Radical Breath is about, today I talked about inspiration for progress. I'm very interested in having people connect with their breath and meeting their breath, harnessing their breath, and breathing into balance, power, joy, and flow. I think that the breath is both fundamental, transformative, and in some ways that we can leverage to not only become, and fuel our best selves, but really to enlighten our creativity and bring us into a space where the creation, the things that we make, and the collaborations that we engage with are joyful, effervescent, and just good fun.
Mhm.
I think you just made Ronaldo smile on the inside,
I
right?
just like just so well said. It's so good to see you again.
Same here, same here.
Okay, guys, so we're gonna dive straight into the questions that I would have sent to you guys earlier, which is sort of my initial grasp of where we might want to things that we need to touch on within the theme of mental health and resilience in the tech industry. So I'm going to start off by we are all allies working towards supporting healthier communities. How do you define mental wellness, and what would a healed society look like to you? And this doesn't have to be. I think it would be great, especially now that everyone in the room is from the Caribbean. Initially, I phrased the questions because we were going to have like a multi-country panel, but now we can really just dive into what we think a healed Caribbean would look like. And we're gonna start off with Kels.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really just difficult question when I saw it, because many things came to mind when I thought about that vision of having a healed society, you know. But in terms of, and if on some of the things that Alyssa was speaking about in terms of the importance of the breath, for me, when I thought about this question, I immediately thought about that sort of on a personal level for a more collective approach. So I thought about the idea of regulating and that sort of somatic experience, especially as Caribbean people, we are a society that has a lot of trauma, physical trauma, and we have a lot of, yeah, we filled with a lot of trauma that is almost the core to a lot of the issues that we're facing, right? And so for me, initially, when I thought about what would mental, in for my work and for what I think about, I automatically think about healing sort of that nervous system. And breath work is one of those things, that to focus on our physical bodies, because a lot of the things that we may be experiencing as a society is really due to this sort of dysregulation of our physical being. And so sometimes we mentalized a lot of things, and we have this sort of mental approach thinking that we could think our way into being better, but the reality is
Mm.
that a lot of it is stored in our physical being. And I think that some of the work that we're doing in recessive and some of the breath work, even some of the things, is really about focusing on an approach for us as a society in general that is less about telling, like just talking about us being better and doing better, but recognizing that a lot of the things that we may be experiencing is somatic and is physical, and so I think that just beginning to heal as a society is also recognizing that we have, our trauma, we have generations of trauma, we have a lot of things that are going on, and it's about starting to just even begin to think about that as just the beginning of what a healed society would look like. And as I think as we expand that conversation, we'd have a better approach to thinking about what wellness is, and we have a better approach to thinking about how well-being can start to look, um, when we move out of just like the mental approach to more of a physiological and somatic approach. That was just my from the work that we have been doing.
No, most definitely, and I think that's definitely um a powerful statement that you made there, that before we start slapping on, that slapjack kind of, hey, we can fix this if we thought about things this way, there needs to be a shift in the fundamental perspective of what mental unwellness might exist. Yeah.
Hmm.
So that, I think that's a really great segue into Arnaldo, because I already know some of your thoughts on this, but yeah, I do think Kelsey hit the fundamental intergenerational nail on the head.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Kels. When I envision a healed society, a healed space, healed communities, I envision a space where everyone is compassionately honest and where we've eliminated violence. That's a healed space. That's what it looks like to me. And though that's one sentence, the pathway to it is a whole systemic approach. Um,
100%. Yeah.
you know, and so I mean, thank you for the questions, Maria. I sat with those questions and like I worked it through. Um, we can discuss further what our ideas around what those pathways to that look like, but that's what I envision. And I think part of even figuring out what those pathways are, requires us to have a consensus on what justice is.
Yeah.
I do not feel people have a consensus on what justice actually is. Um, and in addition to that, a consensus on what health is.
Yes.
We
Which
need
is
to
why we have
all
the
have
question.
a consensus on what healthy is. I don't think we also have that. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll just hold up there for now and
Wow.
No, I think you've just yeah, we're gonna segue into Alyssa, because Ronaldo just, I think, may have framed the rest of this panel discussion with something that we all, including myself, would love to explore. I think if we were to explore that, along with Alyssa's comments as well, like, we might really have a very productive discussion today. So Alyssa,
Mhm.
what's your response?
I think so. That's a beautiful framing on both ends. adore the idea of fractals. You know, there's so much wisdom in the way that autochthonous peoples live in harmony. And if you look at the patterns of Dogon villages, they're built in fractals. So fractals, each part of the fractal is a whole thing, and the fractal itself is part of the bigger thing. And I think, to speak to Kels's point, that idea of regulation, when I think about mental wellness, I think, am I able to regulate? Is my mindset fit for purpose? Do I have a flexible, anti-fragile equilibrium point? If I moved from equilibrium and get moved out of equilibrium, can I bring myself back into equilibrium? Or if I'm thrown truly out of equilibrium, can I recognize that and either regulate or have mechanisms of co-regulation to bring me back within a reasonable time frame? Are my responses not outsized? And that individual work in the context of 60% of a population who has a history either of indentureship or slavery, and our understanding that a fetal environment that is high in stress hormones predisposes children to certain realities, and having a reality where those predispositions are likely to be expressed. If you look at the non-communicable disease rates, the rates of all sorts of illnesses that lead to this, our generation is less healthy than our parents and grandparents, and we're more stressed. So individually, there's the work. And then at a societal level, as Analdo says, is there a society where I can come unarmored as myself and be received as myself without pretense, in safety? It's really, it's big. Yeah, that's the big question.
It's a very big idea. I'm not an idea, but it's a big vision. And as Arnaldo very correctly stated, even though it's a 2-sentence vision, it definitely involves an entire systemic analysis, strategy towards working towards those things. I mean, even if we just focus on violence alone, which has been a growing problem since the pandemic. But of course, I don't think it's just the pandemic, though. I know everybody's like, "Oh, violence has been rising because of the pandemic." I'm kind of like, I also think it's because globally we have structures that are falling apart, or structures that are not effectively supporting people in their times of need. So you have, we're talking about stress, and it was so funny because I was just looking at the next question, which was about, the pandemic, and I think that was the third question. But I was like, I don't even know if that question makes sense now, given the direction that we're going in. But it did make me think about stress and how I have been noticing, even before the pandemic, um, people having an increasing incapacity, lack of capacity to deal with these new stresses that we're facing as a community. So maybe my next question might be around, what do you perceive as some of the major stress factors in the Caribbean? Right? No, I know that's an unplanned question.
Life in the Caribbean. No, I mean, really, I find it objectionable to be in traffic for 3 hours daily. This is not an exaggeration. I live
No,
in
absolutely.
South. It has literally, I lived in the Netherlands for a bit. I got back, was burning up on re-entry anyway, and I had to go to Port of Spain. It took me longer to drive 1 mile, 2.2 kilometers, from inside a Gasperlo to the highway than it would have taken me in a train to cross the entire Netherlands. This is no exaggeration. I'm not being hyperbolic. Why? I mean, and the answer to that is the systems that we have in place are not designed for our thriving.
Yeah. So like we have partners like I'm gonna go on to Kel's next. But just to speak to that, there was a recent news article about Shogunas becoming a digital city. I don't know if you guys saw that, but there's the IGV plans to make it a city where everything, all of the major processes that you might have to do as a citizen can be virtual, right? And of course, I haven't bought a house yet, but I'm just kind of like, feels like a good place to live right now. I mean,
Right.
because there's that innovation taking place, but in the back of your mind, you're kind of like, how is that going to work now? Like, is that going to work? Is that too ambitious given what we're dealing with? So moving into Kels now, what about your?
May I just add a bit?
Yeah,
I
definitely.
also believe, if I'm not mistaken, the UN also earmarked Chaguanas as an inclusive city,
Yeah, yeah, that's
which
right.
I think also we should get.
We should get
I,
some details on that.
get some details. I'm certainly open that I got my facts wrong, but I believe that it's been identified as a site for a project that they're running that is called Inclusive Cities.
Yeah,
So some things with Chagonas. That
yeah.
counts.
Yeah, no, I'm learning a lot. I didn't even realize all that happening down there in Central.
Not
That's
people again.
oh gosh. Yeah, I think the question is again, very interesting, Maria, in terms of our challenges as a Caribbean space. But I think as we spoke, based on even pulling from the first question, I feel like a big component is safety. It's like something as a basic, like this is a basic need, and whether or not it's physical safety and the violence, whether or not it's emotional safety and being, depending on your intersectionality, whether or not is just societal safety. I think that safety plays one of the core issues that leads to some of the issues that we are facing as a Caribbean region, because the same stratification in society that leads to different sorts of safety issue no matter where you fall,
Mhm.
whether or not the violence, that's a next sort of safety, emotional safety, just a sense of belonging and inclusivity. I feel from me thinking about the space of the Caribbean and some of the core issues that I think could be contributing to some of the issues that we have would really that also continues this sort of fight or flight and this sort of stress response is a core feeling of lack of safety all around.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
I think from me thinking about it, I feel like that is one of the things that really is a challenge for us.
100% agree. I 100% agree with that. I feel like there's so much more I don't know. I keep saying the word shift because as the word is coming, there needs to be a shift in how we evaluate these problems. Sometimes you see a news article about something like the Shiguanas thing, and you're just kind of like, what? Like like there's so. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a great idea. It's a great experiment, right? But I mean I give full credit to the IDB for the initiatives that they are funding and making happen here in Trinidad and Tobago. We're very very lucky um to have partners like that. But at the same time, there are these huge problems that are spilling over, right? I mean, just look at the newspaper headlines that we had in the past 3 weekends that are related to suicide. There was some blow mind newspaper headlines, very, very young children dying, breaking underneath the pressures of society. You have an increase within our tech community. One of the interventions that we're doing for girls in ICT Week next week is a mental resilience training. Yeah. And the reason is because I'm sure that you guys may or may not have seen it. On YouTube, there were videos of Caribbean young kids, young teenagers losing it at school, right? And I mean, typically you might see these videos, and I'm not saying that girls aren't violent. Those of us who play hard with other girls, we know that girls can be violent, right? But what we were seeing were kids breaking under pressure, right? It
Mhm.
wasn't even like a fight. It was just like an explosion of violence. And
Mhm.
when we're looking at those things, we're looking at, you know, people building cities. I every weekend when I go walking around the savannah, I see them working on a new administrative building for the Ministry of Health, who are my partners, and I love them. But I'm just like, why? Like we have empty buildings, that they could be in, that they can do their work in, uh, but somehow money is going into an entire new structure around the savannah. And I'm just kind of like overwhelmed sometimes. To me, that's one of the biggest stressors as a citizen in the Caribbean, is knowing the amount of money that is being misspent and not managed well, your citizens' money, your money as a citizen, and watching people suffer. So like you're watching
Mm.
people suffer. I'm watching the homelessness go up. I mean, Jackie Hinkson the other day drew, right by Memorial Park. He drew what he described as a cardboard city, right?
Mhm.
And this cardboard city is the increasing number of homeless people who are making little cardboard homes right
Mhm.
around Memorial Park, and it's going around the corner. So it's turning into its own
What did you do?
cardboard city, right? And so, leaning on that, getting into that, I think it's actually a good segue into the next question I did send you guys, which is whether or not the technology space is a healthy one. And the reason why I asked that question is that part of these progress roundtables is oriented around solutions and actions, right? And we're in the tech space. Quite a lot of you are involved are involved in solutions or interventions that are meant to heal, right? But is the technology space a healing one? And what are some of the challenges, both from working inside of it as well as its impact on society? So we can start with Alyssa this time.
Yeah. To speak to the current reality of the tech space, I'm not entirely certain what the temperature is of there. I can say though, I'm a recovering process operator. I had a career as an ammonia assistant shift supervisor. I got up in a meeting once and said I was an assistant shift supervisor one. I got up in a meeting and said, it was one cheeked, at which point I realized that it was probably time for me to exit. But within the last 2 years, I have gone to funerals of colleagues. I mean, I when you have when you have a 48-year-old man who has heart failure as a result of kidney failure, as a result of untreated hypertension, you the reality is that people are unwell. I mean, mentally, yes. Also, people are generally unwell. Um, So I think that there is much, much, much work to be done. This is why I was so interested and so encouraged to hear about the work that Kels is doing. And, I'm a big fan of the Mindwise project because we really, we there's a lot of work to be done because people, really, it's they're the outward explosions of violence, but people are having internal eruptions, on the daily.
That is very true. Very true. Kels, I see you nodding. Like that, I do think she ended on a really strong note there, which is talking about what's happening internally and not just to the observable eye.
Yeah, I mean, based on what Alyssa was saying, it's so true that we really do need, in terms of tech and the work that, some of us are doing in terms of creating solutions for good, creating solutions to make an impact and so forth. I think is super important. This wave that is happening internationally as well, this wave that is happening with this recognition that there is healing to be done. Something needs to be done. There is this space that, we need to we need to do something about it. And some of the statistics that I quoted earlier is just indicative of that. Like mental health statistics are at an all-time like high, Um and even in terms of the physical health that Alyssa mentioned, all these are connected. Our stress is related to our physical health, is related to our nervous system and all of that. And so some of this work is really important in what we're doing with tech. But in terms of initially, in terms of the question that you ask, what challenge that we had in building Recess was, I don't know, some people probably watch the Social Dilemma documentary on Netflix. Yeah, that spoke about, sort of this ethical use of technology. Because when you build a piece of technology, when you build, for example, social media apps, etc., you're building it to be addictive. You're building it to be, they're using, behavioral psychology to get us addicted and engaged with some of the technology that we use. So in as much as we are in the technology space, being people who really want to make an impact and make a difference, we are still using and leveraging best practices from Silicon Valley that were not created with these best practices in mind. We are using design models that really are to really for capitalist gain. It's not really for the betterment of society, right? So it's very interesting. We have these conversations all the time in building Recess that we have to be so conscious. I mean, even though what we are building, what we are building is for the good of people, we also have to be so conscious in terms of um, forming addictive behaviors. We want people to, sort of be gamified and use the application. And we have all these metrics and stickiness, and we have all these engagement metrics in technology. And, that drives the development of a project like this one. But I think what is interesting in terms of the technology space and anyone that wants to build or use or leverage technology for good and for impact is the beginning to be aware that some of the tools and some of the best practices are taken from North America with this very capitalist ideal. And we have to look at how we use it and build and create tools and technologies that we want to make an impact. Because even though we are saying that it could be making an impact, we could really just be putting a band-aid on continuing a problem, continuing the same problem. So I think that was, that's my thought process, because we speak about it a lot in the development of Recess.
Yeah.
And something that, and it's something that we conscious of. Like, we have arguments about it, because in one mind we're like, yeah, well, it's okay because we want people to be better, so we could leverage these design principles because it's for good. But then is it for good really, and what is the purpose of which it was created? So I think, like, if we have a lot of people who are in tech in the audience, I think that that's like a really interesting thing to think about in terms of when we're doing interesting projects like we all are, And even outside of that, like there's this whole tech humanist movement that is also conscious and being aware of being more conscious of design principles that are more considerate of people's behavior and people and yeah, people's behavior and just the addictive modules and stuff that goes into some of the building of technology.
Yeah, definitely. And that Social Dilemma documentary I found was something that everybody should watch. If you haven't watched it, you need to watch it. It's made me more aware as well as I mean, not just as a cancer patient, where sitting down for longer than 15 minutes is slightly stressful on my body, like especially in these not so ergonomic chairs and physical setups that they design for us. I do feel that there's a there's a lot of room for discussion like that. So let's move on to Arnaldo.
Um, the question, well, there's so much that both Kels and Alyssa and yourself have already put on the table. Kels, let me tell you, that's why I said like just name it. The place I'm starting with on this question is when you're dealing with mainstream tech, because technology, fundamentally is any tool that we're using. Ideally, it's to advance our capacity to do something and improve our lives, right? That's it. But we know when we're talking about tech in this instance, we're talking about something that has been co-opted interracial capitalism, right? And so because it's it's functioning within racial capitalism, which has been planted and adopted globally via a number of tools such as colonization, which is just a nice way of saying invasion and forced occupation. Um, it really just is, right? Um, and that one of the things that was also said is I mean, Kel's really said this along with Alyssa, is like the ways that think that our pain, etc., is living within our bodies, and the ways that there's a physical assault that we're engaging. But what I often talk about as well is that we are constantly in a psychological warfare. There is constant psychological warfare. And that plays out in everything related to how we engage with this mainstream idea of, tech on the internet, electronics, etc. Because in that racial capital is, look at energy. Hot topic with this Russia war. you know, Look at climate change. And I mean, and for me, it's just like fundamental. Then when we get down to the nitty gritty of just organizational operation, are the human resource policies, are the way that we're engaging with labor ethical?
Yeah, that's it's so funny because that actually segues really nicely into our next question, which is um maybe
we know this laugh, right? I think we all recognize this laugh. It's a discomfort. Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, no, but it's not just discomfort. I think I think that one of the things that I'm hoping will come out of this conversation, which is why I'm really happy that we're all Caribbean based in this conversation right now,
Mhm.
is according to something that someone was talking about earlier, acknowledging this discomfort is like the first thing that we have to do. We have to say, okay, yeah, we don't normally talk about this. We don't really know how to respond to this, right? But we do know that it is something that we have to start having dialogue around what the healthy ways to approach these topics are. Sometimes when I'm talking to Arnaldo drops these topics on me, and I'm just like, how do I navigate this? Like, they, I love you, Arnaldo, but I do And I have learned a lot because, I mean, granted, I do think just like how you have both you, Kels, and Alyssa, you guys have your safe spaces where you explore your ideas, your solutions, etc. Naldo is one of those safe spaces for me. But it is an instructive safe space, okay? Like it is a space where very often I've had to learn, okay, what are the what and when I don't know, I ask. And that's something that Shah was talking about earlier, is that in these situations where we have very disruptive, she was referring to them as oh god, guys, I can't remember. I call it cancer brain, but it's sages and sepultures or sepul
Sages and saboteurs.
thank you, saboteurs, thank you, yes.
Mm.
Unless I was telling you about this yesterday, it happens, okay? It happens. But yeah, we have a lot of saboteurs, influences here in the Caribbean, based on how
Hmm.
based on how we grow up, based on how we're nurtured, based on how we're told what success looks like, how a good girl or good boy or a good guy is supposed to behave, what we look like. I'll never forget the first time I had a boyfriend who had like he had little I guess you call it like knots in his hair. Like he used to knot his hair. My father looked at me, he's like, who is that boy? And I was just still like, what? And he was actually, as far as like, if you were to look at things as whiteness or blackness, he was more white than me, right?
Hmm.
But my father just looked at him like, just put him into a category right away. Like this was someone I don't want my daughter associating with. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Which of course just made him more attractive, of course. But the reality of it is that we have some really referencing Kel earlier, some deep intergenerational wounds. They're
Mhm.
wounds. They're wounds that have not been allowed to heal because, to quote Stacey Camacho, who's our co-founder of Mindwise, it's the secrets we all keep. It's a secret.
Mhm.
So when Arnaldo's there dropping, trying to rip open secrets on in a progress roundtable, I mean that's really what it is. It's a well-kept society secret that we bury these things inside of our families, inside of our workplaces, inside of our friendships. I've encountered it.
Mhm.
I've encountered it within some friendships I've been in recently. Some new friendships. I mean, granted, I have a lot of amazing women in my life right now. I've discovered the power of a woman's group, right?
Mhm.
But sometimes when someone who's supposed to be an advocate, an activist, does something unhealthy, we don't necessarily know how to broach that with them without making them feel as if you are destroying whatever core trust you have as activists together, you
Mm.
know? So I actually think that's actually a good next topic. It isn't one of the questions I sent you guys, so sorry about that.
Mhm.
But this is something that we've been seeing a lot of recently. What is your opinion and suggested actions for some of the um, when we see persons get corrupted along this path of healing society, right? Oh gosh. No, because we've seen these things, we've seen it in the papers, we've seen our friends and allies in the papers, people that we would never have expected to be in those positions. We're in those positions.
Mhm.
Um, how do we as a society, and of course as a group, because the Mental Health Alliance is a group. We don't have it
Mhm.
officially titled yet, but we are unofficial conspirators, to quote Kels from earlier, right?
Mhm.
So we are mutually conspiring to heal our Caribbean community.
Mhm.
I do hope that we can have more formal conversations like this. I already told Alyssa, she's on calendar already in my head. She just doesn't know when, but like in my head, I already have it. Like there's some conversations that need to take place. So how do we address that as a mental health activism community, as a community that looks to these people to speak for their human rights? How do we address these issues that we've seen? And what are the actions that you think are necessary for us to move forward from those things and keep the trust of the people that we're trying to heal?
Can I respond first? Um, so I think the first thing I want to um, throw in the ring is that maintaining trust may not be a thing that you have to consider. Um, in matters of justice, and that's where I frame and try to live my own personal practice from. So I have a very Ubuntu kind of practice. It's I am because we are, and we um, consensus is important amongst the we, and compassion is just as important, but can be abused. People are not a monolith and have the capacity to be deceptive. And so I'm not certain that maintaining anyone who's lost their parts trust is always the first option. It comes up in a conversation I recently had with a good friend of mine, Shay Applewhite, about really building on what you brought to the conversation as well, Maria, around the secrets that we keep. Trust should not mean keeping secrets that maintain and reproduce harm. And so that's where I'm at so far in this question that you've raised with us, is that we I know I talk about consensus, but yeah, we use a lot of words. It doesn't mean that everybody has the same understanding of what those words are, and that's why I keep speaking to consensus. It's just like, well, what is accountability? Because what I know we've gotten, Maria, I see you not, like, I know we've gotten into conversations, if not arguments, about what accountability looks like, not just like it, both in its concept, just the idea of it, and then in the execution of it. How do we hold each other accountable compassionately?
Mm.
Compassion
That's
is a core
very
part of
hard.
what I try to live in my everyday. How do I be compassionate for myself? How do I be compassionate for others? How do I nurture compassion? Difficult things, simple word. The word compassion is a very, we could say it. How many syllables is that? Practice. But it takes a commitment. And I think it quite often we have to be clear on what we're investing in. We have to be very clear about what we're investing in. And so in these relationships, which are also important, particularly in activist community, we work with each other. We all know that we are constantly, unfortunately, working with constrained resources.
Yeah.
So we lean on each other for support. Can you help me with this today? Oh gosh, I'm real tired, but it's you, so I'll go show up for you, But then your co-conspirator falls short in a small way or in a major way.
All right. So
And how do we execute accountability compassionately?
it's very,
um,
very challenging, especially in a punishment driven society
in a
like
punitive
ours.
society like ours, yeah.
Yes. We are very oriented towards our sense of justice here in the Caribbean. I do think it's very, as you mentioned, it's very mixed, but it does involve um there is always a backlash. There's something, it's never going to be nothing. Like it's going to
Whew.
be something. You just don't know what it is. And I think it's something for us to explore as well. Would love to hear Kels's response to
Mhm.
this.
Um, yeah, another interesting question. I feel like when there's this element of accountability on our that we're speaking about it on a collective scale as a society, but automatically I just pulled back a bit and I think about, is this different to when that happens in our personal lives, when we trust somebody personally, a relationship, when we trust a family member, when we trust somebody that is close to us, and somebody breaks our trust, or somebody does something that causes us to question the foundation to which we build them on, and I feel like for me it comes back into some of the things that we were talking about before, which is about that healing and that flexibility of our nervous system to be able to cope, and not more than cope, but outside of cope, be able to heal. Can we then go through that grieving process to recognize that something did happen? We may not be able to change it. So, from a less idealistic place, can we really hold people accountable for their behavior? Probably not. Like, we could hold them accountable, but it could happen, and it will continue to happen because we live in a society that's imperfect. People are imperfect. People gonna mess up, and but to me, interesting part of it is our ability to heal and our ability to move through that. That's a trauma as well, like to move through that trauma and to start to look into the areas that may have built the foundation for those things to happen.
Yeah,
So I think for me,
100%.
yeah, it comes back to the resilience. It comes back to the theme of today's conversation. The fact that we may not be able to control, a lot of the things that happen in society. We could speak about from an idealistic perspective, and we could hope and we could wish and we could dream. But at the end of the day, we live in this space. We live in this reality. We live in this environment, and I think for me, a part of it is giving ourselves tools to be able to move through the trauma, move through the grief, move through and be resilient to learn, grow, and hope for a better tomorrow, whether or not it's a personal tomorrow, whether or not it's a future
Collective, yeah.
collective tomorrow. But I feel like it's really about learning how to heal personally and us being able to make that a collective healing.
Yeah, some a word just popped back into my head, especially as we were talking about anti-fragility 3 times today already, right? Um, is that elasticity of relationships, you know? So, and I do think getting back to the punishment orientation, that sort of conditional love that so many of us grew up with, like if you do this, I will withdraw my love from you. I will make your environment a hostile environment until you do what I say. Yeah. And that's how a lot of Caribbean young people grew up, was was that there was going to be war if you didn't obey your parents, right? And it didn't matter what your parents' personal levels of integrity were, right? Their roles in your life were unquestionable, right? So, and of course, Maria loves to ask questions, so that didn't always work out so well. But I definitely do think that one of the areas, and I 100% agree with Kels and Arnaldo. I'm gonna get to you, Alyssa, right after, and I think after that we're gonna close up with some suggestions for the audience. But I just wanted to say one last thing, was that it isn't so much necessarily punishment or like expecting people to be perfect, right? But there definitely needs to be healthier relationship models for how we deal with issues or conversations that need to take place, so with that being said, Alyssa, what would you like to say? And after you say what you have to say, perhaps you can also leave us with some resources or some actions that you would like the audience to follow through with for their wellness, whether it be a solution that you're working on, a service that is coming out soon. Leave us with that, and then we're going to close off with our other two panelists. Thank you so much.
Great. What a question to end on. I think it was Prentice Hemphill who's credited with saying that boundaries are the distance at which I can love you and me well. I might be butchering the quote.
Mm.
We are mammals. We are wired to be connected. And we feel this existential discomfort when we might be excluded.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's vitally important. And Kels mentioned this when she was talking about her co founders. We need to be very clear on what we stand for.
Mm-hmm.
We each need to have a compass, a Polaris, a North Star that we align ourselves to. Because in relationships, yes, we are required to be compassionate. We come back to safety. If we're in a, I think one of the ways that we can really, I'm a word nerd, so to educate comes from the root educare, which means to learn and to teach. It
Mm-hmm.
goes two ways. But if
Mm-hmm.
you have a situation where you are relating in good faith, where you are relating honestly, and where that is not being reciprocated,
Mm-hmm.
then to maintain your personal integrity,
Mm-hmm.
to be kind and to be respectful of yourself, you have to
Mm-hmm.
put a stake in the ground. And sometimes that means jumping up in a meeting and, saying some hard things. You come back. We're taught to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the kindest thing you can say to somebody is, no, you're wrong. And we have to cultivate relationships
Mm-hmm.
and invite. I mean, as bright and as smart and as conscious we are, some days you'll get up and stupid will just hold you in a headlock.
Mm-hmm.
You just feel like, and on any other day, you look at yourself and you say, well, wow, that was not and you need somebody to say to you, hey, that was, I love you. I love you. I'm gonna keep loving you. So it's not a punitive model. You know
Yeah.
what we think of love and care. It's not this airy fairy thing. Is sometimes people be like, hey, no, no,
Mm-hmm.
no horse, no ras. You're on full folly.
Mm-hmm.
Total, total and complete folly. And central to all of that is we have to be serious saying, will alcohol be involved? She's there. No, sometimes you don't need alcohol. It's just, I call my
Yeah.
I recently I was, there's this book called The Monkey Mind. I have recently named my brain Blanche. Sometimes I need to be like Blanche. Hush. I appreciate, for a moment, let me just give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And what has been transformational for me is being able to sense in to the knowing of myself.
Mm-hmm.
My brain is very loud. I have, a lot of things going on. And sometimes you need to listen to your diaphragm. Because, I mean, your gut might tell you, hey, you're frightened, I'm frightened. Your
Mm-hmm.
diaphragm will say to you, diaphragm is very, very quiet and it's very, very honest. So
Mm-hmm.
learning to recognize and respond to that voice is critical. And I would say, generally, a lot of times we treat our cars better than ourselves. If your car shuts down for gas, you're not going to give it a pep talk and say, the other cars are doing better than you. And, you don't need encouragement. You need gas. That's what
Mm-hmm.
you need.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a flat tire, you don't need to, be shown an example of a Maserati. You need air in your tire. In the
Mm-hmm.
same way, we can ask ourselves, is it that I am unmotivated or am I sleep deprived,
Mm-hmm.
undernourished,
Mm-hmm.
not rested, dehydrated? Am I, CO2 intolerant? So if people are going to do anything, my recommendation, at first, it's going to feel like a trial. and like Alyssa don't like you, and you might cuss me. But if you can work up over time to a practice of sitting down, closing your eyes, and breathing for 12 minutes, there are appreciable health benefits. I mean, in terms of increasing the length of your life, I would
Mhm.
say make sure you're nourished, get hydrated,
Mhm.
drink some water, eat something live, eat a salad, sleep for 7.5 hours at least a night. People say they sleep when they're dead. Yes, if you sleep for less than 7 hours a night, your estimated life
That coming early.
expectancy decreases. It's coming. Yeah, you'll sleep because you'll be dead faster. Um, and that's the research.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, Kels talked about EMDR. You get a lot of the results from EMDR. If you take a walk, that's what your eyes do. Move from side to
Mhm.
side where they move through the environment.
Mhm.
So breathe slowly for 12 hours. 12 hours. I mean, breathe all the time. Don't stop breathing. But breathe slowly for 12 minutes, preferably with your eyes closed. Nourish yourself,
Mhm.
um, sleep, and develop relationships where you can be your authentic,
Mhm.
unarmored, precious, joyful self.
Mhm.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. And that was great. I do 100% agree with the nourishing yourself. As a cancer patient, I have had to learn the power of sleep. I have had to learn the power of food that is
Mhm.
nourishing, not just food that makes you full, but food that nourishes your body,
Mhm.
nourishes your mind, nourishes your body's processes that are happening without your direction, but you can direct them, right? So
Mhm.
thank you so much for that and bringing the biological into this as well as you all have. So thank you, Alyssa. We're gonna move on now to Arnaldo.
Yeah, so my words of advice actually build on exactly what Alyssa put forward. I always tell people, surround yourself with other healthy people. um,
Yeah.
Ideally, the idea is that that just makes it easier for you to be healthy. It's really, was this kind of cognitive dissonance you'd be in if like the people around you are treating themselves well or treating others well and you just not like what like so I would say that like seek out the healthiest people, and health looks a number of ways and involves a number of things. So I'm going to just rattle off a few. Financial health, we ignore that. Surround yourself with people who are financially healthy. Surround yourself, of course, with people who are mentally healthy, which is not shunning people who are mentally unwell. Somebody who is struggling but is on a journey towards health, whatever way that takes, whether that is medical, whether that is social, however that like someone who's on a pathway to health, be around them. You know, and certainly your physical health. There's so many of us, we learn this basic table of nutrition in primary school, but we know in our households we don't apply that. Like typically, let's just be real. How much of us getting all of our vegetable nutrition a day? How many of us, just like, I have friends who tell you like, I don't eat vegetables, there's meat or nothing. Like, like I have friends like that. But it's a whole other dynamic when, and again, it's not about shunning, but when you surround yourself with people who are, they're actually preparing meals, they're inviting you into their kitchen to cook with them. When you have house parties, y'all are cooking together. Like, so that's what I mean. When you surround yourself with health, with healthy people living those lives, it's so much easier for you. It's just like, hey, sister, I eat that couscous from you the other day. Where you get at? Well, I just go to this market, buy so and so. Hey, that plantain, da 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 da. Well, my neighbor does grow. When you surround yourself with that, and it does take work. That's ultimately what I'm saying. It's part of what Kels has been saying with that self healing, that resilience is where you're placing your investment. And unfortunately, we are socialized, conditioned, and coerced into only addressing health when we experience the unwellness. And unfortunately, part of what makes that part of experiencing unwellness back to health so difficult is because we didn't invest in an infrastructure, a socialization, an ecosystem that where we would just know the pathway.
Yeah, which brings us to why so many of our solutions that are focusing on mapping pathways, which is the work
Mm-hmm.
that we're doing at Mindwise, is important. Mapping existing pathways, and then you have solutions like Kel creating new pathways that don't exist right now. Yeah, and then
Yes,
of
and
course,
just one plug, just for MindWise Project, for anyone who's unaware, we have a platform that is part of the national COVID-19 and crisis response called findcareTT.com for, as I said, anyone who's in crisis or, again, may just want to build their resilience. It's all free resources, and you can find it at findcareTT.com,
thank you so much, Arnaldo.
of
And
course.
yes, and thanks for letting them know that the resources are free. That's important.
Hmm.
So moving right into Kel's, closing off on a strong point. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, Alyssa's and Ronaldo's suggestions were really good and really some of the things that I wanted to talk about. But just building on what you guys said before, I feel like I would start with being proactive. Like, what you said there about we have this idea that health is sort of this reactive space where something is happening and we need to fix it. I
Hmm.
think that we could start by really looking at ways where we could be more positive with health, like a positive idea of what health is, a
Hmm.
positive idea of what mental health is, and start to build on that positive aspect before we reach to a place of crisis. And I feel like a lot of the work and a lot of what we were talking about today is really about that. Like, how could we start to, breath work in terms of eating healthy, in terms of some of those physical things? Those are things that we could really start to implement right now, whether or not we are in the state of crisis and everything is breaking down or not. And so I want to start by saying that, let's be more, let's make an effort to be more proactive with our health, mental, physical, and everything. And just because of the work that we're doing as well, some of that has to do with building this idea of flow into your daily lives. Like,
Yeah.
we our application is about building flow state and increasing the amount of times we could be in flow. It may not be every single day, but we want to be able to experience flow. And that is essentially, again, the five factors. We'll just mention it, and I will throw a link to a guide that we have that would go more deeper into some of those elements. But it's really about finding peace, which is looking to at ways that we could reduce anxiety,
Hmm.
reduce stress within our bodies.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's going for a walk, as Alyssa said, that is bilateral stimulation, breath work. Like, these are things that we could do, meditation, to really help to get into a state of peace. The next one is potential, which has to do with feeling capable, feeling worthy. And that is sort of doing the inner work necessary to realize that a lot of the information, and we talk about the saboteur, some of the information that we have been fed from childhood
Hmm.
to now has not equipped us to be able to feel capable and feel worthy. We don't, because we have been fed a lot of information and knowledge that is going fundamentally against that fundamental idea of I don't need to do anything to be worthy. I'm good as it is. There's nothing that I need to do to achieve anything. I'm good and I'm worthy as I am. So, that idea of potential, the idea of presence, looking into ways that we could improve our focus and our attention in a way that is healthy. So meditation, mindfulness is a way that we can work on those things
Hmm.
by being in present moment, building that space where we are aware of the things that are happening within our bodies. We spoke about that a lot. What am I feeling? Being conscious of ourselves, being present, because a lot of us simply react in all sorts of ways because we're not conscious of what is happening. We're not really present in the moment. We're
Yeah.
Hmm.
distracted by a lot of things. Um,
100%.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the last one is purpose. We have, a lot of us here goal oriented. We have projects, we have businesses, we employed, we doing a lot of things that we just on this rat race,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really about stepping back and looking and seeing, what do I really want to achieve with my life? What is
Mm-hmm.
the passion? What am I trying to do? And then look at adding those goals to have a more purposeful and purpose driven life and existence. And the last
Mm-hmm.
one is just enhancing the idea of play, which has to do with just creativity. Like, it could feel good, like you could work and you could do a project and you could just feel good about it, and you could just be creative and enjoy the process of learning, and it could just be joyful and enjoyable. And a lot of the times we forget about that because some of us are so goal oriented, like we're trying to hit this like new target, and
Mm-hmm.
but you could just enjoy the thing. So I think, some of the things that we created, those 5 factors of flow based on the 10 bigger factors of flow state, and we created
Mm-hmm.
the 5 P's. And I really believe that, well, for us, what we're saying is that as you start to look into those 5 main areas of your life and start to build the different things, you would become more resilient. You
Mm-hmm.
would be able to feel better. You'll be able to perform better, feel less unstuck in your everyday life. And I would throw up we have like an ultimate guide to flow states that we have up on our website.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just throw that up there for anybody that's interested in,
Boom.
That would be really great, actually. And as I mentioned earlier, I actually do think it's gonna paste that right into the chat. Um, Now, I do want to share some comments with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that we had some great comments from the audience. Ingrid Superville was talking about secrets earlier. Very much agree with that. If keeping a secret is harmful for anyone, then the secret should be revealed somehow. Wow. I 100% agree with that. I think that actually spoke to one or two of the situations that I was referencing before. Is when secrets always come out. By the way, that's my general experience has been
Let's keep it real.
that they always
We
come
live on
out.
an island. Uh-huh.
Yeah, especially in a close community. I do believe, but at the same time, from a forgiving perspective,
Mm-hmm.
like it's not. We don't think that because you had a secret or because there was a secret. What matters, and I actually learned this recently, is how you handle it
Mm-hmm.
afterwards, and that's what speaks to your character. That's what speaks to the community. Is them seeing, okay, this happened. You're in this situation. What are you gonna do? And what example are you gonna set now? And I do feel anyone who works in the mental health field, and is leading any area of mental health, even on my level, which is really, on an advocacy activist level,
Mm-hmm.
we have a huge burden of responsibility on how we publicly address things. I mean, in your private life is one thing, but publicly, I think we have a real burden that we really do need to have a high standard, because these high standards didn't exist before us, right? These mental health alliances that we are talking about right now, there weren't these discussions before. So it's not inherent in our Caribbean community, maybe in our ancestral communities, but not in our
Mm-hmm.
modern communities, right? So that being said, I really loved Nicholas Mendez shared whether or not he was like ethical labor in TNT. Haha, right. That definitely was a good one. And of course, Ingrid Superville said, also, while I believe in forgiving those who have wronged me, I do not have to try to trust them again. And I certainly do not have to allow them to stay in my life, and that boundaries are necessary. I loved Alyssa's quote about boundaries,
Mm-hmm.
being where you and I meet and we can both be well. I'm not sure if I'm also massacring the quote. I think I just did, but I mean, I love that because it really is. It helps define boundaries not as something that pushes people away, but rather something that's bringing people
Mm-hmm.
together. Yeah. And I do think people interpret boundaries in that negative way. sometimes. So this was a great panel discussion, guys. I really do feel like we need to make this a thing. This a thing. And the reason is that, so often panel discussions, which is why we call them progress roundtables, kind of like a series of sound bites, one after the other, right?
Yeah.
And we weren't very interested in that as the partners this year. We were really interested in conversations that move the needle forward. And I actually do feel like we moved the needle here, maybe a little bit, or maybe we touched the needle, but the needle was, there was some movement. But I do think holding ourselves accountable, my action isn't for the audience, but it's actually for all of us here in this room. Let us follow up on this discussion. Whether it is that we're going to put together something as partners, or we're going to host an event as partners, or maybe strategize an intervention for the community. If you know others who should be in this conversation, let us bring that group together, because it's necessary. I find too often those of us working in mental health intervention are doing so in silos. And so we're there, like we're healing, but I actually didn't know a whole lot about the Recess Project and what was happening with it until just now, which is which may be one of the unintentional things that I do by bringing all of these awesome people that I know together. It's kind of like I'm just gonna do a group catch up, right? Like,
Yeah.
catch up with all of you all at once. But yeah, we need to have more consistent conversations like this. I have been saying that there's a need for a mental health alliance that needs to be formed in the Caribbean, that is not necessarily part of an existing governmental or non-governmental institution, amongst young people. And when I say young people, I don't mean I mean amongst young interventions. Yeah, younger interventions that are more modern, more not dismissing things that took place before, but definitely more forward thinking than what has been there before. So I do hope that that will be my action. I will be in touch, as I've pre-warned all of you. And thank you so much for being with us today, guys. This was awesome.
No, of course. Thank you. I want to thank you, Alyssa. You're just so eloquent.
I
So
know. What is up with that? She
I'm
gave
very
us like
rude.
the
Kels,
breakdown of where education came from.
absolutely. I wanted to
Yes,
Kels,
yes.
you on your closing, just like you just hit so many marks. In my own experience in the nonprofit sector on projects, it is so beautiful. I can't say that I've experienced a lot of it, but it would be so beautiful that you end a project rejuvenated. Too often we don't. Too often we don't. And what you called for in your closing was again where we place our investment. What are we
Yeah,
investing in our every action in?
100%. Yeah.
We
Wow.
should leave this project
Wow.
rejuvenated. We ain't helping
I
people.
really
Why do
I've
we
got
feel wasted after?
yeah.
Okay, guys.
This has been wonderful. This has been
This was
wonderful.
amazing, and I mean, I actually wanted to. I'm going to end on one more thing, which is that, um, some of these conversations shouldn't just be conversations, which is something that Arnaldo and I were talking about not too long ago. We need to do this as a collective activity that goes on for several months. You know what I mean? And when we do have these conversations, it should go on for several days, with us being around each other, being able to have spontaneous thoughts,
Mhm.
being able to have spontaneous
Mm-hmm.
responses,
Mm-hmm.
and spontaneous thinking that isn't oriented around a 5 minute soundbite. Yeah. So
Yeah.
looking forward to this continued action between us. I'm extremely happy with what took place today, and looking forward to seeing you guys soon. Bye. Okay, so we had an amazing roundtable discussion just now. It went a little bit over time, so thank you everyone who's still watching. We know that you guys have had a very long week. We also had a long week, but one of the things that I love about doing this summit is that everybody keeps showing up, as in all of the speakers show up, all of the partners show up, I have always been extremely impressed by the community of women who come together to make this happen, as well as allies such as Mr. James, who I love so much. But yeah, so our allies have been really strong between Nicholas Mendez and Aldo James. Even Karen Rose, who showed up in our community and gave us this amazing insight into his story. We also had Bess Mitchell, Jared Bess Mitchell, who was with us last year. We've had some amazing allies who have been here and helped this summit move forward. So, with no further ado, because of some technical difficulties that took place during the week, we had a few talks that really we couldn't broadcast because of some complications. So we're going to go into those talks right now. We're going to start off with none other from our partners at Worky. um, and I really, really love meeting Elena Dyer and her co-founder Cheerleaf Lee Wing, who is they both are doing some amazing things over at Worky. And today's talk from Cheerleaf is navigating opportunities, and we're very, very excited to hear from him. So very quickly, let's see. All right. Here we go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shaylee Fleewing, Shay for short, and I'm the CEO and co-founder at Worky. I want to thank the IWD Caribbean Tech Summit for having me at this talk. Today, I'll be addressing navigating opportunities within a Caribbean context. So first thing to me that's super important is how do you spot opportunities and how do you identify opportunities? Now, I'm an avid believer in first, you must believe that you can solve problems. I believe that your mindset essentially creates your reality. So, for example, if you think you aren't good enough, or you don't have the resources, or you're limited by geography, then you'll always see the hurdles. 9 times out of 10, you'll see the hurdles, and the finish line would really never come into focus. But if you foster a mentality or a mindset of positivity and growth, then you open yourself up to actually identifying these opportunities. So instead of I'm not good enough, it then becomes a matter of what can I do to be good enough? How can I equip myself with the tools necessary for success? And then you start to realize around you what's possible, what's around for you to reach out and grasp. Instead of saying I don't have the resources, it then becomes who has these resources? How can I access these resources? How can I access these people? Instead of, well, I'm in the Caribbean, it's limited population, we're late adopters, you then start thinking more along the lines of, I'm in an emerging market. How can I capitalize on our region being late adopters? So to me, the mindset is the real differentiating factor in success versus failure. Because if really and truly, even in failure, the right mindset can help you to learn from the mistakes and apply them to future scenarios instead of adopting a defeatist attitude or just accepting that you can't accomplish what you want to. I also think for us, it's important to adopt a global outlook because at the end of the day, we're late adopters, and in most cases, we're solving problems that have been addressed elsewhere or are being addressed globally. So we're, in my opinion, in an advantageous position where we can actually learn from persons' experiences and their mistakes and then apply them to our own socio-economic landscape. So we're never really starting from scratch, if you think about it. We just really need to pay attention and extract best practices and learn from other people's mistakes. And in the digital age where information is readily accessible, we need to use this to our advantage as well. And actually, I'll use us being in the digital age to segue into networking. So touching on digital/information age that honestly we're lucky enough to exist in, because think about this talk that we're having right now, like what would this have looked like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, you know? I think it's important for us to utilize these mediums for professional development just as much as for leisure. Too often, I think we look at social media, well, I do, and I look at people around me, and we see that it's used for bacchanal, gossip, counterproductivity, who's being dragged on Twitter, whatever the case is, when really and truly these same vehicles could be used for very productive purposes as well. There are these groups and networks on Twitter. There are these individuals on Instagram. LinkedIn is an invaluable resource as well. So the internet and technology have made the world a very small place. So metaphorically speaking, it's really no different to living in Trinidad or Jamaica or Barbados. The same way, when we need something, we reach out to someone within our network, or we reach out to someone at arm's length. When we need something, we just need to tap into various like-minded groups across the globe, and we can't meet these people. We can't meet co-founders, we can't meet community builders, we can't meet investors, and all without, and thankfully, having to jump on a plane, put yourself in expense. Now, don't get me wrong, the face-to-face networking does definitely have its perks and its benefits. However, if we're talking about your means, if you're working with limited means, once you have an internet connection, then you do have the resources that you need to make the right professional connections. Now, with that being said, it's also important to hold yourself accountable. You would know if you're doing everything you can. You would know if you're taking this seriously. You, as in you, would need to actually step out of your comfort zone. So I like to think of it as your comfort zone is that bottom drawer in the fridge. And your dreams are those vegetables that you bought a month ago because you're going to go on a diet, you're going to start eating healthy, you're going to start eating steamed vegetables. So essentially, that's where your dreams go to die. Recently, I was forced to face this myself. So I don't consider myself especially adept at speaking, or I don't consider myself good at networking. And to be brutally honest, I don't like it very much. I have never liked it very much. I consider myself an introvert. However, we are currently fundraising, and persons within my network and my team's network have presented me with the opportunity to go to Miami to get in front of VCs and investors for Miami's Tech Month, which honestly could truly benefit my team. And I honestly wanted to come up with all types of different excuses why I couldn't do it. But I knew to myself that it was something that I actually needed to do. So a good rule of thumb may actually be, the more uncomfortable it makes you is probably the higher the likelihood that you need to take that action, unfortunately, depending on how you look at it. I also want to talk about circles and support systems. So if you're trying to be innovative, or you're stepping into an area that's off the radar, for most, then honestly, it's unreasonable to expect that everyone would support your journey or even understand your journey or understand what you're trying to accomplish. Now, this to me is one of the biggest hurdles that we face in our region. And it's also just to do with us being late adopters and where we are geographically. I've also faced it even when trying to find good mentors and advisors. So you need to protect your enthusiasm and your drive by essentially keeping yourself surrounded by people who get it. And by get it, I mean people who are on the same path or at least a similar path or a similar journey to you. So, for example, if your parents grew up traditional and they've had the same job for 20 years, and that's all they know, you can't expect them to wrap their minds around what you're trying to do and understand. You can want them to be supportive, but it's unreasonable to expect it. If your friends are only concerned about liming, partying, then your friends, you can't expect them to give you the pep talks that you may need to keep going, especially when you're doubting yourself or when you need to stay motivated. So now nothing is wrong with your parents or these types of friends. Let me just say that as well. But it's definitely very important for you to find your tribe. You need those persons around who can say, yeah, bro, I get it. I understand. Or maybe you should try this approach instead. Or I've experienced this in my journey, so maybe this would help. Like even them coming from a place of experience, the advice it's received differently. These are the people you can really rely on. These are the people you can really learn from, and who can help keep you motivated when you're facing imposter syndrome and when you're feeling demotivated. Yeah, so I would just say lastly, just keep your circles like-minded and keep learning. And by learning, I don't necessarily mean go to school. I mean read. Keep reading. Like books to me are honestly the biggest life hacks that exist today. You get to learn from the experiences of seasoned professionals. You get to avoid the mistakes. You get to gain perspective on what it took for them to make it. And I mean, at the end of the day, you really want to be that person who learns from other people's mistakes rather than having to reinvent the wheel over and over and make these same mistakes over and over. So once again, I'd like to thank the committee for having me on. This has been my little Shea Talk. Hope it was valuable. It's been a pleasure. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Chia Leaf, and the amazing work that is being done over at Worky. I know that a lot of thoughtfulness goes into their practice. So thank you so much for being here with us today. Now, next we have none other than Keteni Flortinius, who's actually coming to us from Haiti. We're very excited to host Keteni's story, and her topic is on a personal journey, her personal journey of success. We were so excited by being able to include Haiti this year in what we are doing as a summit. We'd like to personally thank um, Yannick and Ellen for allowing us and helping us put these connections together. Um, Very much looking forward to sharing this video. Just give me 1 second. And as we mentioned in some of the promos that you may or may not have seen, we are so proud that we have 10 Caribbean countries who are represented in our list of speakers and presenters and panelists this year. So, I mean, Keteni is just very, 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 very happy to have her here with us. Okay, so there's a small issue with Kateni's video. So we're gonna move right into um, video from Ashton Sweeting, who is coming to us from Planeteer, where he's a founder. And his name is Ashton Sweeting, and his talk is on sustainable transformations becoming a Planeteer.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be with you all today at International Women's Day 2022. My name is Ashton Sweeting. I am founder and CEO of the sustainable transformations company called Planeteer. And today I'll be speaking to you, about becoming a planeteer. Firstly, what it means to be a planeteer. I want to give you some background on what sustainability and sustainable transformations actually entails, as well as about how it's important not only the world but the Caribbean in particular. So without further ado, we're going to move on to our next slide. And this is a instrumental quote from a Canadian environmentalist named David Suzuki, and it is kind of like a warning to businesses, because for a long time, society and businesses believe that the sole business of business is business. And we found out that the bottom line is not the only thing that's important in our society. So he goes on to say, if we pollute the air, waters, and soil that keep us alive and well, and destroy the biodiversity that allows natural systems to function, no amount of money will save us. And I just think that this is very profound, very straightforward, and everyone should be able to understand that no matter how much money a business is, how profitable it is, how big it has grown, if it is detrimental to our society, whether socially, environmentally, morally, whatever, no amount of money is going to save us. So David Suzuki was very influential and had a lot of contributions to environmentalism, sustainability, and climate change. So here's a quick statistic for you, if you will. The industrialized world, meaning the top countries in the world, the first world, as you would call it, uses about 80% of the Earth's resources. But it's a very stark contrast when you think about that the industrialized world only has about 20% of the global population. So you can really see that it's an unequal amount of usage going on, and conversely, ironically, even the industrialized world is responsible for about 80% of the pollutants that enter our environment. So, coming from a third world country in the Bahamas, we suffer directly the first-hand effects of climate change and the pollutants and all of the after effects that it causes through stronger storms, etc., as well as like habitat loss and all of these other factors. So I just want to talk about some buzzwords, in fact, because I know I've already said it a few times when I speak about environmentalism, sustainability, and climate change. So let me just tell you what that means. I'm going to break it down to you very easily. So firstly, we're going to talk about environmentalism. When you think about environmentalism, that is really just the concern or the actions taken to protect our natural environment. So whenever you have someone talks about they're an environmentalist, that just means they're concerned about the environment, or they engage in activities that ensure the protection of our environment. Also, you talk about sustainability, and it's very correlated to environmentalism, because with sustainability, what it is essentially is that with our resources here on Earth, we want to be able to supply this current generation or people that exist on Earth currently, you want to be able to supply them with all of the resources they need. But you don't want it to take away from future generations. You want the future generations to have the same capacity to perform or live the same quality of life that you live, or perhaps even better. So you don't want to use the resources or do things that make it hard for future generations to live, or that will make it harder for them to live in future. Also, climate change is probably the biggest word out of the three that you hear just thrown around in casual debates, or you heard on the telly, or wherever, school, university. But climate change essentially is that we understand and we are aware of some of the activities that go on with businesses, corporations in our daily life, that they have negative consequences. And for instance, like you drive your car every day to go to work, or wherever you may venture off to, but they have your car pollutes the air with carbon emissions. So that exhaust that comes out of the back of your car goes up into the atmosphere, and it kind of messes with the natural order up there by degrading the ozone layer, which protects us from the harmful rays of the sun, as well as it produces stuff like acid rain, as well as stronger storms due to the effect of that UV light now hitting the Earth at a greater capacity than it had before we started using these fossil fuels and other harmful chemicals. So that's what it is. Environmentalism quickly is just protection, the concern of our environment. Sustainability is just us using our resources more efficiently so that we don't take away from future generations. And climate change is just us being aware that some of the activities that we do here on Earth in our daily life is harmful to the environment, and is changing the climate, is causing winter to be later or to be shorter, causing summers to be more hot and intense. It's just us taking being aware of that. So these are some of the key challenges in the Caribbean when you think about uh, when you think about sustainability, environmentalism, and climate change. So we have very low disaster resilience, meaning that if we're, like in 2019, the Bahamas had a hurricane, uh, Hurricane Dorian, that was a Category 5. And Category 5s aren't really quite that common, but this one was especially strong, and it even like basically paused for like almost an entire day over some of our northern islands, and it was just catastrophic. So a lot of our businesses in those islands were affected and were no longer able to continue operations. So they weren't really resilient to that kind of storm, although they are quite frequent in the summer months. Affordable clean energy. Us coming from a third world country, a lot of our environment, or a lot of our the sources that we use to create energy are not very clean, meaning that they produce a lot of carbon emissions, like I spoke about before. They're also very expensive, and they come from a long ways. Like most of our oil would come from either the U.S. or the Middle East or some other country that produces oil, and so it has to be transported to us, and even that it releases carbon emission because it has to be transported by boat, plane, whatever. And also in the Caribbean, we talk about water scarcity, meaning that it's a lack of fresh water for us to drink or bathe or brush your teeth, for instance. It's not enough of it to go around. Despite being located on islands, most of the water that surrounds us is salt water, and trying to filter that is quite a laborious task and requires a lot of resources just to be able to filter the salt out of that water. So water scarcity is something that we will continue to think about in the future. Following with that is sustainable cities and communities. A lot of our cities weren't made with sustainability in mind. So they're either poorly laid out, and most people have to travel quite some distance, sorry, to get resources that they need, and also to travel quite a bit to get to commute to their daily their daily work habitat, or their daily workstation. I'm sorry. So you just want to be able to rethink cities, new forms of transportation. We've got like new trends like Europe, where you have like e-scooters or trams or streetcars that operate completely electric. So that's something that you want to consider when you talk about sustainable cities. You want to make it easier for people to get around, easier for people to live. Also, and the fifth one, there are also a lot more that could be on this list, but I tried to kind of narrow down the ones that I think are most important to the Caribbean. Life below water. A lot of our daily consumption comes from like aquatic life, whether it be fish, scallops, shrimps. We all love our seafood, right? But the habitat down there, meaning the natural ecosystems like coral reefs and such, are being disastrously affected. For instance, in the Caribbean region, we have an invasive species like the lionfish that just decimates the native species because it's a voracious eater, so it eats everything. It harms the reef health, and a lot of those fish that it eats are responsible for the health of the reef by cleaning up the polyps and the natural environmental cycle that goes down there. So these are some of the key challenges within the Caribbean. So I know this is a burning question for you all. What is a planeteer? Essentially, a planeteer is anyone that wants to participate in saving our planet. Anyone that goes above and beyond to ensure that the continuation of our species and that the preservation of our natural resources and the efficient use of those resources are adhered to. Sorry. And when I started the company Planeteer, it was that what I had in mind. We want to save the planet as well. We don't want people to force people to do it. We want people to kind of volunteer to do it. So combination of two words, we have a Planeteer. So going on from that, how can you become a Planeteer? The general public, we'll be creating a Planeteer platform essentially, where you'll be able to post videos, start chat rooms, really report anything that you see. We have this thing called called see something, say something. So if you see someone littering, if you see people not respecting the environment, we want you to kind of like not shame them, but kind of put it out there that these things are happening. Us at Planeteer, we're going to reach out to companies, reach out to governments, all the necessary bodies that can help bring about change and implement policies to help basically sustain our environment, sustain our oceans, everything. We just want to be able to reach. We want to give you the platform in order to be able to help us to create this change. So what this platform is going to allow is to strengthen our capacity for detection and prevention of environmental crime, despite the border or whatever distance. We want to promote management of hazardous waste and substances. We don't want that getting into our water supply, even decreasing or increasing the level of scarcity present. And also another reason is we want to enhance the environmental awareness and promote the transparency and public participation in decision making and access to justice in these environmental matters. We want justice to be what we strive for, that people, when they do these atrocities, that there's a price to pay for it, because there's a price to pay for it for the future generation. This is not fair to them, for them to have to pay the price for things that they didn't partake in. As it relates to business, Planeteer also operates as a consultancy firm. So what we do is we're basically going to help businesses in trying to remake themselves and become more green and more sustainable and harm the environment less. So this can be a complicated process. So, with our scope of activities, we will include stuff like change management, helping businesses change the way they do things and do it in a timely and efficient fashion. Crisis management, sometimes they're already experiencing a crisis, whether it be, for instance, like Flint, Michigan in the US, when they had the contamination of water. That's a crisis. We want to help them manage it or point them to the people that, or help them to align with their partners that can help make this crisis not only avoidable in future but solve it in today's present. Also, strategic consultancy, where we'll help businesses kind of strategize how they want to move going further into the future so that they will always be aligned with ESG and other principles such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals henceforth. Also, additionally, we're going to provide training programs to staff or whomever in order to help bring them up to speed about why this kind of change is instrumental and why it's important for them to undergo, or the company to undergo, this transformation. Also, Planetel will be managing the project itself to ensure that everything is adhered to. We'll work along with businesses, just to kind of give them a level of oversight, a level of expert advice that is going to help them to pursue what it is they want to do with their business, as well as how we manage the planet. So, without further ado, I just want to thank everyone for tuning in, listening to me speak. I'll be sure to leave my contact information if you have any further questions, any queries that you want to ask me about Planetaire or even about the environment. I love speaking about it. It's one of my favorite things to do. I love the environment. I love educating people about it. So I just thank you again for hearing me out today, and enjoy the rest of the conference. I would love to speak to one of these International Women's Day again, maybe 2023. Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashton. It really was a great presentation, introduction to coming up Planeteer, and of course asking some really critical questions about the environment and how we what our perspectives are on it. So we will be sharing in a post-event follow-up the details of all of our speakers, their resources, their contact information, etc. So you can look out for those things. We're going to move on to our last presentation. It's the lightning talk by Kateni, who that we were trying to play earlier. We've solved the problem, and now 1 second. There we go. Okay. There we go.
Okay, perfect. I am Kelly Flor Davis. I come from Haiti. I studied business management. I am a certified data analyst from Haiti Analytics. My participation in the Haiti Analytics Data Analysis Bootcamp was a golden opportunity for me to learn about and begin the realization of one of my most important dreams. It was a wonderful experience with many challenges requiring a lot of motivation and determination. You had to have a clear goal and always remember why you were there. The bootcamp was made of many difficult periods with many projects with very tight deadlines. You had to work every day to code and meet those deadlines. The work was daily without exceeding most of the time the conventional hours. The conventional working hours, there were times when I was on the class space for more than 48 hours at a time, or those occasions when I was lucky enough to get home the next day I was so exhausted that I feel like I couldn't wake up. I wish I could have stayed, not talk to continue. It's at this moment that I often feel like I giving up because of the magnitude of the work, too many projects, too many codes. But each time I remember the goal I set for myself, I wake up and continue to fight to reach my goal. 20 participants were selected from over 850 applicants. Among the selected, there were only four girls. Some of these girls feel great to be in the middle of this, all of these men, but I was really proud of it. Some of the boys, not at the bootcamp, but in our personal environment, tried to put us down with their comments, suggesting that we will not be able to cope with so much work. But we proved them wrong every time, submitting every project on time. They had become a source of motivation for me with their challenge and claim to superiority. I always told myself I could do it, and I did it. And it's not just me, but the other three girls too. And today I'm proud because I graduated from the boot camp, and I'm proud of the other three girls too. And one of my biggest accomplishments today is the work I'm doing as a data analyst intern for an organization that supports the Asian community with investment opportunities where I'm combining my management and data analysis skills to enable this organization to reach its goal more efficiently and add another dimension to the programs that this organization supports in the community. To women who wish to pursue a career in what I'm currently doing, I would advise first, set a goal that when you encounter or face a series of challenges hidden people. Second, never let anyone intimidate you, never doubt your abilities. And third, always try to do your best in whatever field you are working in. Tell yourself that as a woman you can. Find the reasons for your daily motivation. I heard women more scientifically oriented.
You're okay.
You have no barriers.
You have no limits to develop your abilities. You can don't let any stereotype limit you to make you miss your dreams or what you really want to be. I would like all the stereotypes about our ability as women to be stop. Let's start doing science and get involved in the tech industry to ensure gender equality and our empowerment as women, or there will always be many more men out there doing what we as women can do. Finally, I would like to say that you can grow in whatever field you want to grow in. You just have to fight to be competent and always apply discipline in everything you do.
Wow. It went very quickly, but Kiteni really shared some really strong bits of her story there, and the bit that resonated with me the most, it actually woke me up because it's been a long day. Um, However, Kiteni's description of feeling overwhelmed and overpowered by the experience of having to work so hard as a technologist um, definitely moved me very much. So thank you so much for being so vulnerable in this space. Before I bring my fellow partners on, I really want to take this moment to thank our first ever summit sponsor outside of Google, We Magazine, Women Empowerment Magazine of the Digital Guardian, of the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian, has come on board as a partner to the International Women's Day Caribbean Tech Summit. And, they were very, very supportive by sharing our article, raising awareness around the summit. We're looking forward to doing some work with We Magazine, sharing some of the amazing stories that are coming out of the summit. We had a lot of wow moments, and I know that I can share that with my partners. We had a lot of wow moments. So thank you to We Woman Empowerment Magazine and Dr. Sophia Mohammed, who has been integral to bringing this partnership to the summit and empowering women which she does all the time. She definitely is a huge champion of women entrepreneurs, women techpreneurs. And of course, we discovered recently that she herself also is a techpreneur. So it's a very exciting partnership. We're looking forward to watching it grow. So I'm gonna add my fellow partners. We've reached the end. Yes. Yeah. And LaShawn, you're muted. I think that's
Hello.
hi guys.
Hi.
I
Hello.
really, how did you find today was, I know we had a packed week, one day after the next. I'm going to leave you guys to have, but I just wanted to touch base and hear from you guys before I go. You know what, how did you find today was? Did you get a chance to check in with any of the talks? I know LaShawn was there.
Yeah, definitely. I actually I listened in to Alyssa Rostand's talk, and my husband was right there when I had it on, and he was like, "Who's that?" I was like, "Oh, this lady
Wow.
Nikki." It's
No,
like, and
she's
he's like, oh, he really loved that because he's all into breathing and stuff. He's always been talking about, my breath. And if it is, I'm anxious, he would know, which I can't absolutely tell at all. But he was really interested. And we were like, yeah, this is really good stuff. I loved her talk today.
yeah.
Um, and Kels,
Kels is amazing. I mean,
yes.
all of
Well,
our speakers are amazing, but
I
Kels
know. I
blew me
think I
away.
know her parents from Bees Ice Cream. I hope is the correct people. Yeah,
Oh, well,
yeah. So yeah, and her mom is pretty cool, really cool stuff. So yeah, she was really, really good. Also, I enjoyed their talks.
yeah, and I love Shah. Shah totally surprised me with what she presented. You know,
Yeah, it's
so
unexpected.
it was unexpected. Like she started getting into it, and I was like, Shah has come. Every speaker who has shown up for the summit this year totally embraced the progress, not perfection theme. Like they were just
Absolutely.
like 100% open, vulnerable with their stories, vulnerable with their vulnerabilities. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they were so open. What about you, Sarah? Did you get a chance to check out? I know you had a packed day yesterday. So why don't you tell us a little bit? Because I know I didn't catch all of it. How did the youth summit go? It was our first ever youth summit. It looked like it
Yeah,
was amazing.
it
Yeah.
was really good. So I'll touch on the youth summit just now, but Alyssa Rostand, I just need to comment on that because one of the things she spoke about was boundaries. And, it's just so amazing how everything is just tied in because actually there was a workshop yesterday by a Maria O'Brien. I don't know if you all know her. And it was on online safety. And there was that last section you did, Maria, that was about, suicide, right? And it was, it was such a touching topic, but so relatable. You know what I mean? I think everybody, even if you haven't been close to suicide, really understood it. And one of the things you said was, people that go that route, or consider suicide. One of the issues is understanding their threshold of tolerance. And I found that was so. It kind of tied into what Alyssa was saying today about boundaries, and then
That's
something that
very
I learned.
true.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
there was something that I learned, that threshold of tolerance. I learned that from Matt and Kellyanne from Recess. I attended one of their workshops. And since I found out about threshold of tolerance, my life has changed.
Yeah.
My life and my kids' life has changed. And so a lot of these things, mental health, everything's a spectrum. So you might not be considering suicide, but your mental health is being affected, right? But you don't realize. So I lash out, you know what I mean? So when I get overwhelmed, I start to get really snappy and grumpy. I snap at my kids even though it's not related to them. And then when I recognized, when Matt just broke it down and said, hey, you've got like a window of tolerance, and if you get too many inputs, some people can take more inputs than others. And we've been fed this thing that women, mothers and women, are just great multitaskers. Okay, well, maybe some are, but some aren't. And I'm one of those. You know what I mean? So, like, if I'm focusing on one thing and then a child is like, hey, mommy, blah, 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 you know what I mean? I just like, I can't. So I had to recognize, thanks to that, when you understand your whys, it's much easier to now, focus. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's happening. Let me now I can make a choice, right? So I'm like, okay, yes, give my attention now to you fully. Or I can say, oh, you know what, mommy can't right now. Just give me 5 minutes and let me wrap up and then give you full attention. Because I can't do both. Some people are good at it. But anyways, my point is that this has been a whole learning journey. And, attending just one day, like sometimes isn't enough. It's like when you attend, it's like putting like pieces of a puzzle together. So I just wanted to say boundaries. There's so many ways that impacts us. Now I can talk about Youth Day, right? Youth in Tech Day. Now I can go there. And for the Youth in Tech Day, can we start this vote of thanks one time? Can we just roll into it?
Oh, yes,
Absolutely.
100%.
Okay. Because for the Youth in Tech Day, I really want to thank two really important people. One is Soumya, right? Soumya, Thotham Betty. I hope I said that right. Soumya is an amazing software engineer from Nike, from the and she's from the Bahamas. She just for COVID times is back in the Bahamas, and she really drove that whole thing. She's a youth, believe it or not, and she was just instrumental in just bringing everyone together. So shout out to Soumya, Nicole, Nicole Peter Patterson from Caribbean Girls Hack. She as well she's just such a motivating force. She has this mentorship program, and she brought some of her mentees on there, and they just give a really impactful speech on how mentorship has helped them. And they have just some of them in that program have just completed it. That was just so inspirational. And the youths in there were talking about how mentorship help, like they know where they want to go, but they need the support systems in place to kind of just guide them, like to where they want to go. And that Nicole has been that force, and other mentors in her program have been that force. So I want to encourage you all, those youths who are listening, to find, one of those youths actually said, I'm lost. I was lost. I was just getting into stuff, and I was actually searching. She said she was searching for support. So if you are, there are a number of things you can get into. Look for a mentorship program around you. Check out what Caribbean Girls Hack has on. Look them up as well. And I think we'll try our best to send out a link, because we did put a link up for that mentorship program. So we'll try and get that out again through through our social media. And then so that was it. Oh, there was one other thing I want to touch on. Women in Tech Caribbean Slack group. I want to thank Janika John. She would have been one of our keynote speakers. Janika John, thank you so much. She's the co-founder of Women in Tech Caribbean. It's a Slack group. If you don't know about it, jump on board. Just look them up, Women in Tech Caribbean. Join the Slack group, and you get an amazing support. They meet every Sunday. A couple of people have gotten jobs through just networking in that group. You know what I mean? You join really for the network, but and just support ideas. It's worth it. So jump on there. If you think you're doing this journey alone, then don't and join the group. So that's what I wanted to touch on. I don't know, LaShawn, if you wanted to join in.
I absolutely would like to. One of the talks that really resonated with me was the navigating opportunities and creating ecosystems. That talk with Anya, and which Mariella Barrow, she was hosting. It was everything for me. It really spoke to opportunities for women, and how it is that we as a unit, we need to just be our own champions and really support each other. And at the end, when Mariella was just like basically told them, so okay, after all of this, what are we going to do? Is this just not talking, but what next? What is the next steps? What are you going to do? And had them commit to, doing something as a collective unit to make a difference in that space. I thought that that was absolutely amazing. Really, really terrific stuff. And back to the U Day, I really love that. And I wasn't really going on joining it. I was just going on like, these youths, let me leave them. But it was so good. It was so good. It was really good. And again, we have to say thank you to our keynote speaker, absolutely, Camille. She kicked it off with the best the best opening talk ever, and really it was really heartfelt. You could see that. And then all the other key speakers, they just touched on everything, and they were so open and honest. It was refreshing. It wasn't stuffy. It felt real experiences that were being shared. So, there's more than one pathway to being in tech. And that, I think, is the message that resonated for this entire event. It is not just one way, it's many pathways, and they all are correct. Nothing wrong. Right? No matter what.
Yeah, Dr. Kim Malalu spoke about that, and one of the things she said was, yes, you can top your class, you can get a scholarship, and you can go to a Yale, a Harvard, MIT, and get in that way. Yes, and that is definitely like the most direct path. But there
Right.
are so many others, you know what I mean? And don't think that there's one straight path. I know I like to say this because I think youth feel like, okay, I'm choosing my subjects and that's it for me. And once I've chosen them, there's no way for me. Guys, I'm over 40 years old and I just started an internship in data science because I took a boot camp. I started in October. You can do, don't feel that you have to take one path. Whatever you're doing, it's not a mistake, right? Whatever you're doing, it's part of your learning process. So if you chose physics, if you chose accounting, those things are going to help you and give you a competitive
Exactly.
edge later on when you decide to switch careers or whatever it is. But I wanted to touch on something you said, which was you were touching on really the progress roundtables. You chose one in particular, but this idea was really from our Woman in Tech ambassador for Trinidad and Tobago, Maria O'Brien. I know I mentioned her before, but she is the one behind this entire event. She, as well as, of course, the other partners, Nicholas, is it Mendez? I hope Maria
Yes,
is
yes,
liking it.
yes.
Right? So there are others. But Maria, one of the things Maria wanted to achieve this time, which is why she called it the Progress Roundtable, was that it doesn't end here. Guys, you all haven't heard the end of this summit, right? So yes, the summit physically ends, or actually ends today in a few minutes. But what you're going to see coming out are partnerships, activities, workshops, learning sessions, really out of the roundtables that had started. Maria, as well as the other team members, specifically chose people who aren't about talk; they're all about action. And so, in the conversations, you had people, hey, wait a minute, we have some things in common, we can achieve
Yes.
this together. And so we're going to hold them to that. We're going to help facilitate that in the next few months, right? So please, guys, look out for that. If you're interested in something in particular, feel free to reach out to us. Yeah, so we are all about progress. So yes, even though the next time we're going to have this IWD summit is next year, but all the activities in
Absolutely.
between are going to be about, as you would have mentioned, Sean, that ecosystem building. We're going to help actually do that.
And just one more thing before we close off and say our thank yous again, just to everybody, all speakers, all panelists, for just really making this summit really excellent and awesome experience. We have the announcement for our winners of the Udemy courses. Kambiri Cox, Linnell Clark, and Kerwin Wilson. We will be reaching out to you, and if you can DM us on Women Tech Makers page on Facebook, so we can get you your prize.
Awesome. Wonderful.
Wait,
Oh my
guys,
gosh, I'm so
guys,
jealous.
one more thing before we leave is next week, the International Women's Day Caribbean Tech Summit is partnering with Girls in ICT Week. We'll be doing a series of content creator workshops and talks for youth on that day with a special intention for youth creators. We want to inspire young people to create their own content, publish their own content, create their own events, all of these types of things. So you'll definitely, if you are not registered yet for the Restore a Sense of I Can Girls in ICT Week, we will share those details with our communities next week. So that's the last from me. Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Right. I wanted to just answer that question from Ingrid about when Google will have a data science internship. So I don't know about Google in particular. So let me just answer this, that Google will does have a certification, so you can go online and check that out. But it's fairly new. It was released in 2021, so he can go online and check that out. The other thing is that right here locally, we have TT Lab run by Professor Hussein, Patrick Hussein. Very distinguished. He has a number of patents under his belt. He, from MIT, and he runs TT Lab, which is basically an incubator for data scientists. So he has a BSc in math. I know Professor Hussein is actually getting a new cohort right now. So I just signed up for that. So please, check that out. That's a great option for your son. And so I just wanted to call out. Should we just call out all the speakers, sponsors before we go? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So, okay, so we Empowerment Magazine. So that is so we want to thank them, Dr. Sophia Hussein. Thank you for the support. Women Tech Caribbean, I mentioned Janika John. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I'm mixing them up. Sorry. Women Tech Caribbean. Thanks. I mentioned Janika John and Women Tech Makers and Google. Thank you for your support. Without Women Tech Makers, there would be no summit at all. Anime Carib and Creative Tech Hub Caribbean, Anuska Sunai. Thank you for your support. Talking about ecosystem builders, she's one right there. If you don't know who she is, go look her up on LinkedIn ASAP. Sisu Global Wellness. Once again, Dr. Sophia Hussein Mohammed. Thank you very much for your support. She's an expert on resilience. You can also check her out every Tuesday on what is the name of that program?
It's Health Watch on Morning Brew.
Health Plus. So you can check her out there. That's where you can find Dr. Sophia Mohammed. I don't know if you want to read the rest, LaShawn, or I should go ahead.
Go ahead. You have all the energy at this point.
Okay, all right. So Titan, we want to thank them. There's a logo that I don't know how to put into words, so I'm going to skip them. Sorry, my apologies. Caribbean Girls Hack, Nicole Peter Patterson, thank you very much for all your support, especially in terms of giving opportunities to the youth in the Caribbean. Worky, Elena Dyer at Worky. You all need to check out Worky. So, for example, that person messaged me just now. I mean, if you're, especially people who are in the job market, it's really an online platform for you to look for jobs. Check out Worky. Elena, thanks to Elena Dyer.
Elena is my girl now.
That is how I know about TT Lab. She was like, oh, because I'm like, hey, do you know about internship? She's like, go check out TT Lab, right? Bar Art, and Carib Art. We'd like to thank them. I think Kimberly is behind one of those. I'm not sure. Yes. Kimberly.
Yeah, Kimberly is.
And I don't want to botch up her last name, but it starts with D. So it's in French. So sorry, guys. Excuse me. But Kimberly is behind one of those. Island Sitters, Ramden Consultancy. Thank you, LaShawn. Also one of the sponsors for those prizes that were just announced. Thank you so much, Ramden Consultancy, and all your support in making this summit go off. And finally, Draper Startup House. Listen, if you're an entrepreneur listening right now in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, you'll need to check out Draper Startup House. Wade Hewitt, thank you for doing the work and bringing that down here. It's in Port of Spain. So there's a physical location. A shared workspace. They just had an
Mhm.
open house like last week or week before. So check them out, right? It's new. They have got really good facilities, and not just facilities. Again, it's not just about okay, here's a place for you to work. It's also about bringing you together with the right people. They have funding
Yes.
opportunities for your business. Check them out. And thank you again to all the women and men, particularly the men who are
The
supporting us as
man,
well.
yes.
Thank you for this helping us to get this workshop or this summit off the ground. LaShawn,
All
last word.
right. Well, that's it for us. And thanks again. And I hope you look forward and continue following us to see all the things that we continue to do, even at the end of this summit, right? And reach out to us. We are here to help and we are here to be each other's allies. So we are done.
Bye
Bye.
everyone. Thank you.